Chapter 182. Xiezi's face twisted slightly, and a strange yet demonic smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. His speed seemed to be even faster than before. It was just that Xiezi's current movement technique was not like before. It was of the direct lineage of the heavenly thunder hall, fast as lightning, yet strong and blazing, resembling the thunder of the 9 heavens. The current Xiezi's movement technique was even faster, but had an additional demonic feeling. Yin Zhaoge frowned slightly, raised his hand, and a jade light roared out from his sleeve, resembling a dragon from beyond the heavens. The jade light paused in midair, accurately blocking a terrifying and demonic purple sword light. Xiezi's figure also reappeared, holding the vapor-sealing sword. His gaze was cold and gloomy, and his pupils were slightly yellow, vaguely projecting a strange red light. He looked at Yin Zhaoge, and the corners of his mouth curled into a strange and distorted smile. Yin Zhaoge slightly narrowed his eyes, fallen to the dark side. Xiezi laughed unconcernedly. Yin Zhaoge, let's fight again. His figure suddenly turned, and disappeared once more, the purple sword light also fading. The next time he appeared, he was already behind Yin Zhaoge, stabbing out with his sword. Yin Zhaoge stood where he was, his feet not moving, his body not turning, and with a backhand slash, accurately blocked Xiezi's attack. Again. Xiezi laughed loudly. Now is different from before. Yin Zhaoge, I will cut out all of your heart and liver. His figure was as fast as a ghost, appearing and disappearing, and a purple lightning was also strange and unpredictable in the darkness, constantly changing. Pan, don't worry. Just stay put. As Yin Zhaoge said this, his feet were firmly nailed to the ground, and the jade dragon sword in his hand flew up and down, continuously blocking Xiezi's incoming sword light. After falling to the dark side, my strength has indeed increased, but not by much. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he analyzed Xiezi's sword patterns. Although my mental state is unstable, I can still maintain my calm in battle. I won't lose my level. After comparing the difference between Xiezi's strength before and after falling to the dark side, Yin Zhaoge already had a rough idea of what had happened. Generally speaking, after falling to the dark side, there will be a slight increase in strength, but the extent of the increase varies. He looked at Xiezi and suddenly smiled. What I said might be a bit of a blow to you. After you fell to the dark side, the extent of the increase in strength seems to belong to the relatively small, relatively poor category. Xiezi, who was flickering in and out of existence, suddenly stopped moving. Within his yellowed pupils, the blood-red light grew even more piercing. Xiezi stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge, letting out a strange laugh. The violent purple sword light suddenly appeared and instantly traversed dozens of meters of space. It was as wide as a door, as if it could split heaven and earth, chopping towards Yin Zhaoge. After the first slash, another slash followed. It was the Thunderbolt combo. I've said it before, Yin Zhaoge. Things are different now. Xiezi let out a strange laugh as he slashed out a third time. Blue veins bulged all over his body, making him look extremely hideous and terrifying. His face revealed a pained expression. However, the black mist in the demonic domain around him clung to his body. Although it could not stop the meridians in his body from tearing apart, it could not stop them. However, it greatly alleviated his pain. Xiezi laughed painfully and happily. Pushed by the Thunderbolt combo, 3 majestic sword lights chopped straight towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge calmly looked at Xiezi. The jade dragon sword in his hand danced, and the jade green sword light shot up to the sky. After the first slash, without any hesitation, he chopped out another slash. After the second slash, another slash followed. After the third slash, and then another slash, Xiezi's eyes widened as he saw Yin Zhaoge continuously chopping out 5 slashes. The 6th slash continued. Finger-flicking shocking thunder. 6 consecutive loops. The purple sword light shattered and dissipated like a flowing fire. The black mist was also momentarily separated and cleansed. The terrifying jade green sword light seemed to transform into a dancing green dragon, tearing Xiezi's body apart. The last scene that remained in Xiezi's mind was Yin Zhaoge calmly looking at him and asking, "What's different from before?" Xiezi opened his mouth wanting to roar, but no sound came out. He was unresigned, he was angry, and he felt even more fear. He didn't hesitate to transform into a 9 underworld evil devil, but still couldn't defeat this opponent. Xiezi's resentment was even more intense than when he had first fallen into the domain of devilish qi and transformed into a devil. But his life had already reached its end, and he had turned into ashes. His broken body fell to the ground, gradually turning into black smoke and merging into the surrounding domain of devilish qi. Yin Zhaoge looked at the strange transformation of Xiezi's corpse and slightly raised his eyebrows. It's the same as recorded. Although his bones, flesh, and meridians are no different from those of a normal person, he is no longer purely a human. Fallen practitioners were infected by devilish qi, and the desires or obsessions in one's heart were rapidly magnified without restraint. Finally, the inner illusion acted on the external reality, combining with the devilish qi, causing the person's body to begin to undergo irreversible changes, turning into a 9 underworld evil devil. In the first transformation, which was also when the person truly fell to the dark side because of the change in life type, the person's strength would increase more or less. If the person was originally seriously injured, then this time they would recover to a large extent, or even be completely healed. Fallen practitioners in the domain of devilish qi would have their battle prowess increased to a different degree. What was worth noting was that whether they were bewitched by the outside world or forced by the critical situation, what pushed the fallen practitioner to take the final step was still their own will. Even if this will was formed because of various previous experiences, at the last moment, the person who made the decision was always the fallen practitioner themselves. No one could force a person who had always had a resolute will to resist, and would not be swayed by any other thoughts, to fall to the dark side. Fundamentally speaking, falling to the dark side was always a person's desires and obsessions in one's heart magnified to the extreme, suppressing all other thoughts. Only then could one interact with the devilish qi, and combine inside and outside. Before this, being infected by devilish qi did not mean that one would definitely fall to the dark side. Yin Zhaoge came to the place where Xiezi's corpse had disappeared and put away his mist-sealing sword. Apart from this, there was something else worth paying attention to: a brocade bag. Opening the brocade bag, Yin Zhaoge could see a strangely shaped golden talisman. The golden talisman was engraved with graceful patterns. Yin Zhaoge carefully looked at it and felt that the patterns were vaguely familiar. However, he couldn't understand them at the moment, so he temporarily restrained himself and put the item away. The giant panda Panpan curiously came to Yin Zhaoge's side and called out in a low voice. Being in the domain of devilish qi, Panpan also felt very uncomfortable. Strange beasts could also fall to the dark side. Yin Zhaoge comforted Panpan as he walked in the domain of devilish qi. Suddenly, Yin Zhaoge vaguely felt a sense of danger in his heart. A feeling of extreme danger appeared in his mind. Almost at the same time, a dim sword light lit up in the domain of devilish qi. From behind Yin Zhaoge, it pierced straight towards the back of his head. Martial Grandmaster. Chapter 183. The dark sword light zigzagged, as if it had completely merged with the dark demonic domain. The sword light itself seemed to possess a life of its own, resembling a venomous snake as it soundlessly pierced towards the back of Yin Zhaoge's head. Beside Yin Zhaoge, as a beast, Panpan's ability to sense danger surpassed that of human martial practitioners. However, at this moment, he was completely unable to detect the incoming sword light at all. And of the many spirit artifacts that Yin Zhaoge had on him, not mentioning his spoils of war like the flying thunder saber and the purple gold thunder sword, even Yin Zhaoge's jade dragon sword, which had always been by his side and was connected to his mind, and which he was most comfortable with, as well as the mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, with their strong spirituality, had not detected this sword. It was a soundless yet incomparably terrifying sword. To grandmaster martial artists, there was a huge gap between the strength of a great grandmaster expert. On the other hand, if this martial grandmaster was focused and did not underestimate him, he could put down his pride and patiently lay in ambush and assassinate a grandmaster. In that case, there was a 99% chance that this martial scholar would not be able to escape the fate of death. While Yin Zhaoge's strength far surpassed that of ordinary Xiantian martial scholars, it was only now that danger was upon him that he vaguely sensed it. However, at the same time he sensed it, he felt a chill at the back of his head and a slight stab of pain. His opponent's sword light was already inches away from him. This was the closest Yin Zhaoge had been to death ever since he had arrived in the current Eight Extremities world. Before this, whether it was the Sacred Sun Clan's Pambuatai, the Twilight Lord and the others, or the Ghost Hatchet Elder Han Shang, the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster and the others, everyone's cultivation base was higher than this ambusher's. However, whether it was because he had long since planned and prepared for it, or perhaps he had not directly faced it head-on, while Yin Zhaoge appeared to be in danger, he was actually as stable as a mountain. It was only this time that Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel the shadow of death gradually looming over his heart. His opponent's sword wasn't very fast, nor was it very powerful, but it was too well hidden. By the time Yin Zhaoge discovered it, the tip of the sword had already almost reached his skin. However fast Yin Zhaoge's movement techniques were, it was already too late for him to evade. Although he had the lofty mountain armor, a defensive spirit artifact, it was the spirit artifact that was trying to protect him. Time was also a bit slower. This thin line was the difference between life and death. Even though the lofty mountain armor had risen, he had already been struck by the sword. At the juncture of life and death, while Yin Zhaoge was shocked, he did not panic. Any unnecessary and messy thoughts had completely disappeared. Yin Zhaoge's mind was highly concentrated. There was only one thought left in his mind, activated at full speed. Eye of the Thunder Emperor. Virtually at the same time that the sword light touched his body, Yin Zhaoge felt an intense stabbing pain in his right eye. A purplish-green light shot out from within Yin Zhaoge's right eye. A great amount of pure thunder qi instantly circulated throughout Yin Zhaoge's entire body. It stimulated every acupoint in his body, every single bone, every meridian, every piece of flesh. In an instant, Yin Zhaoge erupted with a speed that far surpassed his normal standards, his body shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. Taking a step forward, the sneak attack from behind missed. Even so, on the back of Yin Zhaoge's head, his broken and scattered hair fluttered in the air, and a small drop of blood could be vaguely seen on his skin. After missing with his sword, that martial grandmaster was unrelenting as he immediately increased his force, chasing closely behind Yin Zhaoge, the sword in his hand stabbing towards him once more. However, after having avoided the most dangerous and concealed sneak attack of the first sword, Yin Zhaoge had already stabilized his footing. His entire body's aura qi turned icy cold as he executed an ocean-stabilizing spirit fist. Yin Zhaoge's entire body resembled a spirit turtle concealed within the abyss, all things returning to it. Hidden within, not a trace of it could be seen. Even with that martial grandmaster's spiritual sense, he was slightly dazed for a moment, feeling as though Yin Zhaoge had completely vanished from before his eyes. He concentrated. Locking onto Yin Zhaoge's position once more, he continued stabbing out with his sword. However, two glows of red and yellow flickered on Yin Zhaoge's body at this moment, an armor that resembled a lofty mountain appearing, blocking the other party's sword. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, the third exhaustion. That martial grandmaster's sword was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Currently, it was no longer able to break through the defense of the lofty mountain armor. The light of thunder flickered within Yin Zhaoge's right eye once more as he stomped on the ground, his entire body spinning as he struck out with a palm towards the other party's head. His earlier body's aura qi that had been condensed like 10,000-year-old ice instantly blazed as hot as fire, erupting with a terrifying power that shook one's soul, resembling the eruption of a volcano. Yin Zhaoge's strength surpassed his expectations, causing the other party to be caught somewhat unprepared. He had already overestimated Yin Zhaoge as much as he could before making his move, but he had not thought that in the end, he would still have underestimated Yin Zhaoge. The sneak attacker had already used up his moves, and with Yin Zhaoge's speed and explosive power also being too strong, Yin Zhaoge was instantly able to close in on him. However, he was still a martial grandmaster expert at the end of the day. Without the slightest hesitation, he also struck out with a palm towards Yin Zhaoge's head. The palm's momentum was forceful and domineering, causing the surrounding roiling devilish qi to gather together, its power increasing as it resembled a devil king descending into the world. The powerful momentum caused even Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base to be unable to breathe freely for a moment. However, the sneak attacker suddenly came to his senses. Meeting Yin Zhaoge's cold gaze, he saw the purplish-green light of thunder within Yin Zhaoge's right eye growing more and more piercing. This martial grandmaster hesitated slightly for a moment. In such an intense battle, such hesitation was undoubtedly a fatal taboo, especially when Yin Zhaoge was definitely not someone that ordinary martial scholars could compare to. After hesitating for a moment, that sneak attacker finally chose not to continue his attack, instead choosing to retreat. However, under this situation, Yin Zhaoge's palm became even more violent. The edge of his palm swept past the enemy's shoulder. The illusory purplish-red Tushita flame formed of his aura chi exploding, using the aura chi on the enemy's clothes as fuel, transforming into actual flames that blazed fiercely and never extinguished. That martial grandmaster did not utter a sound, continuing to retreat, not even looking back as he brought along the purplish-red Tushita flame on his shoulder that had still yet to be extinguished, concealing himself within the darkness once more. The light of thunder flickered slightly within Yin Zhaoge's right eye as he remained silent, his spiritual sense raised to the maximum as he carefully guarded against everything in his surroundings, preventing his opponent from launching another sneak attack. The two clashed in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. In the blink of an eye, it had already been a life-and-death battle. Only when that martial grandmaster had retreated did the Pan by the side let out an enraged roar, staring fixedly in the direction in which the other party had retreated. Yin Zhaoge stopped Pan, standing back to back with him, silently remaining vigilant for a moment. Only after confirming that the other party had completely left did he cease his fist momentum. Who exactly is it? The other party's appearance flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. His entire body was enveloped in a black robe, a black cloak concealing him. Not only was he wearing a hood on his head, there was also a jet black mask on his face, making it hard to distinguish his appearance. It was only through the two holes on the mask that a pair of dark yellow pupils could be seen, flickering with a mournful red light, showing that this was a fallen practitioner. Concealing his identity. Someone I know? Yin Zhaoge frowned, but there is no point. It is just that the devilish intent within his heart has grown stronger, not having merged with the devilish chi inside and outside, completely falling to the dark side. Completely falling to the dark side is irreversible. As soon as the devilish intent within his heart merges with the devilish chi of the outside world, completely falling to the dark side, there is no longer any possibility of continuing to remain concealed. His identity would be equivalent to having been exposed, so what is the point of concealing it? Chapter 184. Constant Bathing Alliance. Yin Zhaoge patted Pan, resuming their journey as he pondered. That person just now held back some of his strength. Are you also afraid of exposing your identity? But there's no need. He's already completely fallen to the devil. Could it be that he has a way to transform from a demon back into a human? Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It is just that seeing how he is extremely compatible with the devilish chi of this devilish domain, he has probably fallen to the dark side not just for a short period of time, but for many years. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, temporarily suppressing his doubts as he focused on distinguishing the path before him, continuing forward. After walking for a while, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. Even though there were layers upon layers of demonic energy obstructing his senses, he could still vaguely sense that there were people fighting not too far away. Yin Zhaoge hurriedly sped forward for a while. Within the black fog, spiritual lights very quickly flickered, crisscrossing as the heavens and earth were overturned. The surging demonic chi in the surroundings was constantly being shattered. Seeing that flickering sword light, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. Senior apprentice brother Su and Tang Yonghao? When Yin Zhaoge retracted his aura and neared, he saw the three of them exchanging blows within the black fog, fighting non-stop. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge could not help but sigh at how enemies often crossed each other's path. One of them was the masked man in black who attacked him just now. And on the other side, the two heavens-favored sons of Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan, Su Fei and Tang Yonghao, were currently joining hands to battle with that masked black-clothed man. The two of them had never worked together to fight an enemy, but they had been rivals since they were young. However, this was the first time they had joined hands to face an enemy, and yet they displayed complete tacit understanding, as if they had been brothers who had worked together for many years. Shui Fei and Tang Yonghao teamed up, one attacking and one defending, one attacking and one strange. Xuefei's sword and palm techniques were unparalleled, displaying the Great Heaven and Earth sword technique and Great Heaven and Earth palm technique at the same time. It was powerful and imposing, simple and heavy, and it was impenetrable. Tang Yonghao held a sword in his hand, and the sky was filled with sword light. Even in the dark demon domain, it seemed like it brought light to the surroundings. Su and Tang were both at the peak of the reaching heaven stage. He was only one step away from the great Grandmaster realm. Also, they were the elites of Broad Creed Mountains and the Sacred Sun Clan's direct disciples, indisputably favored by heaven, far from what other heavenly connection stage martial practitioners could compare to. At this moment, the two of them joined hands to fight the enemy. Their tacit understanding of each other increased their power. However, their opponents were obviously not simple characters. While he had been wary of Yan Zhaoge's Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, having retreated immediately after his sneak attack had failed to achieve a sure kill effect, that black-clothed masked man's strength, amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, was undoubtedly an outstanding existence. At this moment he was fighting one against two. He still had strength to spare when fighting Xuefei and Tang Yonghao. As a fallen evil, his strength was amplified in the demonic domain. Yan Zhaoge looked coldly at that black-clothed masked man, calling out softly, "Pan Pan?" At this moment, Pan Pan's mind was connected with Yan Zhaoge's as his entire body ignited with white flames. These white flames contracted and condensed, finally turning into a milky white flame. The white tongue of flame was like a tiny leaping sprite, extremely disproportionate to Pan Pan's massive body. However, it was filled with a destructive power that caused one's heart to palpitate. Yan Zhaoge wielded the Jade Dragon Sword, the purplish-green light of thunder flashing within his right eye. His entire body's aura qi turned blazing hot like flames. His explosive power was instantly raised to the maximum. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge merged with his sword, his entire person soaring into the air, transforming into a streak of jade light along with the Jade Dragon Sword, chopping towards that black-clothed masked man. Above the jade light, the crimson light of fire lit up, countless bolts of thunderbolts lashing out unceasingly. Within the illusory heaven and earth formed of Yan Zhaoge's aura qi, a green dragon appeared, its entire body shrouded by thunder and fire. Its momentum shocked the heavens. At the same time, Pan Pan let out a low roar, that milky white flame also shooting towards that black-clothed masked man at an extremely fast speed, resembling a shooting star. Flame Thunderbolt. Yan Zhaoge's swordlight resembled a dragon, instantly ripping apart the dense black fog, striking towards that martial grandmaster along with Pan Pan's Flame Thunderbolt. While they were in the midst of an intense battle, the opponent was a martial grandmaster at the end of the day, also fighting in the demonic domain. With his powerful sensory abilities, he immediately sensed the approach of Yan Zhaoge and Pan Pan. Not saying a word, Yan Zhaoge immediately made his move, his attacks even more violent than before. Xuefei and Tang Yonghao similarly did not stand on ceremony, grasping their chance decisively as they simultaneously struck out with their swords, attacking towards this black-clothed martial grandmaster with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Faced with the combined attacks of the three young experts, this masked opponent's sword-wielding wrist unconsciously twitched. But very quickly he restrained his movements, retreating once more, retreating rapidly. It was just that the attacks of Yan Zhaoge's trio and Pan Pan were all extremely tyrannical. As the other party retreated, guided by his aura, he attacked with a momentum that surged to the heavens. A muffled groan resounded within the air. This powerful martial grandmaster had already been injured by Yan Zhaoge and the others. However, he was also truly powerful. Making use of the devilish domain's geographical advantage, he fled speedily. With this person intent on fleeing, it would be very hard for Yan Zhaoge and the others to keep him here. Yan Zhaoge kept the Jade Dragon Sword descending to the ground, his gaze on Xuefei and Tang Yonghao. In the distance, Xikong Qing, who knew that she was not strong enough and had wisely not approached to help, now also walked over. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's gaze on Tang Yonghao, Xuefei immediately said, "It was junior apprentice sister Xikong and I who were attacked. Passing by, senior apprentice brother Tang lent us a helping hand." Tang Yonghao said calmly, "The 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss are the common enemies of our 8 extremities world. He was also not a stubborn and inflexible person. If it had been a martial grandmaster expert of the Sacred Sun clan or the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had clashed with Xue Fei, while Tang Yonghao might not have liked it, he would not use his own standards to demand others. Xue Fei was an elite of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. His future prospects limitless. If his clan's seniors or allied Heavenly Thunder Hall experts wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, Tang Yonghao would not listen to orders to surround and attack them, but he would also not go forward to stop them. However, if it was an unexpected natural disaster, or if it was a common enemy of the Eight Extremities world like the Flame Devils or the Nine Underworlds who posed danger to Xue Fei, Tang Yonghao would not hesitate in the slightest to lend a helping hand. Even if he and Xue Fei were to engage in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle afterwards, only one of them would live. Looking at Tang Yonghao, Yin Zhaoge nodded slowly. I thank Senior Apprentice Brother Tang for lending a helping hand. Tang Yonghao sighed, smiling. Junior Apprentice Brother Yin speaks too seriously. Rather, it was Junior Apprentice Brother Yan's sword just now that was truly brilliant, greatly broadening my horizons. Yin Zhaoge knew that this person was somewhat obsessed with martial arts, so he also smiled slightly. Senior Apprentice Brother Tang overpraises me. Looking at their surroundings, Yin Zhaoge asked, Senior Apprentice Brother Tang is here. I wonder if your fellow disciples, Tang Yonghao answered. Junior Apprentice Brother Huangjie is taking care of them, while I was separated from them when we fell into this domain of devilish qi. I was currently searching for them earlier. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. Tang Yonghao's words just now had inadvertently revealed a lot of information. Chapter 185. Despite Tang Yonghao's casual reply, Yin Zhaoge was able to discern many things from it. Firstly, Huangjie had indeed concealed his strength. His cultivation was definitely not low. Secondly, Huangjie was most likely not the black-clothed great grandmaster who had launched a sneak attack on him and Xue Fei. Unless all the other Sacred Sun clan disciples who had fallen into the devilish domain this time all died. In which case, Huangjie's suspicions would rise sharply. Rubbing his brows, Yin Zhaoge continued asking, when we fell from Hovering Sky Island earlier, I saw that you were together with those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Senior Apprentice Brother Tang. How are they? Tang Yonghao said there was no danger when we landed, and no one fell into the black hole. But when we were swallowed by the devil's domain, we were separated from Junior Brother Xie. Afterwards, we met a martial grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who had hurried over to reinforce the decimating abyss martial practitioners. Junior Apprentice Sister Chen Lin and the others left with that senior, while I went to look for Junior Apprentice Brother Huang and the others. As he spoke, Tang Yonghao raised his left hand. There was a small pendant on his wrist. In the dark demonic domain, it shone like sunlight. With this, I can try to locate Junior Brother Huang and the others. However, it will be much more difficult in the demon domain. Yin Zhaoge nodded, Su Fei asking Zhaoge, what do you plan to do now? Oh, I actually intend to enter the depths of Clear Concealed Lake, the central region of that black formation. After glancing at Tang Yonghao, Yin Zhaoge said candidly. Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao were both slightly surprised. What do you want? Yin Zhaoge explained. An accident has clearly occurred in the plans of our clan's seniors. This means that there are spies from the 9 underworlds among the higher-ups of our 6 sacred grounds. Therefore, our plan was used by the enemy, and our backup plan was also in danger of being leaked. The decimating abyss will not be unguarded. A cold light flickered slightly within Yin Zhaoge's eyes. Therefore, I am prepared to add some variables to them, adding a little spice to this big dish of theirs. As for how a martial scholar like Yin Zhaoge could add variables to a battle at the level of martial grandmasters, Su Fei and Tang Yonghao did not ask. Su Fei looked straight at Yin Zhaoge. I can't let you take the risk alone. I'll go with you. He looked at Yin Zhaoge. I heard that you, Zhaoge, obtained a fragment of a sacred artifact. Perhaps you really have the ability to make a sudden breakthrough. In all fairness, no matter if it's me or Senior Brother Tang, it's beyond our power to intervene in the battle between high-level martial grandmasters. But right now, in the demon domain, aside from the high-level martial grandmasters, there are also many other martial grandmasters from the Decimating Abyss organization, as well as middle and low-level martial grandmasters such as that person just now. I'm untalented and can't help much in the big picture. However, it can help you save some time and energy on the road, especially when it comes to preserving the power of the Saint weapon fragment. After all, it's just a fragment, not a true Saint weapon. If it uses up its power, it will most likely need some time to recover. Tang Yonghao similarly said emotionally, "Count me in." With the big picture at hand and the situation pressing down, Yan Zhaoge didn't bother with pleasantries as he immediately nodded. "Since that's the case, I first thank you two senior apprentice brothers." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge patted Pan, "Bring junior apprentice sister Sikong along and hide her carefully, waiting for our clan's seniors to reinforce us or for the dust to settle." The usually cold Sikong Qing. A rarely seen vexed look appeared within her gaze. It wasn't that she was vexed that Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei didn't bring her along, but that her cultivation base was too low, not being able to help under such circumstances, instead becoming a burden. Looking at her, Yan Zhaoge said, "We're going to continue venturing deeper. Bringing you along would instead be more dangerous." Junior apprentice sister Sikong. "With Pan protecting you, as long as you don't meet martial grandmasters or heavenly connection martial scholars, it'll be fine. However, with so many enemies here, it's best that you remain cautious." Sucking in a deep breath, Sikong Qing had already completely regained her calm as she nodded. "Rest easy, senior apprentice brother Yan. I understand. You guys be careful too." Yan Zhaoge patted Pan's big head. Ahu and Pan are also very familiar with each other. Within the devilish domain we can still barely find them. After so long, if they haven't met with enemies, they shouldn't be too far away. My time is tight, and I won't be able to wait for Ahu. However, you guys can wait for him. After meeting up with Ahu, as long as you don't meet a martial grandmaster, you guys won't be in danger. Don't stay where you are, lest that guy from just now return. Pan was a little reluctant to leave, but Yan Zhaoge shook his head at him. The big fella could only bring Sikong Qing along in another direction, feeling wronged. Yan Zhaoge and the others immediately moved. Only when the time comes for knowledge will one regret not having enough. After this matter, I definitely have to study formations properly. Yan Zhaoge's attainments in formations far surpassed martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. However, if the one controlling the formation was a martial grandmaster, the difference in their cultivation bases, the difference in their control over formations as well as their ability to deduce them, would not be so easily made up for. Projecting along the way, Yan Zhaoge brought Su Fei and Tang Yonghao along deep into the devilish domain. While they were surrounded by layers upon layers of devilish qi, the three could still feel the intense clashes of energy, as well as the fluctuations of spiritual qi in the outside world. It was clear that the great battle was still ongoing, and had already reached its climax. While the decimating abyss had made use of the advantage of a spy to successfully reverse the situation, it seemed that their overall strength was still rather weak. However, as time passed, the domain of devilish qi grew more and more stable, and that terrifying aura originating from the 9 underworlds also grew more and more terrifying. If it could not be resolved as soon as possible, as the crevice to the 9 underworlds truly opened, the situation would definitely take a turn for the worse in an instant. The martial practitioners of the various sacred grounds all clearly understood this. Their attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, their violent power unceasingly stirring up the domain of devilish qi. As the three of them walked, a massive stream of black light suddenly lit up before their eyes, tens of thousands of runes circulating unceasingly. This was one of the spirit patterns of that massive black light formation, at the bottom of clear concealed lake. The thick spirit pattern, under the influence of an external force, suddenly collapsed. With this collapse, the domain of devilish qi in the vicinity also collapsed along with it, numerous massive chasms being ripped apart. Yan Zhaoge and the others were instantly harmed greatly by this sudden turn of events, as the three simultaneously plummeted towards the deep abyss down below. Unexpected situations never cease. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. Under the disturbance of the devilish qi, it was hard for him to use his aura qi to float in the air. However, this did not stump Yan Zhaoge. While it was a little inappropriate in front of Tang Yonghao, he still waved his hand, the spirit artifact, the radiant sun wheel, flying out in an arc. Yan Zhaoge tapped on the radiant sun wheel, shooting out of the deep abyss as the radiant sun wheel flew back into his hands in an arc. On the other side, Shui Fei and Tang Yonghao also jumped out of the abyss. However, the abyssal chasm continued to expand, and surging demonic chi surged out from it, separating the three of them. The demonic domain twisted, and the distance between the three grew further and further. Soon it was hard to see each other. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, his heart jolting slightly as he turned to look. In the distance, a figure was slowly walking towards them. Chapter 186. Looking at the newcomer, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. He saw that the newcomer was in his 30s or 40s. He had a head full of strange and rare red hair, and he wore something that looked like boxing gloves on his hands. The other party's pupils were yellow and shot out rays of blood-red light. He was also a fallen evil. What caught Yin Zhaoge's attention was the fact that behind this red-haired martial practitioner's back, a few lines of blood vaguely extended out, one end penetrating deep into the domain of devilish chi that resembled black fog, the other end connecting to his body. Having sensed Yin Zhaoge's aura, the red-haired martial practitioner had come over to investigate. After clearly seeing Yin Zhaoge's appearance, the red-haired martial practitioner instantly revealed a look of joy as a bloodthirsty glow could not be concealed within his eyes. "Ha! Yin Di's son Yin Zhaoge?" The red-haired cultivator grinned. "Although I know that you are here to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet, I really did not expect my luck to be so good, to be able to meet you directly." Yin Zhaoge blinked. "I shouldn't have seen you before. I am Wuxia." The red-haired martial artist exercised his gloved hands. "That's right. We've never met before. It's not surprising that you don't recognize me. As long as I recognize you, that's enough. You don't recognize me, but perhaps you recognize this." As he spoke, Wuxia threw a punch in the air. The rolling gang chi turned into an illusory world. In that illusion, rolling waves surged unceasingly, covering the sky and covering the earth. The ominous thing was that the seawater in the illusory world was black, and it made one feel gloomy and cold. Yin Zhaoge came to a realization: 5 spirit flags, the martial arts of the Black Spirit Flag lineage. You are a remnant of the 5 spirit flags, ah? The 5 spirit flags were a first-rate force that had been active at the border of the heaven and wind regions in the past. Because their sins of slaughter had been too great, even having massacred a city in the West Heaven region of the Heaven Domain, they had encountered resistance from a first-rate power that was subordinate to Broad Creed Mountain. The two sides had engaged in a great battle, with casualties on both sides. Coincidentally, Yin Zhaoge's father Yin Di had passed by. In the end, all the 5 spirit flags martial practitioners present, the chief flag lord included, had been slain by Yin Di. The 5 spirit flags were not present at that time. Those disciples who had been scattered outside had been spared, fleeing far away to avoid being encircled and annihilated. Afterwards they hated Yin Di to the bone, yet could do nothing about it. Previously in the Eastern Tang Dragon sealing abyss in the Heaven region. As a result, some Crimson Spirit Flag Masters set their target of vengeance on Yin Zhaoge. "My luck is really too good." Looking at Yin Zhaoge, that Wuxia laughed savagely. Yin Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. "No, it's just that my luck is too good." His eyes fell on the lines of blood on Wuxia's body, the big formation at the bottom of the lake. "You are one of the people who participated in setting up the formation, right?" He sacrificed his own blood essence to the array. Let the formation take shape quickly. As for your own essence, energy and spirit, they are one with the formation. You cannot stray far from the core of the formation. The fact that I can see you here means that I'm not far from the core of the formation. If I follow the bloodlines on your back, I can quickly find the core of the formation. Wuxia laughed. "Even if you find it, what can you do? Recently, it has been rumored that you have a fragment of a holy weapon. However, even if it is a fragment, it still contains the power of a holy weapon. How much of its power can you activate? After all, there is only one extreme crown." Staring at Yin Zhaoge, a crazed look appeared within Wuxia's eyes. "Even if you can activate the power of the holy artifact fragment, how many times can you do so? If you use it on me, what will you use to shake the core of the formation? At that time, the formation will be fully activated, the great door to the great 9 underworlds opening completely, and you will still die." Wuxia laughed loudly. "Being able to exchange my life for that dog Yin Di, sending off his son, it's also worth it." Yin Zhaoge looked at him rather amusedly. "After you fell to the dark side, your mind seems to have not been too clear. Who said that I would have to rely on the holy artifact fragment to kill you? Looking coldly at Yin Zhaoge, Shui Wuya's eyes were filled with a crazed, bloodthirsty glow. Those who are not clear-headed. It's you. I heard that in the Heavenly Connection meet, you consecutively defeated Infinite Boundless Mountains Lu Shangfeng and the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Xie. As both late Xiantian martial saints, I admit that I am inferior to Xie. However, that was before I joined the 9 underworlds. The current me is not inferior to him. Flexing his wrists, Shui Wuya strode towards Yin Zhaoge. And now within the devilish domain, my strength is even greater than when I was outside. While you have to split your attention to resist the invasion of the devilish qi, weakening, strengthening, do you think that your current situation is very easy? Accompanied by his stride, roiling aura qi surged, forming an illusory scene above his head, his fist intent and aura qi intermingling to form an illusory heaven and earth. The black great sea within the illusory heaven and earth actually underwent a change once more, the black sea turning into a sea of blood, brutal to the heavens. The blood-red tide obscured the heavens and covered the earth, emanating an incomparably foul stench as it truly resembled hell on earth. Yin Zhaoge revealed an expression that looked like he was smiling whilst also not, as he said mildly, speaking of Xie, it looks like you still don't know. Xie, he was like you before, also falling to the dark side. Shui Wuya was momentarily taken aback, before he laughed loudly. The direct descendants of your 6 great sacred grounds, claiming to be the favored sons of heaven, are also merely a... Yin Zhaoge continued afterwards, he had the same thoughts as you, feeling that after falling to the dark side, he should be able to defeat me. Afterwards he died. Shui Wuya's yellowed pupils dilated slightly. Looking at him, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. I killed him. As his words left his mouth, Yin Zhaoge's figure abruptly flashed, striding out as he was already before Shui Wuya. Shui Wuya had already instinctively felt that something was wrong, but now that Yin Zhaoge had made a move, he also did not dare to retreat, only able to brace himself and meet him head-on, punching out with both fists towards Yin Zhaoge. However, amidst the violent purplish-red blazing flames, an illusory pill furnace opened its lid. A massive ape punching out with a power that shook the heavens and overturned the earth. The boundless sea of blood was forcibly torn apart. The next moment, before Shui Wuya's eyes, specks of numerous stars lit up. Within the dark night sky, 7 stars hung high, illuminating the north. Shui Wuya roared madly, drawing on all his strength to meet Yin Zhaoge, the shattered sea of blood transforming into an all-encompassing rain of blood, combining with the countless fist shadows, descending continuously. The gloves on his hands flickered with a strange spiritual light. However, the jade dragon sword within Yin Zhaoge's palm roared. Accompanied by the changes in his sword intent, countless stars circulated, as though the trajectories of the actual stars within the horizon were shifting and changing. A jade-green river of stars descended from the sky, keeping the fist shadows of the rain of blood at bay, hard-pressed to approach. The river of stars flowed downwards, piercing through Shui Wuya's chest. Shui Wuya stared wide-eyed, looking at Yin Zhaoge in death with remaining grievances. Before this, he had only heard that Yin Zhaoge had defeated Lu Shangfeng and Xie, but had not personally witnessed it at the end of the day, not knowing the specifics of the battle. He had completely not thought that Yin Zhaoge's strength would actually be powerful to such an extent, leaving him completely unable to match up to him. However, Yin Zhaoge's attention was not placed on Shui Wuya. Shui Wuya had already fallen to the dark side. After his death, his corpse would dissipate. Meanwhile, the thread of blood behind his back that extended into the black fog also broke apart, looking like it was about to disappear. Yin Zhaoge brandished his sword once more. 7 streaks of swordlight locked down that thread of blood that was about to be retracted into the black fog. Chapter 187. Yin Zhaoge's swordlight locked down that thread of blood that was about to be retracted back into the black fog. This way, the threads of blood would not dissipate as Yin Zhaoge would be able to follow them and directly arrive at the core of the formation, no longer having to waste his energy in continuing to deduce and search for them. Yin Zhaoge let out a slight sigh of relief before picking up the pair of gloves that Shui Wuya had left on the ground after his death. The originally blood-red gloves gradually faded, revealing their original black color. Yin Zhaoge was slightly interested, a high-grade artifact in that instant just now, actually possess the power close to that of a low-grade spirit artifact? Although it's only temporary and requires a long time to recover, it's quite an interesting technique. For a martial artist like Wuxia, who was almost a lone wolf, even if he joined the Decimating Abyss as a grandmaster, it would still be very difficult for him to obtain a spirit weapon. You can't underestimate the intelligence of others. After the Great Calamity, capable people have also appeared, having come up with quite a few techniques of a certain standard. Yan Zhaoge kept his gloves. When I have the time later, I'll have to study them a bit. He raised his head to look in the direction of the bloodline and narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's deal with the big thing in front of us first. As Yan Zhaoge followed the bloodlines, red lights that resembled bolts of lightning could be seen flickering within the black fog before him from time to time. The ground beneath his feet began to undulate like waves. Lowering his head, he could see countless complicated runes and runes shuttling back and forth like flowing water. As Zhang Xian got closer to the core of the formation runes here became even more complicated, interweaving with one another. A powerful aura pulsed, vibrating non-stop. The terrifying aura that could confuse one's mind and cause one to feel fear and confusion was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if it had taken physical form and was drilling into every pore on the surface of one's body. It was suffocating. As Yan Zhaoge retracted his aura and proceeded onwards, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. The entire demonic realm seemed to be trembling. That terrifying aura suddenly surged. Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. This is the dimensional barrier between the 9 underworlds and the 8 extremities world. It is growing weaker and weaker. The gap indistinctly visible as a passageway will soon truly be ripped open, even though they were in the infernal domain. However, Yan Zhaoge could feel that both within and outside the devilish domain, the battle between the sacred grounds and the decimating abyss martial practitioners was also growing more intense. The door of the 9 underworlds was about to open. Other than Turbid Wave Pavilion, the experts of the other sacred grounds had also come to assist, and the decimating abyss martial practitioners gradually found it hard to resist. But as the aura of the 9 nether grew stronger and stronger, all the martial artists who fell to the dark side also faintly had the momentum of rising with the tide. Especially when Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel the devilish formation at the bottom of this clear concealed lake. After connecting with the power of the 9 underworlds, his strength began to grow stronger and stronger. Not only did it distort space and time to open the door to the 9 underworlds, when this demonic formation operated, it even began to turn from defense to offense, helping the decimating abyss martial artists suppress the experts of the various holy lands. Raising his head to look at the all-encompassing black fog, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, the backup plan has indeed failed as well, having to fight head-on. Turbid Wave Pavilion Lord's reaction shouldn't be slow, right? The 6 great holy lands of the current era, Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain, had sacred artifacts but no martial saints. The other 4 clans each had a martial saint sitting over them. The number 1 expert of Turbid Wave Pavilion, the current Pavilion Lord, the Roiling Cloud Martial Saint. Turbid Wave Roiling Clouds in Qinglin was also the only female martial saint of the current 8 extremities world, the number 1 female expert of the current era. Although they were strictly neutral and did not easily interfere with foreign affairs, Turbid Wave Pavilion guarded the lake region's territory like an iron bucket. It would also be very hard for other clans to easily intervene. Only the 9 underworld's evil devils with their formless and formless corrosive power could barely penetrate through. However, with such a major incident occurring in the territory of the lake domain, it was impossible for Qinglin to just sit back and watch. While they were separated by a great distance of 5,000 kilometers, with the speed of a martial saint, exiting seclusion at Turbid Wave Pavilion and rushing over here, it wouldn't take too long. The only thing that Yan Zhaoge was worried about was that since the enemy knew their plans like the back of their hands, they should also have a plan to deal with any subsequent changes. Whether the Decimating Abyss organization had a martial saint, or whether they had an expert who, boosted by the power of the devilish domain, was something that Yan Zhaoge didn't know. However, he knew that if the enemy had planned ahead of time, drawing the flame devils on the East Sea to make use of the chance to cause trouble, forming a pincer attack from both sides, let alone in Qinglin, even the Lord of Jade Sea City, the Jade Sea Marshal Saint Song Wuliang, would probably have to keep a close eye on the East Sea, not having the time to rush over. That's why I say that having a traitor is really a headache-inducing thing. Rubbing his temples, Yin Zhaoge sighed, continuing forward. Following the line of blood, Yin Zhaoge saw that amidst the black fog before him, a light actually vaguely began to appear. The further he went, the more piercing the light became, the blood-red everything appearing terrifying and mournful. As Yin Zhaoge passed through the black fog, the scene before him instantly changed. Enveloped by a red light, the vast region was completely empty, with only a structure that resembled a tall tower standing in the very center. That tall tower was completely golden, yet emitted a blood-red glow. Countless spirit patterns that flickered with black light converged from all directions, concentrating on that tall tower. The black spirit patterns resembled numerous black chains, tightly entangling the tall tower. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge discovered that this tall golden tower, rising from the ground, seemed to still be gradually increasing in height. The ground beneath the tall tower roiled unceasingly, as though it had a life of its own. The soil unceasingly clustered around the tall tower, adding to its height as it rose unceasingly. At the top of the tall golden tower, streams of red light flickered, vaguely seeming to form a door. This red door of light was projected onto the ground in front of the tall tower. What Yin Zhaoge noticed was that the red door of light in the air was currently trembling unceasingly, shuddering, as though it might open at any moment. And on the ground in front of the tall tower, the projection of the red door of light was also trembling unceasingly. The crevice between the two doors was distorting unceasingly, causing the ground to also distort intensely. It was as though something was about to drill out from the ground, ripping a massive deep abyss in the ground. Yin Zhaoge's expression turned somewhat solemn. The red door of light above the tall tower was the result of a formation, while the projection on the ground was the true Great Nine Underworld's door that was about to open. If that crevice really opened, transforming into something that truly existed, the deep abyss down below would not lead to the underground of this Eight Extremities world, nor would it lead to the soil and rocks at the bottom of Clear Concealed Lake. Instead, it would be that legendary Nine Underworlds. Just from the appearance of this door, one could tell that it was already about to open. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he saw that near that distorted red door of light on the ground, there were shockingly still a few people there. One of them was precisely the Lu Shangfeng, who had previously been defeated by Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, his pupils were yellow, his gaze emitting a red light. He had clearly already fallen to the dark side. Beside Lu Shangfeng were two other martial practitioners, similar to Lu Shangfeng in their somewhat psychotic, savage smiles. They were similarly fallen practitioners. In front of the three of them, there were 5 people lying paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept over them. They were actually all people he knew. Yi Zhongzhou, Ruanping, Li Jingwan, Xiao Yu Zhongyao. Chapter 188. Qi. Lu Shangfeng extended a finger and jabbed out. A bloody hole instantly appeared on Yi Zhongzhou's arm. Yi Zhongzhou clenched his teeth, not uttering a sound as he glared furiously at Lu Shangfeng. Lu Shangfeng smiled slightly. What a tough guy. Saying thus, he tapped out lightly with his finger once more. Heavily injured, Yi Zhongzhou was hard-pressed to evade as he could only watch as yet another bloody hole appeared on his arm. Lu Shangfeng laughed somewhat crazily. I love torturing tough guys the most, because they are usually able to last longer, allowing me to play with them a few more times. Yi Zhongzhou let out a muffled groan. Madman. He glared at Lu Shangfeng. You torture me, wanting me to be enraged or despairing, wanting me to hate you, wanting me to fall to the dark side like you? Stop daydreaming. I am indeed enraged, indeed wishing that I could kill a madman like you. But I definitely won't let these thoughts consume me. Becoming a devil like you. Lu Shangfeng said nonchalantly. It's you who should stop daydreaming. You are not my match in the first place, and now that you are heavily injured, how can you kill me? A somewhat mischievous smile hung on his face. If you fall to the dark side, your strength will rise even further, and breaking through to the late Xiantian stage might not be impossible. Only then will you have the capital to battle me. Also, at the same time as you fall to the dark side, you will obtain a chance in which your injuries will completely recover. Look at me, I was previously beaten by Yin Zhaoge to the point that my divine mountain tyrannical body was broken, and at the same time my injuries were so severe that I was virtually unable to get up. Under such circumstances, transforming into a devil, Cleansing my body with devilish qi and reconstructing myself, my injuries will immediately recover. Fighting the 5 of you alone will be very easy. As Lu Shengfeng smiled, he extended a finger once more, his aura qi penetrating Yi Zhongzhou's arm once more. I have good intentions. I'm giving you a chance to rise again. Cold sweat dripped down Yi Zhongzhou's forehead as he clenched his teeth, ignoring Lu Shengfeng's bewitchment. Lu Shengfeng was also not in a hurry as he looked smilingly at Ruan Ping by the side. Junior brother Ruan of Turbid Wave Pavilion, I am extremely grateful for your hospitality over the past few days, and ought to return some gifts. As he spoke, he jabbed his finger down. A bloody hole also appeared on Ruan Ping's arm. Ruan Ping grunted and turned his head to the side, refusing to answer Lu Shengfeng. Lu Shengfeng was not in a hurry. He said with a smile, actually, if the 2 of you were to fall to the dark side and join forces, you might be able to fight me. Won't you consider it? Beside him, the other 2 fallen evils watched this scene with amusement. Ruan Ping remained silent. Yi Zhongzhou sneered, dream on. Lu Shengfeng looked at Yi Zhongzhou and then at Ruan Ping, a cold and mocking smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He stood up, moved his feet, and said nonchalantly, forget it, it doesn't matter. I'm not a person who likes to force others. As he spoke, he moved to Li Jingwan and Zhang Yao's side. Yi Zhongzhou's expression changed. Lu Shengfeng, what are you doing? Lu Shengfeng grinned and said, it's nothing. Greet the 2 young junior sisters and get to know each other. He smiled as he squatted down before Li Jingwan and Zhang Yao. The 2 girls were still able to maintain their composure, but Li Jingwan pursed her lips tightly. Zhang Yao clenched her teeth, closing her eyes. Lu Shengfeng looked rather interestedly at the 2 girls, his gaze first landing on Li Jingwan before he tapped out with a finger. A bloody hole instantly appeared on Li Jingwan's shoulder. The Jade Sea City female disciple groaned in pain, but her gaze was still fearless. She seemed rather unyielding. Li Jingwan glared angrily at Lu Shengfeng before she abruptly closed her eyes, an unnatural flush surfacing on her face. A powerful aura qi suddenly erupted from her heavily injured body, activating the heaven-surging tide under such circumstances. Are you trying to end your own life? Lu Shengfeng was rather taken aback before he chuckled, swiftly pressing down with a palm, dispersing the aura qi that Li Jingwan had gathered. Sadly, the gap between our strength is too great, and you are also heavily injured. In front of me now, it would be hard for you to die even if you wanted to. Li Jingwan opened her eyes, glaring furiously at Lu Shengfeng. Lu Shengfeng came before her, smiling. After falling to the dark side and recovering from your injuries, if you had immediately committed suicide at that time, I might not have been able to stop you in time. Li Jingwan glared furiously at Lu Shengfeng for a while before she closed her eyes once more, still not saying a word. The smile on Lu Shengfeng's face vanished. Junior sister Li might not understand me too well. I am a person who is more afraid of death. Therefore, towards those people who view death as a return home, I am especially not in admiration but in disgust. Saying thus, Lu Shengfeng tapped out with a finger, a mist of blood instantly erupting from one of Li Jingwan's legs, the pain causing the young girl's face to be pale as paper. Therefore, I like to concoct those people who are not afraid of death the most. I have countless ways to make them feel even worse than death, letting them know that not being afraid of death is actually not that much of a big deal. Swiveling his head to look at Zhang Yao, Lu Shengfeng bared his teeth in a smile. Turbid Wave Pavilion's junior sister Zhang, we meet again. Zhang Yao shut her eyes tightly, not speaking as Lu Shengfeng smiled. Speaking of this, I have really let junior sister Zhang see a joke. Earlier, when clashing with that Yin Zhaoga, I lost to him, losing in a rather ugly manner. Lu Shengfeng lightly tapped Zhang Yao's shoulder, his power condensed without being released. Of the few of you, I actually hope that the one I want to greet the most is you. After all, it would be a little awkward for the 2 of us to meet. Zhang Yao's body trembled slightly as Lu Shengfeng continued. I have always been thinking about how to get rid of this awkwardness, but after thinking for a long time I still couldn't think of anything. In the end, I still decided that it would be better for us to never meet again. If you want to say goodbye forever, naturally only being separated by life and death would be the safest. As for me, I am afraid of death and also don't want to die. Therefore, I can only ask you to die. Qi. Zhang Yao's shoulder was pierced through by the force of Lu Shengfeng's finger. as she let out a tragic cry. Lu Shengfeng said leisurely, however, before you die, you can still accompany me to have some fun? Zhang Yao hissed, just kill me. Lu Shengfeng shook his head, smiling, I will, but when it will be is up to me. Yi Zhongzhou glared angrily at Lu Shengfeng. Lu Shengfeng looked back at him, smiling, you want to save them? Sadly, you don't have that ability. Fall to the dark side and give it a try. At least there will be some chance. However, you won't be able to do it alone. Only together with that junior brother Ruan will there be a chance of success. You. Veins popped out on Yi Zhongzhou's neck as he panted heavily, staring fixedly at Lu Shengfeng. By the side, Ruan Ping still had his eyes closed and did not speak. Senior brother Lu, calm down. If there are any problems, everyone can speak openly. It's fine as long as they are spoken openly. There's nothing that can't be resolved through communication. Xiao Yu said hurriedly. You shut up. Lu Shengfeng said coldly. The reason I put you last is not because you are my fellow disciple, but because you are the one I want to kill the most, the one I hate the most. As Lu Shengfeng said this, he directly pointed a finger at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu let out a tragic cry as a bloody hole appeared on his abdomen, fresh blood flowing out. Say something and I'll give it to you, Lu Shengfeng said with a cold smile. Now as you wish, let's talk. Lu Shengfeng came before Xiao Yu, grinning. Right, we are fellow disciples, so I ought to give you some preferential treatment. After saying that, he pointed his finger again, and another bloody hole appeared on Xiao Yu's body. You say one sentence and I'll give you two. Chapter 189. Lu Shengfeng lowered his head to look at Xiao Yu, saying indifferently, You're stronger than me. I can only listen when you speak. You're so weak, yet you're still chattering all day, spouting a bunch of nonsense. Who has the patience to listen to your nonsense? Xiao Yu forcefully endured the intense pain. Looking in another direction, junior apprentice brother Zhao persuades senior apprentice brother Lu. In the distance, behind the golden tower, a figure walked out, his gaze cold and unyielding. It was Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao's expression was as per usual, his eyes bright and calm. Your wills are strong enough, no one can force you to fall to the dark side. At most it's just death. If you want to drag out an ignoble existence, why care if you're a human or a devil? But if I were you, rather than being a fish on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered, I might as well become a devil, obtain power, and fight with my life on the line. Yi Zhongzhou and the others all looked at him in shock. Xiao Yu's mouth agape. Even junior apprentice brother Zhao is willing to become a devil? But you clearly haven't fallen to the dark side. Zhao Hao said disdainfully, to you, becoming a devil is just magnifying a certain thought in your heart. What you didn't dare to do in the past, you now have the guts to do. And there's nothing I don't dare to do. What I want to do, I'll do it, live freely, and do as I please. To me, there's no difference between a human or a devil. I don't care if others are humans or devils. To me, it's all the same. Those who block my path, I'll kill them. There's no difference between humans and devils. Zhao Hao sneered, his expression full of contempt. The most dangerous and poisonous is the human heart. Devils are born from the heart, and as long as life exists, devils will never be extinguished. You fear evil devils, but it's actually just fear the deepest thoughts in your heart. But to me, I've never minded following the true thoughts in my heart, but I won't lose control either. What I seek is freedom, to be unfettered, to be free and unfettered. To me, in this world, only power is real. Everything else is but an illusion. Old man Mo treats me pretty well, so I owe him a favor. Even though I have no interest in becoming like him, or help him make the 9 underworlds descend, but I won't deliberately ruin his plans. Zhao Hao looked disdainfully at Yi Zhongzhou, Xiao Yu and the rest. Therefore, I do not care about evil devils because I can control my own mental state, unlike trash like you, daring to think but not daring to admit it, still cowering and hiding. Yi Zhongzhou did not care that Lu Shengfeng and the others were right beside him, as he could not help but let loose a torrent of abuse, a bunch of nonsense. He's just a selfish, cold and detached person. Zhao Hao was surprised. Trash like you. What right do you have to criticize me? When these words were spoken, Yi Zhongzhou and the others could not help but be stunned, and even Lu Shengfeng cast a sidelong glance. Zhao Hao's gaze swept past Yi Zhongzhou and Ruan Ping, snorting lightly. You're not young anymore. Yet you're only a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. You've lived your life like a dog. Yi Zhongzhou was instantly angered to the point of laughing. You are merely at the late inner aura stage. Yet you say that I am merely at the mid-Xiantian stage? Zhao Hao smiled disdainfully. What cultivation level did you have when you were my age? Is he taller than me? If he isn't, do you have the face to speak to me? Yi Zhongzhou's eyes widened, glaring furiously at him. You bastard, if not for my current injuries, I would definitely teach you a lesson. Ruanping also opened his eyes at this time, glaring furiously at Zhao Hao. Lu Shengfeng seemed to be smiling yet not. His gaze shifted between Zhao Hao, Yi Zhongzhou, Ruanping and the others. The two beside him looked at Zhao Hao, their expressions also rather awkward and unfriendly. But Lu Shengfeng waved his hands, gesturing for them to keep quiet. Zhao Hao also ignored the expressions of Lu Shengfeng and the others, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Zhongzhou. By the way, I wasn't even a martial scholar a year ago. Now, I'm a late inner aura martial scholar. Back then, how much time did you take to go from a body refiner to a late inner aura martial scholar? Faster than me? If not faster than me, then what are you if not trash? How much has your cultivation increased in a year? You're already so old. Yet you're only a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. If your age wasn't eaten by a dog, then where did you live? Teach me a lesson? Let's not compete in cultivation speed, but in strength at the same cultivation level. At the same cultivation level, I can easily take on 3 to 5 of you. Teach me a lesson? Zhao Hao looked somewhat pitifully at Yi Zhongzhou. Actually, it might be better for you to die today. Otherwise, you'll see very soon in the future that I'll surpass you in cultivation level before long, crushing you like an ant at the same time. Yi Zhongzhou pushed upwards with a single breath, but was unable to move due to his heavy injuries. His eyes instantly turned red in anger. Xiao Yu looked at Zhao Hao in shock. Junior brother Zhao, aren't your words a little too hurtful? Zhao Hao glanced at him saying disdainfully, the most trash is you. You don't know how to do anything, only knowing how to blabber endlessly. A person like you, if not for your master protecting you, you would have long since died 100 times over. I look down on people like you the most. Your talent is clearly not bad, but you don't know how to cherish it, wasting it for nothing. You're worse than trash. As he spoke at the top of the golden tower, the projection of the red door of light on the ground became more and more distorted. Meanwhile, the power contained within also became more and more terrifying. A strange tyrannical aura emanated, causing the originally already heavily injured Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others to feel even more unbearable. The black chains entangling the golden tower shook unceasingly. The world of red light that they were in was also shaking unceasingly. Outside of the domain of red light, black fog roiled as many powerful spiritual lights intersected with the fist intents of martial practitioners. The opening of the Great Nine Underworld's door had already reached its final crucial moment. Meanwhile, the attacks and defenses of the numerous experts outside had also reached the point where it was either you or I who lived. The defensive line of the Decimating Abyss Organization's experts had already gradually been pressured to the vicinity of the core of the formation. However, accompanied by the terrifying aura within the Great Nine Underworld's door growing stronger and stronger, the Decimating Abyss Organization's experts grew braver as they fought, actually beginning to drive the experts of the various sacred grounds out once more. Zhao Hao glanced disdainfully at Xiao Yu, Yi Zhongzhou and the others, before turning and walking back towards the Golden Tower, saying casually, if you find Yan Zhaoge, remember to let me know. Lu Shengfeng laughed, you want to find Yan Zhaoge? Zhao Hao said, Yan Zhaoge is finally different from these trash. However, I will let him know that the two of us are also different. Looking for me? A voice suddenly resounded by their ears. Lu Shengfeng, Zhao Hao and the others all turned to look, seeing Yan Zhaoge looking at them from a distance away. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not look at Lu Shengfeng and Zhao Hao, instead looking solemnly and apologetically at Yi Zhongzhou and the others. Everyone, I'm sorry. Some things require time to prepare, and I've made you suffer. I guarantee that later, I will give you the chance to personally repay Lu Shengfeng 100-fold. Chapter 190. Yan Zhaoge gazed at that towering golden pagoda, as well as the red door projected down below. The door of the 9 underworlds was about to open. After the initial shock, Lu Shengfeng let out a strange laugh. Pay me back 100 times? Who do you think you are? That's right. Even if I've been reborn and my strength has increased, I might still not be a match for you. But so what? There was a hint of madness in Lu Shengfeng's smile. The 9 underworlds will descend. This place will become our paradise. Do you think you can stop it? There are so many great grandmasters out there who can't do it. Do you think you can do it? That's right. You did sneak in. But what can you do as a mere guru? Lu Shengfeng grinned as he turned to the side, making a gesture of courtesy towards Yan Zhaoge, indicating for him to head towards the Golden Tower. We'll make way for you and let you attack the core of the formation. With your cultivation, you won't be able to destroy such a large formation. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. Indeed, with my cultivation base, I would indeed be unable to do it. The descent of the 9 underworlds is indeed something that must be stopped. Otherwise, even if I save senior brother Yi, junior sister Zhang, and the others, the end result will be that everyone will die together. So, why do you think I didn't beat you into a pig's head and save senior brother Yi and the others just now? What did you think I was preparing for? As Yan Zhaoge spoke, the roiling sound of thunder suddenly resounded by everyone's ears. Amidst the rumbling, a purple pearl slowly rose up, like a purple sun, appearing in the blood-red world. It was the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor. Berserk lightning that gave off a destructive pressure surged out from within. Purple lightning snakes twisted in the air. Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped forward with his finger at an extremely slow speed. His fingertips felt like they were carrying a heavy burden, carrying an infinite weight. The purple orb formed from the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor emitted a humming sound, before transforming into purple lightning. It crashed towards the Golden Tower. The purple lightning clashed with the Golden Tower. A crack visible to the naked eye immediately appeared on the tower, extending from the top all the way to the bottom. The black runes that wrapped around the Golden Tower trembled non-stop. A large number of fractures. Even the red door of light at the top of the Golden Tower began to tremble, its surface rippling like water. However, the Golden Tower did not completely shatter. The projection of the red light door on the ground was still there. The terrifying aura became stronger and stronger, and the door of the 9 serenities was still about to open. The core of the formation was under attack, and the formation itself was constantly operating, dissipating the power, and the formation was also changing. The red canopy above their heads split open. The rolling black fog was churning. Amidst the devilish chi that surged to the heavens, 2 streaks of spiritual light shot into the skies as 2 lofty mountain peaks, one black and one red, now appeared before the eyes of Yan Zhaoge and the others. Taking a closer look, the 2 mountains seemed to be thousands of zhang tall. Floating in the sky, they exerted a tremendous pressure. Numerous enormous spirit talismans, each about an acre in circumference, gathered together and formed a huge spirit formation. Then the 2 sky-propping divine mountains collided with each other. The berserk aura tore apart the surrounding fiend domain, heaven and earth. That black divine mountain clearly held the upper hand. A loud laughter resounded within the sky. Shan Shurwang, you were originally not my match. Here you are even less so. This laughter was precisely the voice of that infinite boundless mountain's elder Mo. Originally, he should have been surrounded and captured at the very first moment, but now, he was majestic and awe-inspiring, suppressing Shan Shurwang. His loud laughter resounded, deafening to the ears. This is what you're relying on? Child of the Yin family, son of the heavenly thunder hall's Lin Tianfeng. Spreading the news of you obtaining a sacred artifact fragment to the entire world. How could we not know about it? But so what? You are a mere martial scholar at the end of the day. Even if it's a fragment of a sacred artifact, it is still the foundation of a sacred artifact. How much of its power can you wield? This old man's luck is not bad, just happening to be nearby. This sacred artifact fragment, this old man will kindly accept it. I have to thank you for giving this old man such a treasure. The black divine mountain seemed to grow even taller, directly suppressing the red divine mountain. Cracks even began to appear on the surface of the red divine mountain. Elder Mo laughed coldly, still wet behind the ears. Brat, relying on some talent, not knowing the immensity of the heavens and the earth. You must know that geniuses like you are the easiest to die prematurely. Still want to exchange blows with this old man? Sure, this old man will satisfy you today. After the 9 underworlds descend, this old man will slowly deal with you. On the ground, Zhao Hao said expressionlessly, "Leave him to me. If I don't personally kill him, my heart won't be at ease, my thoughts won't be smooth." Elder Mo laughed loudly. Let's see if his life is that tough, whether he can survive under this old man's hands. While cracks had been left on that tall golden tower by the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, the fragment was also embedded within, being sucked in by the tall golden tower. Numerous streaks of blood-red light flickered. The tall golden tower actually resembled a living being as it attempted to devour the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Lu Shengfeng chuckled. What are you still spacing out for? Hurry up and save your treasure? If you save this treasure of yours, then immediately run away with your tail between your legs, you might be able to escape with your life? As for my side, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Shengfeng grinned as he walked towards Yi Zhongzhou and the others. Let them take revenge with their own hands, taking revenge on me 1,000 times over. There is no longer any hope of that. You'd better hope that you can survive taking revenge for them in the future. But you know that I'm afraid of death. I'll definitely hide well. Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others watched the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment being trapped by the tall golden tower, feeling the terrifying aura within the Great 9 Underworld's door growing more and more dense and real. At this moment, a feeling of despair finally arose within their hearts. Glaring furiously at Lu Shengfeng, Zhang Yao yelled loudly, only knowing how to bully the weak, a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Back when you were beaten into a pile of mud by senior apprentice brother Yan, wagging your tail and begging for mercy, not even comparable to a dog. What a joke. Lu Shengfeng chuckled, wanting to anger me into killing you, you'd have to do it quickly? How could it be so easy? Right, I'm just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Before experts, I'm the most obedient little dog. Before weaklings like you, junior apprentice sister Zhang, I'm your most terrifying nightmare. Lu Shengfeng came before Zhang Yao, pinching her cheek, forcing her to meet his gaze. Little girl, now this pile of mud of mine is going to be smeared all over your face. Are you prepared? Move your hand away. Yin Zhaoge's voice suddenly resounded by Lu Shengfeng's ear. Lu Shengfeng frowned. He suddenly discovered that Yin Zhaoge's tone was very calm, not having the slightest hint of a sense of defeat. Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept past Lu Shengfeng's trio as well as Zhao Hao. Looking at Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others lying on the ground, he suddenly laughed. I'm not targeting anyone, I just want to say. Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. All of you, as long as you're still standing, you're all trash. Chapter 191. Before Yin Zhaoge's words had landed, that fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor which seemed to have been trapped within the Golden Tower suddenly flickered intensely. Along with this flash, the Golden Tower suddenly trembled. As the Golden Pagoda shook, the entire array seemed to shake as well. The red door projection on the ground shook violently, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. The boundlessly terrifying and intimidating aura of the Netherworld seemed to have weakened slightly at this moment. In the sky, Elder Mo's furious roar rang out from the Black Divine Mountain. All the fallen evils in the infernal domain were affected by the feedback of the 9 underworlds, and their minds were shaken, causing them to fall into a momentary daze. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge's figure flickered, already disappearing from the spot. As it rose and fell, a beam of green light suddenly lit up. A long rainbow pierced through the sky, instantly piercing through space and slashing straight in front of Lu Shengfeng. After a momentary daze, Lu Shengfeng came back to his senses and almost subconsciously increased his strength to crush Zhang Yao's skull. However, to a martial practitioner like Yin Zhaoge, this instant of time was already long enough. With a flash of green light, blood splattered everywhere. Lu Shengfeng let out a muffled groan. The arm with which he had been pinching Zhang Yao's face had already been chopped off by Yin Zhaoge's sword. The two fallen evils beside him also came to their senses at this moment. Ignoring Lu Shengfeng, they raised their hands in unison. 2 ropes flew out with runes appearing on them. In an instant, a powerful light lit up, transforming into a sphere of light, wanting to lock Yin Zhaoge within. Not even looking at it, Yin Zhaoge flipped his left hand, a glass vessel appearing within which a blood-red light flickered. After breaking Lin Zhou's blood cocoon web last time, Yin Zhaoge forged yet another blood devil plate. The blood-red light shot out and instantly broke the sphere of light. The two fallen evils furrowed their brows. The strength of their barrier was due to the infernal domain's geographical advantage. It was enough to trap a reaching heaven state guru for a period of time, and even a great grandmaster for a few breaths. Who knew that Yin Zhaoge would actually immediately break through, not obstructing him in the slightest. Both of them were experts in combat. Since their first strike had missed, they did not hesitate. He immediately launched his second attack. One of them let out a low roar, kicking straight at Yin Zhaoge. As he kicked out, his orochi immediately transformed into an illusory heaven and earth, boundless tides sweeping towards Yin Zhaoge. This martial practitioner's legs struck out consecutively, resembling an unceasing tsunami, each higher than the previous as it slammed madly towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge was about to face the enemy when the other fallen practitioner formed a ring with his hands. A large amount of stellar energy gathered between his hands and burst forth with blinding light. The orochi of this person's entire body gathered together, forming a massive ball of light before he pushed it out with his hands, blasting towards Yin Zhaoge from another direction. The massive ball of light not only enveloped Yin Zhaoge, it also swept along the collapsed Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others. If Yin Zhaoge didn't handle this carefully, Yi Zhongzhou and the others would immediately be caught in the crossfire. If he helped Yi Zhongzhou and the others to defend against the other opponent's attack, he would not be able to do so. He wanted to pose a threat to Yin Zhaoge. Yi Zhongzhou and the others stared wide-eyed. If they were in their shoes, it would be difficult for them to deal with such a dangerous situation. What will he do? Ruanping's heart tightened. Zhang Yao's lips unconsciously opened. Senior apprentice brother Yan. Yi Zhongzhou clenched his fists. Don't worry about us. At a time like this you have to prioritize your own safety. Lu Shengfeng's gaze was savage. Clutching the wound of his severed arm, a black jade pendant hanging by his waist now flew up, transforming into a streak of light as it connected to his severed arm. Yin Zhaoge. Lu Shengfeng howled madly. At the wound of his severed arm, the black light actually temporarily condensed into a brand new arm. His entire body's orochi congregated before he struck out simultaneously with both palms, striking towards Yin Zhaoge. Knowing that Yin Zhaoge had quite a few spirit artifacts on him, in order to prevent Yin Zhaoge from relying on spirit artifacts to forcibly resist their attacks, Lu Shengfeng and the others simultaneously opened their mouths and roared loudly. As they opened their mouths, they each spat out a streak of dark light, forming a ring in midair. The ring was not a spirit artifact, but a unique treasure. As the dark light flickered, Yin Zhaoge temporarily lost his connection with the spirit artifact. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge was not flustered or hurried in the slightest, his gaze calm as his body abruptly shook, a hand extending outwards, resembling an illusory shadow. The 12-winged heavenly snake king that resided within the sea of stars, swallowing a true dragon, seemed to have reappeared within this world. Yin Zhaoge grabbed out, breaking through the waves of the sea, grabbing the other party's right leg. Not waiting for that fallen practitioner to make his next move, Yin Zhaoge's body spun, exerting force with his arm, directly making a great circle. The next moment, this fallen practitioner's entire body was thrown into the air by Yin Zhaoge in another direction. That direction was precisely the massive ball of light that the other person had pushed out with both palms. A boom resounded as the first opponent was forcibly used as a meat shield by Yin Zhaoge, blocking the ferocious attack of the second opponent. The violent light scattered in all directions, unable to harm Yin Zhaoge, as well as Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others. After flicking his arm, Yin Zhaoge also shot out like a thunderbolt, his palm continuing to slam onto the body of the first fallen practitioner, who had blocked the attack for him. Having originally already been heavily injured after receiving a full-powered blow from his companion, Yin Zhaoge now followed up with another palm, instantly losing his life. At this moment, within the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor atop the Golden Tower, a boom resounded. The purple orb abruptly vibrated, a vibration so fast that it could not be captured by human vision. It was as though the ancient Thunder Emperor had blinked, flicked his finger, blinked in an instant. Infinite, boundless, violent thunderbolts completely erupted in this short instant. An instant's thunder, in an instant combusting everything, concentrating all of its power to be unleashed in a single instant. Illuminated by the light of thunder, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he pushed the corpse of his first opponent with his palm, resembling raising a shield, continuing to smash towards his second opponent. The enemy clenched his teeth, pushing out with his palms once more, wanting to shatter his companion's corpse along with Yin Zhaoge. However, just as the two neared each other, Yin Zhaoge's figure resembled the agility of a monkey as he abruptly spun. The enemy's palm only shattered that corpse, while Yin Zhaoge appeared by his side, a violent palm mightily descending with the momentum of collapsing the heavens. An explosive boom resounded as the second opponent's skull was directly smashed apart by Yin Zhaoge's palm. Only now did Lu Shengfeng, who had been chasing Yin Zhaoge with all his might, just arrive behind him. Yin Zhaoge turned his gaze like lightning as he gazed at Lu Shengfeng. Lu Shengfeng's heart trembled, the light of thunder illuminating his face to the point that it turned purple. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge strode forward, punching straight out towards Lu Shengfeng. His aura chi agglomerated, blazing fire enveloping the heavens and covering the earth, sweeping away all evil spirits and monsters. Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, Lu Shengfeng's new arm formed of black light also punched out. As the light flickered, numerous illusory scenes were formed, countless evil devils seemingly howling savagely within the black light. As Yin Zhaoge punched out, the roars of dragons and tigers resounded, the terrifying power extinguishing countless evil devils as it swept through everything before it. Chapter 192. Yin Zhaoge punched out with his right fist before immediately taking a step forward, his left elbow smashing out horizontally. Then he took the third step, lowered his body slightly, and smashed forward with his right shoulder. Finger-flicking shocking thunder triple strike. The first punch of Yin Zhaoge's right fist directly shattered that new arm of Lu Shengfeng's formed of black light. Lu Shengfeng was shocked. He couldn't dodge in time and could only take it head-on. He circulated his divine mountain body to the extreme. However, Yin Zhaoge's left elbow shot out like a sudden clap of thunder, mightily striking Lu Shengfeng's chest. Lu Shengfeng's face suddenly turned pale. The divine mountain overlord body was broken again. Next, Yin Zhaoge's finger-flicking shocking thunder propelled his third strike, his right shoulder slamming mightily into Lu Shengfeng's chest. A muffled pung resounded as Yin Zhaoge seemed to have smashed into a great mountain with his shoulder, Lu Shengfeng's body directly flying backwards. Amidst his tragic cries, fresh blood spurted madly out of Lu Shengfeng's mouth as his entire body's aura chi was scattered by Yin Zhaoge with a single blow. A large part of his chest had caved in. Many white bones twisted and pierced out of his flesh. Lu Shengfeng fell to the ground like a rag sack. His entire body was limp and he was gasping for air more than he was gasping for air. Blood foam kept flowing out of his mouth. While his strength had risen due to falling to the dark side, the current Yin Zhaoge had improved even more than when they had first clashed. Beneath the flickering light of thunder, Yin Zhaoge's gaze was cold as he looked calmly at the fallen Lu Shengfeng on the ground. I said before, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi and Junior Apprentice Sister Zhang will have the chance to personally take revenge on you. Lu Shengfeng's eyes widened, and his body twitched as he struggled, but it was difficult for him to even move a finger. As though proving Yin Zhaoge's words, atop the golden tower, the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment flickered with immeasurable radiance in that instant, releasing infinite thunderbolts. An instant later, the light from the eye of the Thunder Emperor suddenly dimmed, disappearing without a trace. It was as if the terrifying scene from before had been an illusion. However, crackling sounds rang out incessantly. The light on the golden tower suddenly dissipated. Its surface lost its luster and became like an ordinary stone pillar. The surface of the pagoda was covered in cracks. It kept shattering and falling down. It was like a meteor shower. The black runes that were wrapped around the tower like chains vibrated in unison. Then, as if they were enduring an irresistible force, they stretched taut. Afterward, these black formation patterns were breaking apart one by one. Countless spirit patterns rolled backwards, shrinking back into the surrounding black mist. The entire formation actually began to reverse. Elder Mo's angry roar resounded in the air, and the other decimating abyss experts' cries of surprise and anger rose and fell in the distance. What made Lu Shangfeng feel the most despair was that he was lying on the ground, struggling to turn his neck to look at the red door of light in the sky. It was difficult for him to move his neck, but he could see it from the corner of his eyes. The red light gate that was originally standing at the peak of the tower began to dissipate as the tower collapsed. Needless to say, the real door of the 9 serenities that was projected on the ground, the door of the 9 serenities that was about to open, had lost all hope. Yi Zhongzhou, Ruanping, Li Jingwan, Xiao Yu and Zhang Yao all had dazed looks on their faces. In their eyes, in a short instant, the situation that was on the verge of despair suddenly reversed. In the red light devilish domain, the towering pagoda shattered and collapsed, turning into countless pieces of rubble that fell like a torrential rain. Down below, Yin Zhaoge's towering figure resembled that of a descending divinity, the terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds. After a slight pause, it shook crazily, yet showed signs of being at the end of the road. An instant's thunder in that instant ignited all of its power and erupted, its might powerful. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, wielded by Yin Zhaoge, it truly shook the core of the devilish domain grand formation, to the disbelief of others. After burning it once, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment uncontrollably fell into a dormant state, the purple orb turning dim and lusterless, its aura completely gone as it entered a dormant state, awaiting recovery. Yin Zhaoge's own essence, qi and spirit, closely linked with the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, also began to decline rapidly at this moment. But just at this moment, a sword light lit up. The sword light was bright as fire, instantly illuminating the dark space, its target being Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he calmly looked at the Zhao Hao who was assaulting him. Zhao Hao stared coldly at Yin Zhaoge, the crimson sword within his hands overflowing with light, resembling flying fire. It was shockingly a spirit artifact. Xiao Yu stared hard, his eyes wide. As a fellow disciple, he knew that Infinite Boundless Mountain had not bestowed a spirit artifact upon Zhao Hao. Yin Zhaoge was not surprised at Zhao Hao's heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, possessing a treasure along with him, as he only focused on the sword that was attacking towards him. Your strength is currently greatly diminished, and I originally disdained taking advantage of you when you are down. However, your cultivation base is originally higher than mine, and only now can it be considered a fair battle between us. Zhao Hao said coldly, during the Heavenly Connection meet, I contacted you through old MO, wanting to battle you at the same cultivation level, but you did not dare to accept. But now if you dare, you want to battle. If you don't dare, you still want to battle. It is not up to you. The sword within his hands, in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, the sword aura resembling blazing fire spreading throughout the plains. The sword light was like fire, as specks of starlight seemed to light up, numerous shooting stars descending from the sky. Under this sword, a sharp, profound sword intent was contained, the starlight and the fiery light seemingly merging as one. The crimson sword light gradually turned from red to gold. The all-encompassing golden fiery light scattered, before all of its power condensed into a single line, its target being Yin Zhaoge. Pillfire divine sword, starfire trailing skies. Yin Zhaoge, draw your sword. Zhao Hao roared, come fight. Accompanied by this loud roar of his, the aura of his sword surged madly. While he was still a late inner aura martial scholar, under this sword it seemed like it could split the heavens and the earth apart. At this moment, Zhao Hao's body seemed to have become incomparably tall, as within his pupils, a figure vaguely surfaced. That figure wielded his sword and sang loudly, domineering, completely unbridled as he rampaged through the world. As he brandished his sword, the heavens cleaved and the earth split apart, as though there was nothing that could obstruct his footsteps. While Zhao Hao was clearly still only a late inner aura martial scholar, the power of his sword was terrifying, enveloping the surrounding area, pressuring people to the point that they trembled, their limbs turning soft. Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others were all shaken, shocked beyond compare. Only Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, just that he was looking at Zhao Hao with a slightly strange gaze. Facing the starfire trailing skies of Zhao Hao's, while Yin Zhaoge was currently extremely weak, he was still not flustered. A jade light lit up, meeting Zhao Hao's golden sword light. The clear qi within Yin Zhaoge's dantian dispersed, the chaotic qi mass surfacing, ice and fire intermingling, yin and yang merging. His aura chi was no longer blazing hot, nor icy cold, instead remaining completely chaotic, without yin and without yang, without beginning and without end. The next moment, this chaos mightily exploded. Not the coiling dragon sleeve, not the Big Dipper sword, not the Taiji Cloud dragon sword, nor any other sword art, nor was it any other martial art. Yin Zhaoge's mind was clear. All that he had cultivated and seemed to have been merged together at this moment. Before, in some indescribable manner, the many different forces merged together, erupting simultaneously. It was as though all things had been absorbed into chaos. Before the chaos was destroyed, the universe reopening. The jade-green swordlight and the golden swordlight met head-on in midair. The golden light shattered mightily. Looking at Zhao Hao's disbelieving expression, Yin Zhaoge said softly, "Gao Zhe, you want to die once more, right?" Chapter 193. Two spiritual swords, one dark green and one pure gold, clashed in midair. As Yin Zhaoge brandished his sword, the grand scene of chaos being extinguished and the universe being reopened vaguely appeared within the concept. It was like the end of everything but also like the beginning of everything. Wherever the sword light passed, Zhao Hao's flashing golden flame sword light was instantly extinguished. The incinerating light sword in Zhao Hao's hand was instantly suppressed by the jade dragon sword, becoming dim and lightless. Yin Zhaoge's terrifying sword intent shot upwards, chopping straight towards Zhao Hao. A slightly stunned expression surfaced on Zhao Hao's face, as he could only feel that Yin Zhaoge's sword contained a terrifying concept that could annihilate all things. His astral energy and sword intent had actually completely collapsed, and he was unable to withstand it. During the heavenly connection meet, I also didn't see him execute it. This sword of his, to the end. Zhao Hao could feel Yin Zhaoge's current weakness, to the point that even releasing his aura chi was difficult. In terms of cultivation base, the current Yin Zhaoge did not possess an advantage. Zhao Hao had been a martial saint in his previous life, so how could he possibly suffer a loss in this aspect if he were to talk about the horizons and knowledge brought by a higher cultivation level? However, without any reason at this moment, he was defeated cleanly and cleanly. Zhao Hao shouted, "Devour the earth." With a flip of his palm, an inconspicuous little pill furnace that was pure black in color appeared. There was no aura coming from the pill furnace, nor was there a flash of spirit light. There were no special energy fluctuations. It was as if it was an ordinary object. However, as Yin Zhaoge's sword tapped on the small black pill furnace, the power contained within the sword was like a clay ox entering the sea, instantly vanishing without a trace. The low-grade spirit weapon, the Jade Dragon Sword, pierced the surface of the pill furnace, but it did not leave any marks on the pill furnace. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, not slowing in the slightest as he immediately struck out with another palm. Carrying the pill furnace, Zhao Hao resembled a shield as he moved to block Yin Zhaoge's attacks. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows, unable to activate it. One can only rely on the miraculous nature of the treasure itself. Is it used as a shield? His palm that was striking towards Zhao Hao suddenly changed direction. His exquisite moves were unleashed, and a sky full of palm shadows enveloped over. Zhao Hao waved his sword in retaliation. "Yin Zhaoge, I will kill you today." The golden tower collapsed, the red door of light disappeared, and the formation supporting the infernal domain suddenly reversed. The world of red light that everyone was in gradually disintegrated, and the black demonic chi above their heads suddenly stopped and then quickly dissipated. One was black and the other was red. Two divine mountains that resembled pillars supporting the heavens appeared above Yin Zhaoge's head once more. Elder Mo's furious roar came from the black body. "Little brat from the Yin clan, you're courting death." The towering mountain peak directly smashed down towards Yin Zhaoge's head. The light before Yin Zhaoge's eyes instantly dimmed as a black shadow above his head grew larger and larger, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun. The terrifying aura almost paralyzed his entire body, rendering him unable to move. "Take care of yourself first." Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he smiled indifferently. The demonic domain formation began to reverse, and strands of demonic chi began to frantically surge into the bodies of the fallen evils. At this moment, the fallen evil martial artists who had received the boost from the demonic chi were unable to enjoy the boost in power. The rapidly reversing devil chi had instead become a huge threat. violently attacking their bodies. That black divine mountain had originally been pressuring down towards Yan Zhaoge. Now, however, it shook intensely as if a mountain was collapsing. The massive spirit formation that supported the black divine mountain also became unstable at this moment, beginning to break apart unceasingly. Numerous runes and sigils were extinguished, transforming into streaks of light as they dissipated within the air. Elder Mo roared in rage, "Little thief!" At the same time, the red divine mountain formed of Shan Sherwang's fist intent. It mightily collided with the black divine mountain. The black divine mountain, which had originally already been on the verge of collapse, instantly began to collapse and shatter. Elder Mo's devilish chi rebounded. The Shan Sherwang, who had originally been suppressed by him, instantly surpassed Elder Mo in terms of power. The situation of the battle instantly reversed. The black divine mountain and the black spirit formation shattered together. Elder Mo's manic, unresigned face was revealed, his golden pupils staring at the red divine mountain before him, then at Yan Zhaoge down below, a blood-red light flickering madly within his pupils as the flames of rage surged to the heavens. However, Shan Sherwang did not let him off. The red body formed of his fist intent descended once more, shocking Elder Mo to the point of spurting out fresh blood madly. Elder Mo roared in anger. His body was connected to thin and long chains made of black light and shadow runes. The thin chains formed of devilish chi surged towards his body in reverse, the impact instantly causing Elder Mo to spurt out another mouthful of fresh blood. Meanwhile, Shan Sherwang's attack did not give him any chance to counterattack at all as it struck once more. "Child of the Yen family, you will not have a good end." Elder Mo knew that it was already hard for him to escape. Letting out a frenzied roar, he completely ignored Shan Sherwang, wanting to muster his final bit of strength to kill Yan Zhaoge, venting the hatred in his heart. However, the black runic chains on his body caused his already heavily injured body to be unable to bear the burden, his flesh and blood exploding mightily. As Elder Mo's figure halted in midair, Shan Sherwang's attack had already caught up to him. A massive boom resounded, the sound of 10,000-year profound rock completely shattering and shattering resounded. Elder Mo's life came to an end as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura chi and fist intent completely extinguished. He died with remaining grievances, glaring at Yan Zhaoge. This old man is unresigned. A veteran martial grandmaster expert, perished just like that. The violent essence chi within the air dispersed, sweeping up boundless winds and clouds, blowing to the point that even those below were unable to stand stably. Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others who had stood up with much difficulty, all fell unsteadily once more. Bearing the impact of the chi currents, Yan Zhaoge also resembled a small boat in the wind, but his attacking hands were stable as a monolith. Stabbing towards Zhao Hao with his sword, Zhao Hao retaliated with the incinerating light sword. Yan Zhaoge's empty hand punched out towards Zhao Hao, the terrifying concept of chaos being extinguished, and the universe opening once more appearing. Facing Yan Zhaoge's iron fist, Zhao Hao's gaze was both cold and blazing hot as he raised the small black incense burner, using it to block Yan Zhaoge's attack. However, as Yan Zhaoge's fist came into contact with that small black incense burner, the destructive power suddenly calmed, everything turning completely silent and undetectable. It was as though the process of the universe opening had temporarily come to a halt, everything returning to chaos once more. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no sense. Zhao Hao's expression changed slightly. His face expressionless, Yan Zhaoge's stance abruptly changed as he spread his fingers, grabbing towards Zhao Hao's wrist. Being extremely experienced, Zhao Hao's reaction was even faster. At the same time that Yan Zhaoge changed his stance, he abruptly increased the force in his hand that was carrying the small incense burner, the back of his hand resembling a massive hammer as it smashed down towards Yan Zhaoge's arm. It was Infinite Boundless Mountain's direct lineage martial art, the heaven-breaking hammer. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was like lightning as he quickly regained his chi, exerting force once more. Finger snap, shocking thunder. Spreading open his fingers, he abruptly clenched them together and lightly brushed Zhao Hao's wrist, as if he was playing the pipa. However, Zhao Hao's arm trembled as if it had been electrocuted. Blood gushed out from his wrist as all his meridians were severed. Zhao Hao's hand could no longer hold onto the small incense burner. Not waiting for him to react, within Yan Zhaoge's other hand, The Jade Dragon sword roared out, a terrifying force that could extinguish chaos slashing towards Zhao Hao once more. Yin Zhaoge. Amidst his indignant roar, Zhao Hao felt a chill on his neck. Subsequently, the destructive sword intent spread from the wound on his neck to his entire body, tearing his entire body apart. Flesh and blood shattered. Tendons and bones broken. His soul was shattered. Everything shattered. Yin Zhaoge's expression was cold and indifferent. This is the second time already. Now it feels like it's also not that big of a deal. Chapter 194. As Yin Zhaoge's sword aura entered his body, Zhao Hao's body was unable to withstand it as it completely shattered, directly transforming into a mist of blood that filled the air. An indistinct illusory figure seemed to be drifting in front of Yin Zhaoge. His facial features were somewhat similar to Zhao Hao's, but they weren't exactly the same. Yin Zhaoge had seen the portrait of the Pillfire Divine Sword Gaozha that year. Other than resembling Zhao Hao, this illusory figure also resembled Gaozha. It was the other party's soul. However, at this moment, his soul was also fragmented and on the verge of destruction. Zhao Hao, or perhaps Gaozha, glared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge, letting out a soundless, enraged roar that seemed to resound by Yin Zhaoge's ears. If I don't die today, I will definitely make a comeback and take revenge. Yin Zhaoge, and the broad Creed Mountain behind you, we will not rest until one of us is dead. We will definitely fight it out with you to the death. Yin Zhaoge looked at him calmly, saying mildly, you die, I live. This is pretty good. Zhao Hao roared unwillingly at the sky. At this time, the small black incense burner that had fallen to the ground suddenly emitted a suction force, pulling Zhao Hao's broken soul into it. You're doing the same thing? The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. Extending his palm, his power surged as he instantly locked Zhao Hao's remnant soul in place, causing it to be unable to enter the small black incense burner. Looking at Zhao Hao, Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly. The reason Yi Jing was able to play this trick in the Sealing Dragon Abyss back then was because I did not intend to kill him at that time. As for you, damn it, you won't survive. As Yin Zhaoge exerted force with his palm, Zhao Hao's remnant soul instantly distorted. Zhao Hao roared, you little ant. Yin Zhaoge chortled. You had best understand that right now. You are the ant that you speak of. How weak is it? Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. Weak to the point that I don't even care if you hate me. Don't care why you view my broad Creed Mountain with hostility. If you're not in the way, I can't be bothered with you. If you dare to poke a thorn in my side, I'll just kill you. Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at Zhao Hao. This is my view of you, simple and clear. It's just as simple. Zhao Hao's face was ashen, but he could no longer say anything. His soul was completely extinguished within Yin Zhaoge's palm. His soul was destroyed and he was beyond redemption. Yin Zhaoge's expression remained calm. He didn't even blink. Yi Zhongzhou, Xiao Yu, Zhang Yao and the rest stared blankly at this scene, unable to regain their senses. On the other hand, Lu Shangfeng, who was paralyzed on the ground, was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken, and he seemed to have lost his soul. Actually, from the moment Yin Zhaoge had appeared till now, only a short period of time had passed. Saving people, breaking the array, killing the enemy. Everything. It happened in the span of a few breaths. The situation was completely reversed in an instant. A moment earlier, the Great Nine Underworld's door had still seemed like it was about to descend. The next moment it was Yin Zhaoge domineeringly slaying Zhao Hao and the others, the devilish domain grand formation collapsing in reverse. Gazing at Yin Zhaoge's towering figure on the great earth, Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others were momentarily dazed. Yin Zhaoge calmly watched as the all-encompassing black mist-like devilish qi gradually dissipated. The terrifying aura that originated from the 9 underworlds also gradually faded away. The illusory great door on the ground completely vanished. There seemed to be an extremely unwilling will transmitted over from across endless space and time. Roaring by Yin Zhaoge's ear. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change. Returning his sword to its sheath, he raised his head and gazed over, seeing the dissipating devilish qi transforming into numerous chains that danced all over the sky. It was not just infinite boundless mountains Elder Mo. The other fallen practitioners all suffered the backlash of the formation to some extent. The devilish qi surged in reverse, rushing back into their bodies. The higher the cultivation base of the fallen practitioner, the more severe the backlash they suffered from the devilish chi would be. Without the boost of the devilish chi, they would instead be injured by it. Under such circumstances, the decimating abyss experts instantly collapsed, suffering a great defeat. Within the sky, the red divine mountain paused for a moment. Yin Zhaoge could feel Shan Sherwing's gaze falling on him. A pity that he is not a disciple of my infinite, boundless mountain. Shan Sherwing seemed to sigh regretfully whilst also in praise, leaving behind some indistinct words before he instantly left, continuing to kill the other decimating abyss experts. As Yin Zhaoge watched Shan Sherwing leave, a suction force emanated from his palm, sucking up the small black incense burner that had fallen beside Zhao Hao's corpse. To him, compared to Zhao Hao, he was instead more interested in this small incense burner. That sword which had slain Zhao Hao and that sword which had previously defeated Zhao Hao's Starfire Trailing Skies were both martial arts that Yin Zhaoge had comprehended and created himself. His cultivation base unceasingly rising, he had unceasingly sorted out his martial arts, already beginning to form his own style, integrating them into one. Finger-flicking shocking thunder was just the beginning. The martial art that he had just executed contained a more profound principle. While it was still in its embryonic form as compared to finger-flicking shocking thunder, its power was already not to be underestimated. Yin Zhaoge had executed this martial art, transforming it into a sword art, controlling his spirit artifact, the Jade Dragon Sword, to assassinate, yet had been unable to leave behind even a single mark on this small black incense burner. This meant that this seemingly unremarkable small black incense burner had an extraordinary foundation. Therefore, while Yin Zhaoge was extremely interested in this black incense burner, he also felt some fear. As he regulated his breathing, recovering his depleted vitality, he inspected the black incense burner. At first, he hadn't felt anything, but as Yin Zhaoge focused all of his attention on the incense burner, he felt his mind shake, as though his soul was about to leave his body and enter that black incense burner on its own. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he stabilized his mind. He slowly extended his hand, infusing his aura chi within, causing it to surge unceasingly. The aura chi he infused within quickly disappeared without a trace, also without any feedback whatsoever, completely severing its connection with its original owner, Yin Zhaoge. Accompanied by the unceasing infusing of aura chi, Yin Zhaoge's mind was struck, and he instantly felt slightly dazed once more. However, he had long since been prepared this time. Even as he stabilized his mind, he still continued to investigate the small black incense burner. Yin Zhaoge's consciousness seemed to have merged into a world of complete darkness, tranquil and deep, an eternally endless darkness. Yin Zhaoge knit his brows. He discovered that there was a strange force acting on his mind, preventing him from leaving this world of darkness, attempting to make him sink deeper and deeper within. The world in front of him didn't have any light at all. The darkness was extremely pure, as though all of the light that shone on it had been absorbed, leaving only the deepest darkness behind. Even though it was only a boundless darkness, Yin Zhaoge's mind seemed to have been endlessly enticing his mind to sink completely within. Although Yin Zhaoge could feel that this world of darkness originally didn't have any ill intentions. However, he could be 100% sure that if he couldn't control his mind, and was engulfed by the darkness, his soul would forever be imprisoned within this boundless darkness, and his fleshly body would also become an empty shell. To be continued. Congratulations to book friend 140/705/135/821/981 for becoming this book's new alliance chief. Book friend 140/705/135/821/981, the alliance is mighty and domineering. I would also like to thank everyone who tipped, subscribed, and voted for this book. Thank you everyone. Chapter 195. Yin Zhaoge was calm, not panicking in the slightest. Advancing within this darkness, it was undoubtedly another tempering of his mind and will. Any weakness, laziness, or wavering would allow the darkness to take advantage of it. Through resisting the temptation of the darkness, Yin Zhaoge's willpower rose once more, expelling the impurities within his mind. At the end, Yin Zhaoge strolled leisurely within the boundless darkness, relaxed and at ease. While there was darkness that could pull people into the deep abyss, It was completely ineffective against him. At this moment Yin Zhaoge felt something. Smiling, he raised his head. Above his head in the darkness, a pair of jet-black eyes appeared, silently gazing at him. Within the silent darkness Yin Zhaoge did not speak, the black eyes also not emitting any sound, but a strange connection was formed between the two. The black eyes were emotionless, seemingly acknowledging Yin Zhaoge's existence as they gradually closed, no longer appearing, as if they had never existed in the first place. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. At this moment, his consciousness had freely retreated from the world of darkness. Seeing light once more before his eyes, Yin Zhaoge played with the small black incense burner rather interestedly. Flipping it over, he saw two ancient characters inscribed at the bottom of the incense burner. Devouring Earth. Yin Zhaoge thought of how Zhao Hao had also shouted these two words when he had clashed with him earlier. Earth-devouring burner? Yin Zhaoge pondered. This was not an ordinary treasure, nor was it a spirit artifact, but it seemed to possess its own spirituality and will. That pair of black eyes was not a mental imprint left behind by someone else, but a manifestation of the earth-devouring burner itself after it had gained spirituality. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, interesting, wanting to truly grasp this treasure and not use it clumsily like Zhao Hao. I'm afraid that I'll have to spend some effort keeping the incense burner. Yin Zhaoge stood where he was, continuing to meditate quietly. Previously, he had also expended a great deal of energy. It wasn't that he was completely exhausted. It was also the battle that consumed the most yuan qi in history. Fighting against Lu Shangfeng, Zhao Hao and the others was fine. What was crucial was that his vital energies had fused with the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, allowing him to activate an instant's thunder and ignite the power of the Saint Artifact fragment in an instant. Although Yin Zhaoge himself would not act like he was currently retracting the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. His essence qi had completely dried up, but he also felt like a thief had left. However, it would not be difficult for Yin Zhaoge to recover. In his Dantian sea of energy, the mass of chaotic energy vibrated and split into streams of ice and fire. Yin and Yang complemented each other and rapidly nourished his nearly dried-up vitality. Comparatively speaking, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment was much more troublesome. The purple orb formed by the sacred artifact's fragment dimmed. It was like a gray stone bead without the slightest luster. As Yin Zhaoge communicated with it mentally, he could only feel a minuscule amount of spirituality, as the other party seemed to have sunk into a deep slumber that resembled a fake death. He wanted to turn it back into lightning and merge it with his right eye, but he couldn't do it for the time being. As Yin Zhaoge regulated his breathing, he pondered, after all, it is only a fragment, not the true sacred artifact of the past, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. It is rumored that at its peak, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, an instant's thunder, cleaves the heavens and cleaves the earth. Heaven and earth split, and in the next instant its power will be restored to its original state. Just like how we breathe an exhalation, it is a bolt of divine thunder that shatters space. As it inhales, the surrounding essence of the heavens and the earth will all replenish itself. And now, having exhausted all of its power, wanting to accumulate it once more, I'm afraid that a very long time will be needed. When it is used the next time, it will be fine if I don't use an instant's thunder. Otherwise, it will still be like this time, exhausting everything in one go. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. His condition recovering greatly. Luckily, I established a close connection with the Eye of the Thunder Emperor earlier. Otherwise, things would have been much more troublesome this time. TSK, after returning this time, I definitely have to properly strengthen my attainments and formations. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, turning to look in another direction. There Yi Zhongzhou, Zhang Yao and the others supported each other, bandaging their wounds and regulating their breathing to alleviate their injuries. Seeing Yin Zhaoge look over, Yi Zhongzhou sighed emotionally. Junior brother Yen, it was all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would all have lost our lives. Not only would we have died at Lu Shengfeng's hands, more importantly, the opening of the Great Nine Underworld's door would have been disastrous. Yin Zhaoge walked over. Senior brother Yi is polite. At a time like this, having the ability to do something, I naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. It's just that in order to break the formation earlier, I needed some time to prepare. I've made you suffer. Zhang Yao shook her head repeatedly. Senior brother Yen, don't say that. It was you who saved us, Li Jingwan said. If senior brother Yen had not stopped the opening of the Great Nine Underworld's door in time, we would still have died at the end of the day, still having the possibility of falling into Lu Shengfeng's hands, suffering even more pain, even more torture. As she said this, she swiveled her head to look in the other direction. There, Lu Shengfeng lay limply on the ground, half dead, while the other two fallen practitioners who had already been killed by Yan Zhaoge had already vanished without a trace. Ruan Ping was currently bandaging his wounds. His face was pale and his expression weak, but his gaze was cold. He stood right by Lu Shengfeng's side, looking down on him as he lay on the ground. Lu Shengfeng barely managed to squeeze out a fawning smile that was filled with fear. Senior brother Ruan, you are a great person and do not stoop to petty offenses. The latter half of his words were stuck in his throat, replaced by a tragic cry. Ruan Ping forcefully stomped down on Lu Shengfeng's body. Lu Shengfeng's chest had long since been a mess of flesh and blood. Now being stomped down by Ruan Ping, he was instantly in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Ruan Ping laboriously moved his foot, then stomped down on the wound on Lu Shengfeng's severed arm. Lu Shengfeng sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to even let out a tragic cry. Yan Zhaoge came to Ruan Ping's side. Looking at him, Ruan Ping was silent for a moment before saying, "Many thanks for saving my life." "You're welcome," Yan Zhaoge nodded. Ruan Ping hesitated slightly. "You want to stop me?" Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. "What are you talking about? Sparing his life was specifically for you to deal with." As he said this, Yan Zhaoge made a grabbing motion with his palm, threads of black light being sucked out from the wound on Lu Shengfeng's severed arm, landing within Yan Zhaoge's palm. "I was just a little interested in the technique he used to temporarily reconstruct his severed arm." Keeping the black light, Yan Zhaoge turned and walked away. "Do what you need to do. Don't worry about me." Ruan Ping nodded, gazing down at Lu Shengfeng once more. A look of despair instantly surfaced within Lu Shengfeng's eyes. Looking at the tragic cries of Lu Shengfeng, Yi Zhongzhou frowned slightly, sighing, not saying a word. Li Jingwan and Zhang Yao both turned their heads to the other side. Xiao Yu, who was also of the same clan as Lu Shengfeng, was currently a little dazed, seemingly thinking about something. Yan Zhaoge's gaze instead turned towards the place where the Golden Tower had previously been. That place was already a stretch of dilapidated walls, but amidst the rubble, there seemed to be something existing. "It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers as well as publicize my work. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best." Chapter 196. There seemed to be something buried in the ruins. A faint black light shone out from the ruins. After observing the ruins for a moment, Yan Zhaoge extended his palm, his aura chi surging as he blasted the shattered rocks away. A black crystal appeared in front of him. Yan Zhaoge stared at the black crystal for a while, carefully feeling the pulsating aura within before extending a finger, lightly tapping on its surface, infusing his aura chi within. After entering the black crystal, the aura chi circled once before returning to Yan Zhaoge's body. Following that, the essence chi contained within the black crystal was drawn out. Looking within his own body, Yan Zhaoge could see that as his aura chi flowed back, an existence that resembled a black thread flowed from his fingertips into his body, reaching his Dantian's chi ocean along with his aura chi. That black thread of essence chi was pure and condensed, making people feel a bit cold. But at the same time, he felt a wave of agitation in his heart, as if something was being tugged at and was about to make a move. A figure seemed to appear within Yan Zhaoge's mind. That figure was blurry and indistinct, but its facial features actually seemed similar to Yan Zhaoge's. It was just that as this figure met Yan Zhaoge's gaze, an evil chi that was not concealed could be seen within it. Looking calmly at this scene, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. "Crystals formed after the formation has been reversed?" The clear energy in his dantian dissipated, revealing a mass of chaotic energy. As the primal chaos surged, the black thread of essence energy was sucked into it. When the black thread entered, it immediately emitted white smoke. Within Yan Zhaoge's mind, that figure filled with evil chi instantly began gradually disappearing. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge strengthening the amount of aura chi, he had infused within the black crystal. The crystal stone essence chi that was drawn out from it was getting thicker and thicker. In the end it was like a black stream of light. Through Yin Zhaoge's fingertip, it flowed along his meridians all the way to his dantian. More and more black light flowed in, and the mass of primal chaos chi gradually expanded. After a long time the black crystal suddenly made a kacha sound, and then a crack appeared on the surface of the crystal. Then it completely shattered. The shattered fragments of the black crystal quickly turned into sand, and in the end were blown away by the wind, turning into dust. After expanding, the chaotic chi mass within Yin Zhaoge's dantian's chi ocean shrank very quickly, finally returning to its original state, as though nothing had ever happened at all. However, Yin Zhaoge could feel that his aura chi was growing more and more vigorous. At the same time, his spirit grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, he felt like he could do as he pleased. He was one step closer to the late Xiantian stage. The mass of primal chaos chi calmed down, and a clear chi emerged, wrapping around and concealing the mass of primal chaos chi. Yin Zhaoge retracted his technique, scanning their surroundings. He saw that the devilish chi between the heavens and the earth had already gradually dissipated. It was on the muddy bottom of clear concealed lake. The water in this area had completely dried up, and this place now resembled the bottom of a massive basin. The demonic chi dispersed and the demonic domain collapsed. Without the influence of the devil chi, the lake water that had been isolated further away began to fill up the empty space again, and surged toward this area. Yin Zhaoge could hear the sound of rushing water resounding from all directions, resembling mountain torrents. Over there, Lu Shengfeng had already died at Ruan Ping's hands. Yi Zhongzhou, Li Jingwan and the others were all supporting each other. Yin Zhaoge pushed out with his palm, his aura chi expanding outwards, transforming into a massive hand that lifted Yi Zhongzhou and the others up, rising into the air together. Very quickly, the flood surged over from all directions. Beneath their feet, it had once more turned into a kingdom of water. However, the current clear concealed lake was destined to be different from before. For example, Clear Concealed Island and the other islands in the central region of the lake already no longer existed. At the bottom of the lake, a massive deep crater was an indication of what had happened earlier. Gazing into the distance, Yin Zhaoge felt that the geography of Clear Concealed Lake was also completely different. Numerous martial practitioners, especially quite a few martial grandmaster experts, had engaged in a great battle on or in the vicinity of Clear Concealed Lake, easily affecting thousands of li as the heavens were overturned and the earth was overturned. The once beautiful Clear Concealed Lake had completely become history. The fog that enveloped the lake all year round had completely vanished, the flow of spiritual chi in the entire region chaotic to the point that it had completely changed. Compared to the strength of the participants, if not for the existence of the devilish domain grand formation and the grand formation that Turbid Wave Pavilion had originally set up here, the vast Clear Concealed Lake might have already been completely erased from the face of the earth. Standing in midair, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly. Swiveling his head, he saw a figure rapidly approaching from the distance. The newcomer was a burly man, who looked like he was crying to the heavens and crying to the earth, "Young master, it's really great that you're all right. Who else could it be but Ahu?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. Luckily, it was a daunting experience without any mishaps, successfully resolving the problem. Behind Ahu followed a massive creature, its fur alternating between black and white, with massive dark circles around its eyes, charmingly naive as it strode forward with its trademark splayed inwards. This big fella was naturally Pan Pan. Not caring about Sikong Qing sitting on its back, it spread its legs, shooting towards Yin Zhaoge like it was flying. Yin Zhaoge was naturally happy that Pan Pan was intimate with him. However, he didn't want such a big fella to pounce on him, as he hurriedly raised his hand to stop Pan Pan. Yin Zhaoge patted Pan Pan's big head, and Pan Pan stuck out his tongue, lightly licking Yin Zhaoge's palm. Looking at the body of water before her which was gradually regaining its calm, feeling the spiritual chi fluctuations brought about by the great battle that had yet to conclude in the distance, Sikong Qing's eyes shone brightly. Letting Sikong Qing, Yi Zhongzhou and the others pay their respects, Yin Zhaoge looked to the other side. There the figure of Xue Fei appeared. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge and the others were fine, Xue Fei first let out a sigh of relief, before asking Yin Zhaoge, the devilish domain grand formation having collapsed, the aura of the 9 underworlds also vanishing. All this is, Yin Zhaoge smiled, luck. Xue Fei lightly punched his shoulder. You're really good. You really managed to do it. This is much greater than the matter of the heavenly connection meet. Xue Fei sighed in admiration. It's hard to imagine that this is something that a martial scholar can do. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Senior apprentice brother Su, you know that I had a fortuitous encounter, obtaining a sacred artifact fragment. Otherwise, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Xue Fei shook his head. It's a sacred artifact fragment, not a sacred artifact. Being able to use it sufficiently as a martial scholar, this in itself is already very impressive. Let alone the fact that this fortuitous encounter of yours was obtained through fighting with your competitors. It did not fall from the sky for no reason at all. Amidst his words, another figure appeared in the distance. Swiveling his head to look, Yin Zhaoge saw that it was Tang Yonghao who had been separated from him earlier. Tang Yonghao had also known that Yin Zhaoge had wanted to enter the core of the formation, just that they had been separated in the process afterwards. At this moment, with the devilish domain grand formation having been destroyed, Tang Yonghao had immediately thought of Yin Zhaoge. After knowing that it had been Yin Zhaoge's handiwork, he said sincerely, Junior apprentice brother Yin, regardless of the relationship between our two clans, in this matter, I have to express my admiration, also thanking you for not letting the ordinary citizens of the 8 extremities world suffer a calamity. Yin Zhaoge said. Senior apprentice brother Tang speaks too seriously. Looking into the distance, he knit his brows slightly. The reason why things have become so troublesome this time is because the decimating abyss's corrosion is too strong. I wonder who exactly the problem is this time? It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers, as well as publicize my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. Chapter 197. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's question, Tang Yonghao fell silent for a moment. Noticing this, Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei both felt rather puzzled as Su Fei asked, Senior apprentice brother Tang, do you know something? Tang Yonghao replied with a frown, I met someone on the way here and heard some rumors, but I'm not sure yet. Yin Zhaoge said, why don't you tell me about it first? Glancing at Yi Zhongzhou and Li Jingwan, Tang Yonghao sighed but did not speak, instead sending a sound transmission with his aura qi to Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei. According to the rumors, the one who caused the problem was Jade Sea City's Elder Chun, who led the team over to clear Concealed Lake this time. The face of that obstinate old man of Jade Sea City surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's mind. Elder Chun? Tang Yonghao said, right now, it's still not certain. Elder Chun seems to have disappeared without a trace. Only when he shows up will we be able to figure out the truth. He was of the Sacred Sun clan, the sworn enemy of Jade Sea City, and it would not be good for him to make any further evaluations. He himself was also not someone who would jump to conclusions. However, Yin Zhaoge still understood that Tang Yonghao's underlying meaning was that Elder Chun was currently nowhere to be seen, neither dead nor alive. Such a veteran great grandmaster powerhouse had actually disappeared. It was truly somewhat inconceivable. There are always reasons for being tempted by the 9 underworlds. For example, Lu Shengfeng has a violent temperament and likes to torture others. However, his temperament has been suppressed by the sect. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temples. Martial grandmasters, especially martial grandmaster experts with high cultivation bases, tend to have firmer wills, not easily shaken by the 9 underworlds. However, it is exactly because of your firm will that you will be even more stubborn and crazy after your mind is changed. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. I don't know why Infinite Boundless Mountain's Elder Mo is like this, but from the looks of it, he is obviously extremely extreme. He was filled with resentment. While Jade Sea City's Elder Chun seemed rather unruly and irascible before this, he is still magnanimous and upright at the end of the day. Tang Yonghao nodded. Xue Fei pondered for a moment. He said hesitantly, could it be because of his grandson? Yin Zhaoge was rather baffled, while a look of realization appeared on Tang Yonghao's face. Xue Fei explained, Zhaoge probably doesn't know much about it because it happened a little too early. Elder Chun had lost his son when he was young, and he only had one grandson left. However, his body has always been weak and sickly, and he is unable to practice martial arts. He can only slowly recuperate, and seeing his body getting weaker and weaker has become Elder Chen's biggest worry. He sighed. This is something that happened a few years ago. In recent years there hasn't been any news, so I don't know. Sigh. Is that so? Yin Zhaoge nodded, not saying anything more. His eyes looked into the distance. There. Victory and defeat were about to be decided in every battlefield. There was no hope for the 9 underworlds to descend, and the infernal domain had been shattered. The experts of the decimating abyss no longer had any hope of victory. Those who could flee began to flee, and those who could not flee fought to the death. The few who did not fall to the dark side still had a chance of survival after being captured alive. Most of those who had fallen to the dark side would be captured alive and interrogated for information. He would most likely be killed as well. As the great battles ended one after another, the events of Clear Concealed Lake this time finally gradually calmed down. One powerful aura after another began converging towards the center of the lake once more. The first to arrive. It was a white-haired old woman, her back arched as she coughed repeatedly, looking extremely weak. However, Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei and Tang Yonghao all recognized this old woman as the Grand Elder of Turbid Wave Pavilion, one of the few experts of the entire lake domain. Zhang Yao saw that old woman. She even cheered, "Grandmaster." Ruan Ping also bowed. Disciple Ruan Ping greets Grandmaster. Looking at Zhang Yao, the old woman's face revealed some affection. Yin Zhaoge and the others, including the heavily injured Yi Zhongzhou, Li Jingwan and Xiao Yu, also came forward to greet the old woman. After hearing Ruan Ping and Zhang Yao's reports, the old woman's gaze fell on Yin Zhaoge. After carefully appraising him, she said slowly, "Broad Creed Mountain is very fortunate." Yin Zhaoge smiled, "Senior overpraises me." The old woman similarly smiled, no longer saying anything. As someone like her saw it, the Yin Zhaoge who had dispelled the devilish domain grand formation was even more worthy of attention than the Yin Zhaoge who had swept through the numerous geniuses of his age in the heavenly connection meet. Indeed, being able to look down on all others of the same age, surpassing other monstrous geniuses, indicated that a youth's future was limitless, with the possibility of becoming a legend in the future. However, with a mere martial scholar cultivation base, he had suddenly emerged, intervening in a major matter that only veteran martial grandmasters could play a decisive role in, also succeeding in a single stroke. This showed that Yin Zhaoge's vision, judgment, spirit and talent were outstanding, already completely surpassing his current age and cultivation base. Being able to intervene in a matter that could affect the overall situation of the entire world as a martial scholar, when Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base rose in the future, what kind of storms would he be able to stir? From another perspective, geniuses who didn't die young were true geniuses. Among the masses, while the proportion of geniuses and heroes was small, under the conditions of such a massive population, monstrous geniuses also appeared in an endless stream. With the old woman's status and age, she had seen too many geniuses of all kinds in her lifetime. Not talking about others, having been able to reach her current position and cultivation base, when the old woman herself had been young in that era, hadn't she also been a heaven's favored daughter? However, while there were innumerable geniuses, those who could ultimately reach such heights would forever only be a limited minority. With great waves washing away sand, too many geniuses had not been able to reach the heights that others had expected them to reach. And as the old woman saw it, Yin Zhaoge's actions, as compared to those young geniuses who merely possessed outstanding talent in the martial Tao, at least had a greater chance of walking towards higher and further places. Broad Creed Mountain has a successor. Now it all depends on whether he can surpass his predecessors. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, the old woman sighed in admiration within her heart. The experts of the other sacred grounds arrived in succession. A purple-haired old man, a longtime elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, after having understood the whole story, gazed at Yin Zhaoge, not speaking for a long time. A middle-aged martial grandmaster beside him frowned. The decimating abyss experts were all tied down by us. This kid was just lucky, succeeding in his sneak attack with the power of the sacred artifact fragment, also not having any martial grandmasters obstructing him. Hearing his words, that purple-haired old man swiveled his head to look at this middle-aged man. The old man did not say a word, but caused the entire body of the middle-aged man to feel numb, virtually suffocating, cold sweat pouring out of him. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to be unable to hold on any longer, the purple-haired old man retracted his gaze, saying mildly, first of all, that sacred artifact fragment of his was not picked up on the road, but obtained after consecutively defeating my Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples. Yan Shan aside, do you think that you can defeat the mid-Xiantian Lin Zhou as an early Xiantian martial scholar? Afterwards, given you a sacred artifact fragment, how much of its power can you wield with your mid-Xiantian martial scholar cultivation base? Finally, you have also seen the strength of that devilish domain grand formation. How many martial scholars can accurately find the core of the formation while trapped within it? Even with the sacred artifact fragment wanting to shake the core of the formation, they would also need to accurately judge the timing of the circulation of the formation, only then being able to succeed in a single strike. Otherwise, it would just be a pointless waste of the sacred artifact fragment's power. The purple-haired old man looked at that middle-aged man. Now, do you still think that this was merely luck, that if it were any other martial scholar, as long as they had the sacred artifact fragment, they would be able to do it? That middle-aged man's face was rather ashen as he lowered his head, not speaking. The purple-haired old man said mildly, indeed, the experts of the decimating abyss have all been held back by us on the outskirts. However, if not for him, the Great Nine Underworld's door would already have been opened, and the situation would have been completely different. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he sighed. From now onwards, in this old man's eyes, you are no longer just Yan Di's son. Broad Creed Mountains Yan Zhaoge. This old man will remember this name. It was not just this purple-haired old man. The experts of the various sacred grounds present were all focused on Yan Zhaoge. From today onwards, the name of Broad Creed Mountains Yan Zhaoge would be known by all. Who under the heavens would not know of a monarch? Chapter 198. The peak experts of the various sacred grounds met once more, summarizing the new intelligence they had obtained, as well as discussing the next step regarding the issue of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss. Although the incident at Clear Concealed Lake this time was resolved, the various sacred grounds similarly suffered losses. Martial artists with relatively low cultivation bases were not idling around either. They were all communicating with people they were familiar with. The younger generation that had previously participated in the Heavenly Connection Meet were no longer the main characters. However, as the core disciples of the various holy lands, their horizons, knowledge and grasp of the current situation far surpassed their peers. Most of them had their own thoughts about the changes in the 9 underworlds. Among them, there were some who had perished in this strange change. No matter what their relationship was normally like, when their fellow disciples thought about it, they all felt a bit sad. Of course, their gazes also fell on Yan Zhaoge from time to time. Looking at Yan Zhaoge at this moment, the bunch of youngsters all felt rather complex emotions. Even though he had been in the limelight during the Heavenly Connection Meet, even though his talent and strength had suppressed many, when they had looked at Yan Zhaoge earlier, there hadn't been much of a difference between them and themselves. Yan Zhaoge was more outstanding, having taken the lead. Amidst the admiration of many, most of them wanted to catch up and compete with him in the future. However, after understanding everything that had happened, many people gradually changed their minds. Yan Zhaoge seemed to be separated from them by a layer, no longer being of the same race. Although he was only a Grandmaster realm martial artist, he had solved many problems that even a great Grandmaster might not be able to solve. Such a person. His performance in the Heavenly Connection Meet seemed to be only natural. It was even to the extent that sparring with those of the same generation in the Heavenly Connection Meet was actually not sufficient to truly display Yan Zhaoge's brilliance. The young geniuses had this thought in their hearts. All of them were momentarily silent. Countless thoughts appeared in their minds, their thoughts in disorder. There was an indescribable feeling. Everyone focused their attention on the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss on Yan Zhaoge. As such, very few people noticed that a person who should not have appeared at Clear Concealed Lake had also come here. A handsome youth with a calm expression and a sharp gaze, garbed in the garb of a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The son of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's first seat elder Lin Tianfeng, a heaven's favored son of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation, the thunder-rumbling young master alongside Yan Zhaoge, Huang Jie and Song Chao Lin Zhou. His face was pale and weak. He had been injured by Yin Zhaoge earlier. Lin Zhou had been forced to use the blood transformation flowing light jade to activate a forbidden technique to escape, causing him to suffer a great loss of vitality. Even now, he had not fully recovered. Therefore, the Heavenspan Alliance meet this time. Lin Zhou was the same as Yen Shan, both not participating. Coupled with Jade Sea City's direct lineage martial art, One Line Edge, Jade Sea City had always wanted to find trouble with Lin Zhou. While the Heavenly Thunder Hall had provided intelligence on the 9 underworlds this time, more or less making Jade Sea City feel indebted to them, no longer pursuing the matter as urgently, Lin Zhou himself still avoided appearing before the eyes of Jade Sea City's bigwigs as much as possible. But this time, surrounding and annihilating the decimating abyss martial practitioners, Lin Zhou continued to secretly travel alongside the Heavenly Thunder Hall experts, arriving at Clear Concealed Lake. He didn't come here for the Heavenly Connection meet, nor for the 9 Hells Abyssal Abyss. It also wasn't for revenge against Yin Zhaoge. Lin Zhou was here for someone else. Far away, concealing himself, he gazed into the distance, gazing at the figure of a girl who had already returned to the side of the Jade Sea City experts. Seeing her full body of injuries, a pained look appeared within Lin Zhou's gaze, but seeing that she was still fine at least, he also let out a sigh of relief. Jingwan, it's good that you're fine. Lin Zhou gazed dazedly at Li Jingwan, recovering after a while as he sighed sadly, you don't recognize me now. We should originally have gotten to know each other during this time's Heavenly Connection meet. Thinking of the Heavenly Connection meet, Lin Zhou's face sunk as his gaze swept past Yin Zhaoge's figure. In order to avoid drawing attention, his gaze swept past, not remaining for long, but Yin Zhaoge's appearance was firmly engraved within his mind. And you, Yin Zhaoge, your life should originally have reached its end during this time's incident at Clear Concealed Lake. Lin Zhou closed his eyes, sucking in a deep breath. The infiltration of the decimating abyss is indeed powerful, being even more proficient in concealment. I exposed the identities of some people, forcing them to change their plans. Only then did those who had concealed themselves even more deeply be exposed. Otherwise, if the matter at Clear Concealed Lake had gone smoothly, the other party would still have continued to conceal themselves. This means that this time's incident at Clear Concealed Lake was only the beginning. They still have an even greater plan. Thinking of this, Lin Zhou frowned. Him and the Heavenly Thunder Hall having seized the initiative, they originally could have not only quelled the chaos of the decimating abyss, they would also have obtained benefits from the other 5 sacred grounds. However, because of the decimating abyss's counterattack, a huge twist had occurred in the matter, nearly causing them to fail on the verge of success. In the end, it had been Yin Zhaoge who had turned the tides, settling the matter with a single blow. This way, while the others would still thank the Heavenly Thunder Hall, a considerable number of them would feel that Yin Zhaoge had played a greater role. The favor that the other sacred grounds owed the Heavenly Thunder Hall was immediately diluted greatly. Lin Zhou slowly opened his eyes, lowering them, his gaze calm and without fluctuations. This time was only the beginning. Those of the Sacred Sun Clan were similarly paying attention to Yin Zhaoge. Having produced such a figure of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, the Sacred Sun Clan had no choice but to place great importance on him. Moreover, tracing back to the source in the previous War of the Eastern Tang, as well as Infinite Boundless Mountain's enmity with the Heavenly Thunder Hall due to the Thunder Element Revival Art, and the Giant Spirit Magnetite Vein, finally allying with Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, becoming enemies with the Sacred Sun Clan. All these things were inextricably linked to Yin Zhaoge. The Sacred Sun Clan's higher echelon who had been in charge of surrounding and ambushing the decimating abyss martial practitioners this time was precisely the Twilight Lord of the 7 Reigning Suns. Before this, the Sacred Sun Clan elder who had come to Clear Concealed Lake along with Tang Yonghao, Huang Jia and the others to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet was the Daybreak Lord of the 7 Reigning Suns. At the same time, the Daybreak Lord had also been the decimating abyss spy in the Sacred Sun Clan. In the end, in the great battle earlier, the Daybreak Lord had been personally slain by the Twilight Lord. The Twilight Lord's expression was calm, not the slightest ripple of emotion as he just looked quietly at the distant Yin Zhaoge. In the Eastern Tang, he had once been prepared to make a move to kill him, but in the end, he had been counterplotted by Broad Creed Mountain. Not only had he not been able to do as he had wished, He had even been heavily injured by Shi Tai and Yan Di. The Twilight Lord looked for a while, not even turning his head as he sent a sound transmission with his aura chi to the Huangjie behind him. Having specially made a trip to clear Concealed Lake, you have already seen it. What do you think? Behind him, the serene and quiet youth did not answer the question, only saying, "My second lifebound year is about to arrive." Although it was a sentence without rhyme or reason, the Twilight Lord understood its meaning, because he was one of the few people who understood the youth behind him. It's fine if I keep a low profile normally, but my lifebound year should be a little special. Do something big and leave it as a memento. This was what Huangjie had said before. What few people knew was that in his first lifebound year, when he was merely 12 years old, he had been confirmed as the next chief of the Sacred Sun clan. This had caused the position of chief to be held by the Huang family for 3 consecutive generations, virtually being hereditary. However, not a single one of the core higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun clan objected, all of them supporting this decision. It will be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers, as well as publicize my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. Chapter 199. Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept past Huangjie, before falling on the other Sacred Sun clan disciples beside him. Not a single one of them had come to participate in the Heavenly Connection meet. While he still couldn't be sure if the other party had left, having similarly clashed with that masked martial grandmaster, however much Tang Yonghao trusted Huangjie, he would definitely have done the most basic of investigations. Huangjie being so calm, with some people having hindered his movements, the suspicion could already be largely eliminated. Yin Zhaoge's gaze surveyed the surroundings, seemingly nonchalant, but he was actually appraising those martial grandmasters whose cultivation bases were similar to the masked man's. Actually, it was very hard to say whether there were still any Decimating Abyss spies amongst those present. After all, not every Decimating Abyss martial practitioner would choose to fall to the dark side. In the heavens and earth of the devilish domain, it was indeed easy to arouse the devilish intent within one's heart, coveting momentary pleasure and completely falling to the dark side. However, this was not a definite thing. One may know a person's face but not their heart. This phrase was displayed to the point here. Not falling to the dark side, even if one's heart was filled with crafty schemes, as long as they concealed it well enough, it would be very hard for others to see through them. As long as there were no witnesses, even if this person had secretly killed another person and then disposed of the corpse in a timely manner, he would still be able to strut out to meet everyone afterwards. On the contrary, fallen practitioners, once having completely fallen to the dark side, would be completely different from how they were normally, also hard to conceal, basically having no possibility of continuing to conceal themselves. Yin Zhaoge didn't dare to be certain. In this world, there definitely wasn't a method of regaining one's human form after falling to the dark side. But the possibility of this was really too small. Comparatively speaking, restraining oneself from completely falling to the dark side would be the more likely choice for the lurking practitioner. Just like before the incident of Clear Concealed Lake. Like Elder Mo and the others. Could I have been too stubborn before? Yin Zhaoge pondered. That martial grandmaster who ambushed and assassinated me was not a spy. After all, from the looks of it, he has already fallen to the dark side for some time, and not recently. He must be a member of the Decimating Abyss organization that usually hides in the Earth domain. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, covering yourself up tightly, yet not displaying the martial arts that you are truly proficient in. If they didn't catch him on the spot, they wouldn't be able to tell his identity. Who would know who he was? If you fall to the devil, you will become an obvious target. If he's not trying to hide his identity, why doesn't he use the martial arts that he's good at? Yin Zhaoge carefully recalled the scene back then, the sword arts and palm arts he used when clashing with me. Senior apprentice brother Su and the others were actually already at a very high level. Compared to his cultivation base, while we can be sure that it was not the martial arts he was originally proficient in, he should have also put in a lot of effort into it. Yin Zhaoge thought, his eyes narrowing slightly into slits. Why do I feel that? It's a little close to the time when he became a demon. This time, Zhaoge has done something extraordinary. As Feng Zhuan's elegant voice resounded by his ear, Yin Zhaoge reined in his thoughts, smiling as he answered, "The fortune of the heavens. Second apprentice uncle overpraises me." Feng Zhuan slowly shook his head. "No, you did very well. If not for your sudden appearance, the Decimating Abyss organization would have had a very high chance of success this time. With the Great Nine Underworld's door open, wanting to close it again, that would be extremely difficult." Yin Zhaoge asked, "Why hasn't Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lorden arrived? Is it the Flame Devils over at the East Sea causing trouble?" Feng Zhuan said, "That's right. It should be the Decimating Abyss organization colluding with the Flame Devil world to act together, causing us to be attacked from both front and back. It's not just Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lorden and Jade Sea City's City Lord Song. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall also hurried over to the East Sea. Also, great waves have also arisen over at the Earth Domain. Our clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain have joined hands to suppress them." Feng Zhuan narrated the events that had transpired at Clear Concealed Lake this time. While it seemed like a sudden incident at Clear Concealed Lake, it was actually very widespread. Over at Clear Concealed Lake, after urgent communication, it was finally decided that the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Su would come over with the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Then where is he?" Feng Zhuan's expression turned somewhat solemn. The Devil Saint reappeared, intercepting Huang Su and the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly. The Devil Saint, in the current Eight Extremities world, there were a total of 6 martial saints whose cultivation bases could be confirmed and were known to all. The Sacred Sun Clan's Grand Elder, the East Coming Martial Saint, Great Sun Rising East Huang Guanglia, the Lord of Jade Sea City, the Jade Sea Martial Saint, Boundless Waves Boundless Song Wuliang, the Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Roiling Cloud Martial Saint, Turbid Wave Roiling Cloud and Qing Lin, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Martial Saint, 8 Directional Shocking Thunder, Shun Li, as well as the Seckless Painting Saint and Devil Saint. Of them, the Painting Saint Old Man Mo was currently the oldest and most senior expert who was confirmed to still be alive. When Broad Creed Mountain's exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Donga and the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo had still been alive that year, Old Man Mo's name had already spread far and wide, all the way till now. This old man usually resided beyond the seas, unconcerned with worldly affairs, uninvolved in disputes. Most of the time, people were completely unable to sense his existence at all. It was only when the invasion of the Flame Devil world was rather urgent that this old man would appear, aiding the other human experts in repelling the invading Flame Devils. Comparatively speaking, Old Man Mo stood aloof from worldly affairs, with Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and the other major powers not daring to offend him lightly. Meanwhile, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian was different. His personality was unruly, yet his cultivation base was also high, his destructive power extremely great. His relationship with the 6 great sacred grounds was extremely bad. His way of doing things also being very unruly and temperamental, hard to understand, giving everyone a headache. Yin Zhaoge had once secretly analyzed the descriptions of those involved or bystanders after the Devil Saint had clashed with others, discovering that the Devil Saint Yuan Tian had most likely obtained some legacies left behind after the Great Calamity, gradually forming his current martial arts. Tracing back to its source, it seemed to have the shadow of the impermanent Devil sect of before the Great Calamity. Is the Devil Saint Yuan Tian related to the Decimating Abyss? Or was it that the Decimating Abyss was single-handedly founded by Yuan Tian? Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. From what I remember, Yuan Tian still likes to act alone, doing things straightforwardly. Feng Zhuan said, "For what reason Yuan Tian helped the Decimating Abyss to obstruct Huang Su and the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler? This is still not something that can be determined. However, to be cautious, it is still better not to treat it as a coincidence. We have to guard against Yuan Tian making a move again next time." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "Second apprentice uncle is right." Feng Zhuan said, "This matter will temporarily come to an end here. The aftermath of Clear Concealed Lake should still be left to Turbid Wave Pavilion to handle. Speaking of it, their losses this time were the greatest. Of their 2 elders, one was a spy, finally being executed, while the other died in battle." Shaking his head, Feng Zhuan continued, Regarding the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds, there are still many things that need to be slowly discussed. Let us first return to the mountain now. Yin Zhaoge nodded in agreement. I understand. Feng Zhuan suddenly laughed. When we return this time, the clan will definitely reward you heavily once more. I originally still said that you wouldn't need more than 10 years, just a few years. When the world looks at you, Zhaoge, they will no longer just regard you as junior apprentice brother Yan's son, instead valuing you as a person. But I never thought that I would still have underestimated you. From today onwards, your name is already known by all under the heavens, known by everyone. It will be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers, as well as publicize my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. Chapter 200. Towards Feng Zhuan's praise, Yin Zhaoge smiled, saying, "Second apprentice uncle really overpraises me, praising me till I'm almost embarrassed." Feng Zhuan shook his head. "You can accept it." After gathering the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, they immediately left the lake domain, returning to the heaven domain. Although they had come to an agreement on the issue of dealing with the decimating abyss organization, and had joined hands to deal with the enemy during the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, however, now that the Battle of Clear Concealed Lake had concluded, the contest with the decimating abyss organization had temporarily come to an end. Broad Creed Mountain was still Broad Creed Mountain, and the Sacred Sun Clan was still the Sacred Sun Clan. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Zhuan's group returned to the heaven domain from the lake domain, still via that route of the earth domain. Although it was very likely that the decimating abyss lair was here, after the previous great battle, and with the several holy lands joining hands to once again suppress the earth domain, it was currently still safe. On the other hand, if one didn't take this route to return to the Tianyuan region from the lake region, they would have to pass through the fire region. With Huang Guanglia still in seclusion and the Sacred Sun Clan having suffered a great defeat in the Battle of the Eastern Tang, if Meng Wan did not win the Extreme crown in the third Extreme bout, it would be fine for Yin Zhaoge, Feng Zhuan and the others to directly trample over them from the fire domain. However, now that the Sacred Sun Clan had 2 sacred artifacts in their hands, while they did not counterattack, the situation was also not that bad. If Yin Zhaoge and Feng Zhuan wanted to continue traversing the fire domain, they would have to face their opponent's attacks. It wasn't just Broad Creed Mountain. Shan Sherwang was also leading Infinite Boundless Mountains group back to the mountain domain, similarly passing through the earth domain, and not the fire domain. And on the other side, the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were similarly returning to the thunder domain via the earth domain. Otherwise, they would have to make use of the water domain. Of course, the Heavenly Thunder Hall would not be traveling together with Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain. Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei and Sikong Qing looked over at Infinite Boundless Mountain's side, then looked over at their side, feeling a little uncomfortable within their hearts. They then rushed to the lake region. Not counting the people surrounding the decimating abyss when they participated in the Heavenly Connection meet, there were only 3 people from the younger generation who went, and when they returned there were still 3 of them. Over at Infinite Boundless Mountain's side, things were rather bleak, having consecutively lost 2 of their direct disciples, Lu Shangfeng and Zhao Hao. Xiao Yu and Ji Hanru were both heavily injured. Of the upper echelon martial practitioners, Turbid Wave Pavilion's losses this time were comparatively the heaviest. As for the younger generation disciples, Infinite Boundless Mountain's backbone had been directly smashed to the ground this time, with no one to reason with. Comparatively speaking, the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall was also in a gloomy state in this regard. The oldest of them, Xie Zi, who was only a step away from the Heavenly Connection stage, had perished. Chan Lin, whose strength had mostly rested on the 2 ghost wolves, had been turned into a meat cushion by Yin Zhaoge's Pan. Additionally, Lin Zhou had been heavily injured by Yin Zhaoge earlier. With Yin Shan's right arm, which was proficient in using the sword, having been chopped off by Yin Zhaoge, the younger generation of the Thunder Domain had also experienced a rare setback. They passed through the Earth Domain and arrived at the border of the Mountain Domain, Heaven Domain and Earth Domain. The people of the 2 holy lands bid each other farewell, and returned to their respective sections. Feng Zhuan and the others brought Yin Zhaoge and the others back to Broad Creed Mountain. Most of the others first dispersed, with Yan Zhaoge following Fang Zhuan as the two went to meet the old clan chief, Yuan Zhengfeng. In the main hall of the sect, Yuan Zhengfeng sat on the main seat and was already waiting there. On either side of him, next were Yan Di, Shi Tai and the clan's two grand elders. Fang Zhuan and Yan Zhaoge greeted Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, unlike the last time when Yan Zhaoge had come to meet the clan chief. Fang Zhuan did not take a seat, instead standing where he was. He first reported to Yuan Zhengfeng the complete sequence of events that had occurred in Clear Concealed Lake. Yuan Zhengfeng and the others had already seen Fang Zhuan's report earlier, but still patiently listened to Fang Zhuan's narration now. Fang Zhuan's words were clear and logical, objective and fair. Even though he still had some doubts about himself, he didn't add any subjective judgment. He just listed out all the information he knew objectively. After he had finished, Yuan Zhengfeng nodded slowly, not in a hurry to say anything, instead looking at Yan Zhaoge. Zhaoge, you should speak as well. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Like Fang Zhuan, he also narrated his experiences after having entered the devilish domain grand formation. Other than a few minor details that were slightly concealed, he reported them all truthfully, including how he had previously comprehended the concept of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, absorbing its essence and rising from the early Xiantian stage to the mid-Xiantian stage. It also included how he had analyzed the devilish domain grand formation, thereby relying on the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor to break the formation. After hearing it all, Yuan Zhengfeng said, Zhaoge, you did very well this time, extremely well. Yan Zhaoge answered, I was still somewhat lucky. If I could have analyzed that devilish domain grand formation more thoroughly, it might have been a little easier. Especially not having to watch Jade Sea City's senior brother Yi and Turbid Wave Pavilion's junior sister Zhang be tormented by that bastard Lu Shangfeng. On Shi Tai's stern face a rare hint of gentleness could be seen. You have already done very well. First, not speaking of ability, charging into the core of the devilish domain as a martial scholar, attempting to stop the descent of the 9 underworlds. Just this boldness and courage alone is already very hard to come by. Especially when it was not just a moment of bravery, but that you had the ability to back it up. Opposite Shi Tai and Yan Di, the two grand elders similarly nodded slightly. That's right. You did very well this time. At this time, Yan Di instead didn't say anything, just smiling as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge could clearly see an extremely rare smile on his father's face. That was clearly a rather proud and smug smile, as though he was silently showing off that he had such an outstanding descendant. At Yan Di's current age and status, wanting to see him reveal such an expression in front of others would really be as hard as ascending to the heavens. Yan Zhaoge expressed, living longer on the main seat. Yuan Zhengfeng was clearly also in an extremely good mood. The old man suddenly resembled a naughty child as he tilted his head and glanced at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was baffled by his gaze before he heard Yuan Zhengfeng say, Zhaoge, this old man is feeling a bit of a headache now. The speed at which you have accomplished merits is too fast, and each merit is greater than the last. The clan doesn't even know what to reward you with. The reward is too light, isn't it? Not suitable and unfair to you. Also going against our clan's principle of fairness in rewards and punishments. But conversely, this little bit of wealth of our clan will very quickly be emptied out by you, with no more rewards to be awarded. Yuan Zhengfeng was not someone with a stern personality. On the contrary, the old man was very easygoing, teasing a junior like this when he was in a good mood. However, this did not affect his authority. The authority of the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain had never been established through a straight face. If there really were people who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth, Yuan Zhengfeng would let them know why he was known as the heaven-equaling hand. Yan Zhaoge more or less understood Yuan Zhengfeng. Hearing his words, he licked his lips and smiled, Grandmaster, just give as you see fit. You have always been generous. You definitely won't treat me unfairly. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled, pointing at Yan Zhaoge, you are. He gazed at Shi Tai, who nodded before looking at Yan Zhaoge, saying, the reward for you is a special privilege. From today onwards, you can act as you please without reporting anything you encounter, only having to report it afterwards. You can act decisively before the matter, handling it on your own, also mobilizing the clan's resources to assist you. Shi Tai paused for a moment before saying anything. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. In the entire history of Broad Creed Mountain, from the founding of the clan till now, there had never been a martial scholar who had obtained this privilege. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers and promote my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. Chapter 201. At the same time, he could mobilize the sect's resources to help. Generally speaking, this was the authority of a first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain. Strictly speaking, some of the head elders did not have such great authority, or it could be said that they only had such authority in certain areas or places. For example, the East Continent elders had such authority in the East Heaven Continent, but outside of the East Heaven Continent, it would not be as convenient. In the history of Broad Creed Mountain, there had never been a first seat elder of the martial scholar realm, so naturally there had never been a martial scholar who had obtained such authority. Yin Zhaoge had set a precedent. This reward was for him to successfully break the devilish domain grand formation and prevent the 9 underworlds from descending. Therefore, from a certain perspective, this reward was not because of Yin Zhaoge's outstanding talent and potential in the martial Tao as a junior disciple. This reward was actually an acknowledgement of Yin Zhaoge's own abilities. An acknowledgement of his ability to deal with various unexpected and major incidents. To a certain extent, it was also due to the Battle of the Eastern Tang and the giant spirit magnetite vein at Cloud Portent Mountain, as well as the accumulation of Yin Zhaoge's usual impressive performance in the Battle of Clear Concealed Lake this time that the clan's trust in his abilities had risen to a whole new level. Therefore, this reward, which had never appeared before in history, had been created. After the Battle of Clear Concealed Lake, Yin Zhaoge's name had truly shaken the world, not as the son of Broad Creed Mountain's first seat elder, Yen Wudi, nor as a disciple of the younger generation. Although he was young, he was already capable of stirring up the world. Within Broad Creed Mountain, they had already adjusted their view of Yin Zhaoge. And this time, the higher echelon bigwigs of Broad Creed Mountain raised Yin Zhaoge's evaluation even further. Giving him greater authority and freedom meant more trust in Yin Zhaoge's abilities, at the same time also representing greater responsibilities in the future. Yin Zhaoge had already been mentally prepared for this, although he had the right to make decisions on the spot. However, this did not mean that they were completely absolved of responsibility. If they committed a grave mistake, they would still have to take responsibility. Just like Elder Qin of the East Continent, in principle what happened in the East Heaven Continent. He could make a decision with a single word. In fact, this was true for most things. However, Elder Qin could make the decision on whether or not to allow Feng Yunxing to stay, but if the result was a big mess, he would have to take full responsibility. Yin Zhaoge was very open-minded about this. While enjoying power, he also had to shoulder responsibility. I'm young and inexperienced, so I'm afraid that I'll be unable to live up to their expectations. Granting me such a privilege, I will do my best. Yin Zhaoge bowed solemnly towards Yuan Zhengfeng. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled and said, "Zhaoge is so serious. How long has it been since I last saw you? Relax, this is a reward for you, not an immediate increase in your burden. For now, the most important thing for you is to focus on training." Yuan Zhengfeng exclaimed in admiration. Although there were many fortuitous encounters, the speed of your cultivation progress is indeed breathtaking. In the past, you spent too much time on miscellaneous studies. Now, it seems that you didn't throw them away, and your martial arts cultivation has also improved. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, found some balance. However, in terms of miscellaneous studies, most of the time I'm actually living off what I already have. By the side, Feng Zhuan smiled. You might as well say that it's due to accumulation. Everyone laughed. Yuan Zhengfeng thought of something. Speaking of miscellaneous studies, Zhaoge, you've researched quite a bit into ancient characters, and are also very interested in the legacies left behind after the Great Calamity. From what this old man knows, you've also personally excavated quite a few legacies. Yin Zhaoge nodded, yes. Grand Master. He looked at Yuan Zhengfeng. Since the other party had asked this, there was most likely more to come. Could it be that the clan had unearthed a legacy of the Great Calamity that no one had discovered before? If that was the case, Yin Zhaoge would indeed be a little interested. Yuan Zhengfeng said, In the great desert of the Wind Domain, someone of the clan discovered a legacy, very likely something that existed before the Great Calamity, left behind after. However, the diagrams of the legacy are extremely strange and hard to decipher, not understanding their meaning. The Wind Domain was to the west of the Heaven Domain, also bordering the Mountain Domain and the Fire Domain. Within its borders were thousands of li of yellow sand, tall mountains and rivers, its geographical environment rather harsh, with many martial scholars and even martial grandmasters finding it hard to endure natural disasters. In the boundless Great Desert, if one were to be trapped within, it was even more possible for them to lose their sense of direction, finally perishing within the sea of sand, never to return. However, while the natural conditions were extremely harsh, the vast, boundless Wind Domain, other than dangerous natural disasters, also contained many rare treasures and resources. After the destruction of the Wind Domain's sacred ground, Black Nightmare Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain had all advanced into the Wind Domain, each occupying their own territory. Broad Creed Mountain had originally held the greatest advantage, virtually monopolizing it. However, following the invasion of the Flame Devils that year, a great change had occurred. Broad Creed Mountain had declined from its peak, also losing most of its territory in the Wind Domain, especially during that conservative period when they had concealed their strength and bided their time. They had been forced to retreat step by step. And in the time that the Sacred Sun Clan had risen to become the current #1 sacred ground, they had seized a large amount of territory in the Wind Domain. Currently, more than half of the Wind Domain was also controlled by the Sacred Sun Clan. Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain both had a foot in the Wind Domain, and the areas where the three clans intersected had always been filled with conflict. In the previous Battle of the Eastern Tang, Broad Creed Mountain had held the upper hand. Other than counterattacking into the territory of the Fire Domain, they had also expanded their territory in the Wind Domain, their authority and area of control greatly increasing. Hearing that it was indeed a relic left behind from the Great Calamity, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but feel even more interested. Yuan Zhengfeng looked at a grand elder of Broad Creed Mountain below him, an old lady of the same generation as him, junior apprentice sister he, let Zhaoge look through it together, and see if there are any gains. The old lady elder he nodded, taking out a crystal and opening it on her hand. Yin Zhaoge took the crystal, infusing his aura qi within. As his aura qi shook, light instantly shot out from the surface of the crystal. The light was projected in mid-air, forming an illusory scene of light. The all-encompassing black storm swept along the sea of sand below. The natural conditions of many places in the Wind Domain were still as unfriendly as ever. On the surface of the desert before them, something could vaguely be seen, resembling a stone pillar. The half of the stone pillar that was exposed outside of the yellow sand was uneven, with signs of it having been damaged. And on the surface of the stone pillar, majestic yet profound and complex patterns were inscribed. Looking at those patterns, one could vaguely feel the wonders within, but could not understand them, unable to understand their meaning. Everyone here, other than Yin Zhaoge, had already seen it more than once. Still, looking at it now, they still felt it to be captivating. After seeing the stone pillar within the illusory scene of light, Yin Zhaoge's pupils instantly dilated. Fuck! Yin Zhaoge nearly let out a curse. This is the pillar of the Divine Palace from back then, ah! Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Chapter 202. Looking at that half-broken stone pillar, Yin Zhaoge's heart surged with turbulent seas. Yin Zhaoge had always kept the Great Calamity in mind. Having a chance to come into contact with the remnants of the Great Calamity was something that he was extremely interested in. However, as far as he knew, relics related to the Divine Palace had virtually never appeared in the Eight Extremities world up until now. The only possibility was that he was currently in the Broad Creed Mountains inheritance, which was vaguely related to the Divine Palace. However, it had yet to be confirmed. Other than that, according to the information that Yin Zhaoge currently possessed, ever since the Great Calamity, there had been no more legacies in the Eight Extremities world that had anything to do with the Divine Palace. The broken stone pillar that appeared in the desert of the Wind region was the remnant of a broken pillar from the Divine Palace in the past. This caused Yin Zhaoge's heart to suddenly blaze with passion. He had always wanted to investigate the specific situation of the Great Calamity. As compared to the other relics, the Divine Palace relics were much more valuable. Although the stone pillars were in ruins compared to the other ruins, they probably had more clues and information. After staring earnestly at the stone pillar within the illusory scene for a moment, Yin Zhaoge said to Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, "The patterns are indeed complex and ancient. Wanting to decipher them would be very difficult. However, I have some ideas, but I don't dare to say how confident I am. Can I bring the stone pillars back? Now that I have the real thing in hand, the chances of deciphering it will be higher if I analyze it carefully." Elder He shook his head slightly. "You should have some understanding of the Wind region's Great Western Desert. The situation there is very complicated. Even martial saints can't do as they please." She was also slightly vexed. That stone pillar is entangled with the natural power of the Great Western Desert, so it's hard to take it out. We can only stay where we are. The corner of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. Did this mean that if he wanted to see the stone pillars, he would have to personally make a trip to the desert to eat sand? Yuan Zhengfeng said, "It's good that you have an idea. There's no rush. This is the time when the black nightmare storm of the Great Western Desert is at its fiercest. Even a martial saint would find it hard to go in. Let's wait a few months for the black nightmare storm to weaken before entering. That relic is one with the Great Western Desert, so it's hard to excavate and move it. But even if we can't dig it out, it's the same for others. At the same time, we don't have to worry about being destroyed by others." The old clan chief looked at Yin Zhaoge. "There is also no need for Zhaoge to be in too much of a rush. Just keep this matter in mind." Yin Zhaoge nodded, ceasing his infusion of aura qi. The illusion of light and shadow dissipated. Looking at the stone pillar gradually disappearing before his eyes, Yin Zhaoge's gaze was slightly deep and distant. To outsiders, this was a relic of the Great Calamity that was hard to decipher and understand. But to him, this was the key to unraveling the mystery. It was a plan for his future, and at the same time it could be an opportunity. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was not completely impossible to bring the stone pillar out of the Great Western Desert. But just as Yuan Zhengfeng said, there was no rush at the moment. A natural disaster like the Black Nightmare Storm was not something that a human could withstand. Who knew how many martial grandmasters had been ripped to shreds by the Black Nightmare Storm? In the past, the Wind Domain's sacred ground, Black Nightmare Mountain, had always hoped to completely control the Great Western Desert, as well as the many natural disasters there. However, even up until their demise, they had never truly managed to do so. Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain currently divided up the territory of the Wind Domain, actually all occupying areas that could be developed. Barren lands like the Great Western Desert were merely controlled in the outer regions. To put it bluntly, the Great Western Desert, that was completely not a place for people to stay in. Just like the current land of death, it was a land of great danger. However, what was worth rejoicing was that the natural disasters of the Great Western Desert were closely related to the local climate and seasons. For example, that terrifying Black Nightmare Storm had a cycle of roughly half a year, being strong at times and weak at others. When the storm weakened, martial practitioners could make use of the chance to enter the depths of the Great Western Desert. Of course, the dangers and tribulations of the Great Western Desert were not just limited to the Black Nightmare Storm. Yin Zhaoge said, "I will first observe the patterns inscribed of light, attempting to deduce the meaning within. When the storm has weakened, I will then enter." Yuan Zhengfeng nodded. "That is how it should be. Grandmaster." Yin Zhaoge hesitated for a moment before asking, "For what reason was Elder Wang roped in and corroded by the Decimating Abyss?" Elder Wang was the highest known member of the Decimating Abyss in Broad Creed Mountain, who had sent the message from the Heavenly Thunder Hall. He was an experienced great grandmaster who was of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng, Elder He, and the others. He had always been highly respected. Yuan Zhengfeng and the others were all silent for a moment, regretful looks appearing on their faces. Yuan Zhengfeng did not speak, while Elder He answered Yin Zhaoge's question. "Senior apprentice Brother Wang is getting old." A simple, obscure sentence, but Yin Zhaoge still understood the meaning within. Old with no hope of breaking through. His lifespan nearing its end. Elder Wang was already very old. His lifespan nearing its end relative to his current cultivation base. And if he wanted to continue raising his cultivation base, the chances of that were slim. Yin Zhaoge sighed inwardly, feeling pity for Elder Wang. At the same time, his heart also rose as he unconsciously raised his head to look ahead. There Yuan Zhengfeng sat on a chair with a calm expression on his face. While he had long since known that Yuan Zhengfeng's will was strong, his personality open-minded and optimistic despite his old age, Yin Zhaoge still couldn't help but feel worried. Because of his old injuries that year, Yuan Zhengfeng had been a transcending mortality martial grandmaster for many years, standing at the peak of all martial grandmasters. However, he had always been a paper-thin distance away from the martial saint realm. It must be known that when Yuan Zhengfeng had become a transcending mortality martial grandmaster that year, he had done so even earlier than Huang Guanglia and Qinglin and the others. In the end, he had remained in the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm for many years, watching those who had lagged behind him back then surpass him one by one. The reason was not that he had run out of ideas, but that he was bound by external chains. On the other hand, over at the Sacred Sun Clan, Huang Guanglia had entered secluded cultivation once more in search of a breakthrough, giving Yuan Zhengfeng even more pressure. No one knew how much anxiety and unwillingness Yuan Zhengfeng was feeling, how much pressure he was bearing. Moreover, because of his old injuries that year, Yuan Zhengfeng's lifespan was also shorter than that of other transcending mortality martial grandmasters. While thinking like this was a little offensive to his grandmaster, excluding emotional factors, Yin Zhaoge had no choice but to consider this problem. For someone with a strong will like Yuan Zhengfeng, as soon as he lost control of his mental state, he would be far more stubborn and extreme than ordinary people. In truth, after understanding that the various sacred grounds also had people who had joined the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds, other than Broad Creed Mountain, there were many who were secretly worried about Yuan Zhengfeng. Raising his head to look at Yuan Zhengfeng, meeting the old man's gaze, Yin Zhaoge saw that the other party's gaze was clear and intelligent, not turbid in the least, resembling that of a child. Yuan Zhengfeng seemed to know what Yin Zhaoge was thinking as he smiled. It would be a lie to say that I'm not anxious. Everyone under the heavens knows that this old man is under immense pressure. But at least for now, this old man can still bear it. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue attacking the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers as well as publicize my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. Chapter 203. Looking at Yuan Zhengfeng, Yin Zhaoge also revealed a smile. I was rash. Please punish me, Grandmaster. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled, waving his hands. It's fine. The problems revealed in the incident of Clear Concealed Lake this time are indeed shocking. The old man sighed towards the heavens. The corruption of the 9 underworlds is pervasive and hidden, hard to guard against. Before this, we had actually already apprehended some spies, but their cultivation bases were all rather low, not like senior apprentice brother Wang this time. Yin Zhaoge nodded, not speaking. Under such circumstances, whatever he said would not be appropriate. Elder Wang was of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng, having experienced Broad Creed Mountain's darkest period of concealment and biding their time together. Struggling together, they had watched as Broad Creed Mountain gradually regained its vitality. Below Yuan Zhengfeng, the 2 grand elders were also silent. They were of the same generation as Elder Wang, having been friends for many years. Yin Zhaoge did not ask how Elder Wang was doing now. Having been controlled before leaving Broad Creed Mountain, unable to come into contact with the devilish chi in the depths of the earth domain, he should not have fallen to the dark side. However, if the devilish intent within his heart was already too strong, it would similarly be hard to turn back. It was not something that could be resolved with just a few simple words of repentance. When the devilish intent within a person's heart grew to a certain extent, even if he did not fall to the dark side, even if he looked no different from how he usually did, he would actually already be lost and hard to turn back. Like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time, it would definitely explode. It was just a matter of time. Looking at the expressions of Yuan Zhengfeng and Elder He, as well as them not mentioning anything about how they had dealt with Elder Wang, Yin Zhaoge knew that Elder Wang's situation was definitely not optimistic, most likely already having accumulated too much. Under such circumstances, The best outcome for him would be to be imprisoned in the heaven-sealing gorge. From a certain perspective, that would actually be a rather soft-hearted decision, or perhaps it would be just in case. Hopefully, Elder Wang would still be able to turn back. While Yan Zhaoga's current position was no longer that of an ordinary disciple of the younger generation, and Yuan Zhengfeng and the others also valued his opinion, Yan Zhaoga chose not to interfere in how Elder Wang would be dealt with. Leaving the Great Hall. Following behind his father, Yan Zhaoga asked via sound transmission with his aura qi, "Do you have the pill formula now?" Yan Di answered, "After receiving the pill formula that you sent back, I have been constantly analyzing it over the past few days. Now, I am already 80 to 90% confident." Yan Zhaoga nodded. It wasn't easy to concoct the heaven-reversing divine pill. Even with his current level of alchemy, coupled with his current cultivation level, he didn't dare to say he was completely confident. However, time waits for no man. Whether it was the Sacred Sun Clan, the 9 underworlds decimating Abyss, or the Flame Devil world, all of them brought immense pressure to Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Zhengfeng. Yan Zhaoga currently valued the heaven-returning divine pill more in terms of its own effects, rather than what would come after it had been concocted, to bring merit to his father. When the nest is overturned, it is hard for eggs to remain intact. His grandmaster Yuan Zhengfeng breaking through the barrier, transcending mortality and entering sainthood, stepping into the martial saint realm, was of great significance to the entire Broad Creed Mountain. As for the other corresponding benefits, they were all attached to this point of value. Alchemy, the earlier one starts, the better. Because the heaven-reversing immortal pill's refining method is very special, it needs to be repeated 9 times. It would take a lot of time to melt it down each time. If there were any failures along the way, the entire process would have to start all over again. Therefore, concocting the heaven-reversing divine pill was a matter that consumed a lot of time and effort. If one's luck was bad, the method of concocting it would be inappropriate. Even if the medicinal ingredients were all present, it wouldn't be unusual for it to take more than 10 years. And with the current situation, there wasn't much time left for Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Zhengfeng. Yan Di looked at Yan Zhaoga. "In the days to come, I will mainly focus on alchemy. Your cultivation will have to depend on your own effort." Yan Zhaoga nodded. "You can rest easy. I won't slack off." Yan Di raised his head and thought for a moment. "The clan previously rewarded you with the right to freely enter the 1st to 3rd levels of the martial repository, at the same time also giving you a chance to enter the 4th level. This is allowing you to come into contact with the second half of the Clear Chi Profound Art in advance. As for our clan's 3 supreme martial arts, do you have your own rules for them?" The Clear Chi Profound Art was the foundation of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Becoming a core, direct disciple would be able to cultivate in the first half at the martial scholar realm, with the rest having to wait until they reached the martial grandmaster realm. As for the second half, it was the most important, its conditions even harsher. Up until now, those who had been able to come into contact with it at the martial scholar realm, from ancient times until now, had only been Zhandonga, Yan Di and Yan Zhaoga. As for Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme martial arts, they were the supreme martial arts of Broad Creed Mountain that had been passed down through the generations, representing the current highest achievements of Broad Creed Mountain's martial Tao, even surpassing the 8 extreme arts. At the same time, they were also one of the greatest achievements of the martial civilization since its redevelopment after the Great Calamity. Yan Zhaoga chuckled. "Don't mind me, if I were to choose, I intend to learn the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm." Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme martial arts were the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm, the Immeasurable Heavenly Saber, and the Limitless Heavenly Sword. These 3 supreme martial arts were all profound and unfathomable, possessing great power. Only Broad Creed Mountain's most outstanding martial practitioners could cultivate in them. The standards were even stricter than the second half of the Clear Chi Profound Art. Even Fu Enshu, whom Yuan Zhengfeng viewed as his own, had only been allowed to cultivate in them after becoming a martial grandmaster and undergoing numerous tests until Yuan Zhengfeng was satisfied. Shi Tai was an exception. Up until now, he had still not cultivated in the 3 supreme martial arts, instead analyzing the Vajrabody a step further, wanting to completely dig out all of its potential. This was due to his personality, being a special circumstance that could not be taken into account. As for Yan Di and Feng Zhuan, Yan Di cultivated in the Immeasurable Heavenly Saber, while Feng Zhuan cultivated in the limitless heavenly sword. Hearing Yan Zhaoga's choice, Yan Di smiled, choosing a supreme martial art to cultivate in. If you want to choose, you should choose the one that is most suitable for you. It's not like the father learning the saber, the son also having to inherit his father's legacy. However, we thought that you would choose the limitless heavenly sword. Yan Zhaoga smiled. Actually, I am very interested in all three supreme martial arts, but the one I am most interested in is still the heavenly broad creed palm. Yan Di said, since I allowed you to go up to the 4th level to choose, this is up to you. Father and son returned to Yan Di's residence, chatting for a while before Yan Zhaoga took his leave, with Yan Di continuing to analyze the pill formula of the heaven-returning divine pill. Exiting Yan Di's residence, Yan Zhaoga sucked in a deep breath, taking out that crystal from his bosom. Within was the image of the remains of the stone pillar of the divine palace in the great western desert. Waiting outside, seeing Yan Zhaoga emerge, Ahu hurriedly followed him. Other than him, the massive Pan rushed over even more warmly, looking like he wanted to crush Yan Zhaoga down. This big fella's current size was already comparable to that of an elephant, perhaps even a little larger. Yan Zhaoga naturally stopped him impatiently, patting Pan's big head. You can already control your own figure now. Such a big figure takes up too much space. Rampaging about within the clan, if you break anything, you yourself might not even realize it. Pan blinked, streams of spiritual qi surging about his body, transforming into white fire and black water that surrounded his body. The next moment, the water and fire dissipated, his body indeed becoming much smaller. Yan Zhaoga nodded satisfactorily before striding off in the direction of the martial repository. The 4th level of the martial repository that he had always been interested in before would finally be able to experience it for himself this time. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging into the 515 red packet rankings. On the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers as well as promote my work. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. Chapter 204. The martial arts that Ahu was currently cultivating and had long since surpassed the standards of the 1st or even the 2nd level of the martial repository. However, according to the rules, no matter how close he was to Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di, as long as he was not of Broad Creed Mountain, he could not enter the martial repository. Having long since gotten used to this, Ahu asked Yan Zhaoga, "Young master, approximately how long will you be staying in the martial repository?" Yan Zhaoga thought for a moment. The situation this time is special, and will be much longer than before. I should not be able to come out before sunset. Ahu nodded, waving his hands at Yan Zhaoga. Young master, then you do what you need to do. I'll find a place to play, and I'll come back here to wait for you at sunset. Yan Zhaoga similarly waved his hands out of habit, and find a cool cave to hide in. Although he was teasing Ahu, Yan Zhaoga knew that this seemingly carefree man had most likely gone to find a place to cultivate. Ahu's identity, as well as his often shameless behavior of always following Yan Zhaoga around, would easily cause others to look down on him. But actually, Ahu's age was not even 30, being younger than the others, roughly around the same as Lu Shangfeng and Xie Yuchan. Being able to reach such a cultivation realm at this age, other than his shocking talent, this big guy was more diligent in his cultivation than most people. Yan Zhaoga entered the 1st level of the martial repository. At this moment there were quite a few people, all of them younger Broad Creed Mountain disciples who had entered the clan rather late. Seeing Yan Zhaoga, they were all stunned, before bowing to him together. Greetings, senior apprentice brother Yan. To these youths, while Yan Zhaoga was of the same generation as them, however, he was already a figure of legend. Seeing Yan Zhaoga, they were even more nervous than seeing many of the clan's elders. Yan Zhaoga smiled and nodded at them, his gaze sweeping the area as he suddenly saw a familiar face. Feng Yunsheng was dressed in a white robe. She wore a blue robe with black borders, dressed in a Broad Creed Mountain Corps' direct disciple attire. Beside her followed a teenager, currently staring blankly at Yan Zhaoga. It was Han Longer and Ying Longtu. Ying Longtu still looked rather dazed, but seemed to recognize Yan Zhaoga. Feng Yunsheng smiled. Longtu, didn't you always ask me where senior apprentice brother Yan went? It's right in front of you. Ying Longtu gave a simple smile, Senior apprentice brother Yan. Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding as he walked over. Not having seen you for over half a year. Dragon too has grown much taller. He turned to look at Feng Yunsheng and said with a smile, the two of you are quite familiar with each other. Feng Yunsheng glanced at Ying Longtu with a slightly strange expression, saying, it's because we have a common interest. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth also twitched slightly. You like it? And it can eat a lot. Feng Yunsheng nodded, patting Ying Longtu's shoulder. Most of the time, I don't dare to light a fire in Broad Creed Mountain, having to go outside to hunt. I'm afraid some of the things on the mountain are going to be eaten to extinction. Yan Zhaoge laughed. Now that I've returned to the mountain, count me in as well. Feng Yunsheng stared. You, the lofty Broad Creed young master, a heaven's favored son of the new generation whose fame has spread throughout the world, actually snatching food from weak women and children. How can you bear to do that? Aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation? The two of you can also be considered weak women and children? Yan Zhaoge appraised her and Ying Longtu, shaking his head disdainfully. However, after a few glances, Yan Zhaoge suddenly burst out laughing. The burden of taking care of Longtu has fallen much on your shoulders. Do you feel like a mother now? Longtu, what do you call her? Without waiting for Feng Yunsheng to retort, Long Chan asked. Not waiting for Feng Yunsheng to retort, Yan Zhaoge asked Ying Longtu smilingly. Ying Longtu glanced at Feng Yunsheng rather blankly before answering honestly. Senior apprentice Sister Feng. Yan Zhaoge shook his head repeatedly. Wrong. You can call her Mother Yun. Ying Longtu blinked, swiveling his head to stare at Feng Yunsheng. He seemed to really be considering whether he should change the way he addressed her. Even the usually magnanimous Feng Yunsheng felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by this gaze. Staring at Yan Zhaoge indignantly, after a moment she snorted, sending via sound transmission with her Orachi. Whose family's child is this? Already rather old, still so immature, only knowing how to snatch food from his younger brother all day long. Why do you care so much? It's not like you're snatching milk to eat. Relaxed, Yan Zhaoge didn't think through his words as he casually retorted. Just having said it, he instantly felt that it was inappropriate. I'm sorry. Feng Yunsheng was stunned, only reacting after a long time as she couldn't help but look at Yan Zhaoge, amused whilst also exasperated. She instead laughed now, not feeling embarrassed as she chuckled. I'm really sorry, sir. I've let you down. The season isn't right, and this shop indeed doesn't have this dish. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Yan Zhaoge coughed dryly. It's fine, don't take it to heart. Luckily, the last few words had been spoken via sound transmission with their Orachi, with others unable to hear them. Otherwise, with so many junior apprentice brothers and sisters by the side, if they heard them, that would really be a little too funny. Exchanging glances, the two tacitly began to change the topic. Feng Yunsheng smiled generously. It is said that we maidens of extreme Yin, with our martial scholar cultivation bases, can shake the entire world. But at the end of the day, the root of this is still the sacred artifact, the extreme Yin crown. However, it cannot be compared to you, senior apprentice brother Yan, truly using your own strength to reverse the heavens and earth, saving the raging tides. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. You overpraise me. There was some luck involved in this. After the matter, I also reflected on it. Yan Zhaoge sighed. Looking back on the entire matter, it was still a little risky. As the saying goes, one only regrets not having enough knowledge when it is time to use it. This time I felt it rather deeply. Before this, while I had some research on formations, comparatively speaking, it was still only on the surface. In the devilish domain grand formation this time, I was still unable to see through many of its principles and operating details. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to risk my life at the final juncture. As he spoke, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Returning to the mountain this time, apart from cultivating, I've already decided to put more effort into the Tao of formations, making up for my shortcomings. As he said this, Yan Zhaoge suddenly discovered that Feng Yunsheng was currently looking at him with a strange gaze. Yan Zhaoge lowered his head to look at his clothes, not wearing them inside out. What does that expression of yours mean? Yan Zhaoge asked curiously. Feng Yunsheng appraised Yan Zhaoge, saying with a strange tone, Senior apprentice brother Yan, do you know? The way you said those words with a straight face just now, it was especially arrogant. Huh. Yin Zhaoge was unable to make heads or tails of it. Feng Yunsheng said, "Senior apprentice brother Yen, while I didn't go this time, I also heard that in order to break that devilish domain grand formation, it is not something that can be done just with a sacred artifact fragment. It requires a very high level of attainment in formations, only then being able to accurately grasp the timing of a single breath. Generally speaking, even many martial grandmasters are unable to do so. Now, you say that your attainment in formations is too low, and that you still want to continue working on it. This is really..." Feng Yunsheng looked at Yin Zhaoge with a look of disdain on her face. Perhaps she didn't know what the word acting cool meant, but this didn't stop her from despising Yin Zhaoge's actions. Yin Zhaoge was momentarily dazed before he reacted, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. "Although I rather like acting cool, rather like being in the limelight, rather like showing off in front of others, but I really didn't want to do that just now. This time, I was really very seriously reflecting on myself, being humble and reflecting on myself. I really want to put in more effort into researching formations, raising my level in this area. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope that I can continue charging towards the 515 red packet rankings, and on the 15th of May, the reign of red packets will be able to reward the readers as well as promote my works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best to improve." Chapter 205. At the same time, I also need to take a breather. I've been fighting too hard these few days. However, a new rampage would come soon. The May Carnival was far from over. I would like to request for subscriptions from everyone. Please support genuine subscriptions. Thank you, everyone. Yin Zhaoge had a dazed expression on his face. He looked at Feng Yunsheng, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Junior sister Feng, I am very serious and solemn that I really need to improve my attainments in formations, and I will work hard in this area." A look of surprise appeared on Feng Yunsheng's face as she carefully appraised Yin Zhaoge. After a while, she said rather helplessly, "Senior apprentice brother Yen, wouldn't you be making the others feel even more ashamed? At least right now I feel like an idiot." Yin Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed. "Forget it. Anyway, most of the time it's actually not wrong for you to think this way. Occasionally accusing me is also caused by the impression I left on you. If you really want to say it, it can't be considered as accusing me." Hearing his words, Feng Yunsheng could not help but look at Yin Zhaoge once more, her gaze growing gentler and gentler. Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned towards Ying Longtu by the side, placing his hand on the meridians on Ying Longtu's wrist. After checking for a while, he smiled. "Longtu has improved very quickly. While he seemed a little slow, having received Yin Zhaoge's praise, Ying Longtu smiled happily. Feng Yunsheng also laughed. The heavenly dipper body is truly powerful. Lantu's speed of improvement has even shocked eldest martial uncle and master. Regarding Ying Longtu's discussion, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng did not continue using sound transmissions with their aura qi, instead conversing normally. When the other disciples heard this, they looked over curiously. Ying Longtu instantly became the focus of everyone's gazes. While it had only been over half a year since he had returned to Broad Creed Mountain, the talent and potential that Ying Longtu had displayed was really too shocking. As one of the current world's 6 great sacred grounds, Broad Creed Mountain's disciples who were able to enter the sect were all 1 in 10,000. Within Broad Creed Mountain, everyone was outstanding. Perhaps it still couldn't be manifested. Only geniuses amongst geniuses like Xue Fei, Lu Wan, Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing would be able to display their excellence. But actually, in front of Yin Zhaoge and the others, while they seemed mediocre, if they were brought to first or second-rate powers other than Broad Creed Mountain, they would all be geniuses. But under such an environment, Ying Longtu displayed a rate of improvement that shocked all of the younger generation disciples. He was a child who didn't even seem to be very bright in his daily life. In terms of martial arts cultivation, it was not enough to describe one's progress. 10,000 miles in a day was more appropriate. Even Yuan Zhengfeng was alarmed. This little monster's cultivation speed in the body refinement realm was even faster than that of Yen Di that year. A fellow disciple who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and caught up with the others made the other young disciples feel immense pressure. The reason why Feng Yunsheng often brought Ying Longtu along to look after him other than taking care of him in his daily life, was also to prevent others from bullying him and boycotting him. This was to prevent people from taking advantage of the fact that he was usually not very smart to secretly set a trap for them. Although Ing Longtu was obedient and studious, he was usually a little lacking in intelligence. Sometimes, if he was secretly misled by someone, he might not even realize that he had caused trouble. Yin Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings, saying calmly, "The Big Dipper body, also known as the 36 acupoints true dragon body, or the Big Dipper dragon body. His innate chi and blood are as majestic as dragons and elephants, and his mind is as clear as water and a mirror." Yin Zhaoge said, "As long as it is something related to the chi and blood of the fleshly body, Longtu can virtually accomplish it in a single step, equivalent to having cultivated it in the womb. That's why we need to train our flesh and blood." He was probably the strongest at that time. As for other aspects such as the regulation of breath, the accumulation of internal chi and so on, he also has a huge advantage. His innate capital is strong and he is one of the top in the world. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Therefore, in the early stages of cultivating in the body refinement realm, his rate of improvement is very fast. That is to be expected. Feng Yunxing nodded. A martial artist's body refinement realm consisted of the three realms of physical body, meridian opening, and qi conducting. Basically, it was related to qi, blood, muscles, and bones. Starting from the early stage of the physical body martial artist, one had to first pursue the strength of one's bones and flesh. One had to train all the muscles in one's body to be full and powerful, so that one's strength and flexibility would be stronger than that of a normal person. Then in the mid-fleshly body realm, one had to train one's muscles and bones to be tough, tempering one's body a step further, increasing the explosive power of one's muscles and meridians. In the late fleshly body realm, one's bones and flesh would resonate together. This would be the first time one would be able to train in one's bones. The hardness and tenacity of one's bones would both increase greatly, and one's flexibility and strength would also rise to a whole new level. Then one would begin to step through the first major threshold of martial cultivation, advancing towards the meridian opening realm. Successfully opening the meridians in one's body, one would be considered to have stepped into the early meridian opening realm. Afterwards, unceasingly strengthening and expanding the meridians, roughly 3 times that of the initial stage, with this as the boundary, one could be said to be in the mid-meridian opening realm. Finally, when all the meridians in one's body had been opened, it indicated that one had reached the late meridian opening realm, establishing a solid foundation for further cultivation. Late meridian opening realm martial artists could begin cultivating qi. Successfully cultivating a mouthful of inner qi without dissipating, one could be called a qi-directing martial artist. In the early qi-directing realm, one's blood and qi were vigorous and vigorous. Through breathing in and out, one's qi and blood circulation was accelerated and regulated. The mid-qi directing realm was a very important stage, opening up the Dantian's qi ocean, greatly strengthening one's inner qi. The late qi directing realm was also known as the realm of washing the marrows of the bones. For the first time, a martial artist would cultivate their martial arts to the marrow within their bones. Through the regulation of the qi and blood, the interior and exterior becoming one, the inner qi penetrating deep into the marrow, thus achieving the initial effect of being reborn and reborn. Its characteristic was that the inner qi entered the bones, the sound of thunder washing the marrows. Finally, the 10th level was known as entering the intricate realm, where one would be able to look within, gradually grasping the internal state of one's body, being able to feel the acupoints of one's entire body. Having reached this stage, the cultivation of a body refinement martial artist had reached the peak, beginning to attempt to cultivate their inner qi into aura qi. As soon as their aura qi was formed, they would be considered to have stepped into the martial scholar realm. Yin Zhaoge patted Ing Longtu's shoulder. To Longtu, of the 10 levels of the body refinement realm, there are only the 7th to 8th levels, opening up the Dantian's qi ocean, as well as the 9th to 10th levels entering the intricate realm. These 2 stages require time and serious cultivation, while the other stages can be easily passed just by playing around. At this point, Yin Zhaoge also felt a little emotional as he looked at Ing Longtu. "You've only officially started cultivating for half a year, right? Having already entered the intricate realm, this is already unprecedented in the recorded history of post-Great Calamity times." He smiled. "My father's other records are hard to say, but the record of being the youngest martial scholar will definitely be broken by Longtu. Hearing his words, the other disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air, their gazes as they looked at Ing Longtu instead becoming much calmer. Yin Zhaoge smiled. It's still not over. Starting from cultivating qi into aura qi and breaking through into the martial scholar realm, Longtu will also have to put in a lot of effort in his cultivation afterwards. However, in the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm, washing the internal organs with aura qi, and in the early outer aura martial scholar realm, washing the marrows a second time, this should still be something that can be accomplished in a single stroke. Everyone smiled bitterly. When the lead was too great, it would instead cause others to not feel any jealousy. Especially looking at Ing Longtu's ignorant and clueless manner. If they really wanted to get along with him, it actually wouldn't be hard. Chapter 206. Looking at the group of youths before him, Yin Zhaoge did not continue speaking. For some things, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Letting them know more would instead dampen their enthusiasm and confidence. Upon reaching the martial scholar realm, apart from the mid-inner aura stage and the early outer aura stage, Ing Longtu's advantage in terms of the qi and blood of his fleshly body was still very obvious, but it was no longer as heaven-defying. After becoming a martial scholar, the advantage of Ing Longtu's physical body in terms of qi and blood was mainly reflected in actual combat. His daily cultivation speed was no longer as frightening. However, the heavenly dipper body, in addition to the dragon and elephant blood, also had the advantage of being quick-witted and sensitive. Outer aura martial scholar was an important juncture in breaking through to the Xiantian martial scholar realm. Cultivating one's astral energy into spirituality, and comprehending the heavens and earth was much easier for Longtu than for ordinary people. At the same time, this advantage would have a profound effect on his future cultivation, including when he reached higher realms. Yin Zhaoge himself, through various fortuitous encounters and methods, unceasingly improved and strengthened his physique. As for Shi Tai, who had cultivated the diamond body to the extreme, his body was like a glazed diamond. His physical body's defensive power far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. There were quite a few similar situations, but they were all acquired, unlike Ing Longtu, who relied on his natural talent. Looking at them, Yin Zhaoge said, "Good talent means that your starting point is high, but it cannot determine your final accomplishments. At the end of the day, you still have to rely on yourself." Lanta's thoughts are simple. He's focused on learning and training diligently. He doesn't need anyone else to worry about him. Everyone, on the other hand, must remain calm in such a situation. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "Don't be afraid of others being more talented than you. Only be afraid of those more talented than you working harder than you. Our starting point is already behind. If we don't put in more effort in the process of catching up, how can we catch up to those who are ahead?" Yin Zhaoge lightly clapped his hands. "Then we can only hope for the one in the lead to fall by themselves. This sort of thing that completely depends on luck, do you think it's reliable?" The younger generation disciples all grew vigilant, solemnly accepting his teachings. "Thank you for your pointers, senior apprentice brother Yen. We will cultivate diligently." Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, swiveling his head to glance at Feng Yunsheng. As far as he knew, this was the model of a pursuer. Cultivation maniacs like Shi Tai and Fu Enshu were full of praise for it. Her talent had always been top-notch. Under his hard work, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Even though it wasn't as eye-catching as Ing Longtu's, it still caused everyone to sigh in admiration. Feng Yunsheng's expression was the same as usual as she smiled at the group of young disciples. Still, as she and Yin Zhaoge exchanged glances, they both sighed silently. While Yin Zhaoge's encouragement was not wrong, it would still be extremely difficult for the other youths to catch up to Ing Longtu. In this flourishing world of martial arts, a powerful individual's advantage was often not something that could be made up for with numbers. It was not just Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and the other powers of the 6 great sacred grounds. Any power, whether first-rate, second-rate or even lower, would do their utmost to groom their most outstanding descendants. The last resource. It was unavoidable that priority was given to the minority. Therefore, it was very easy to create a situation where the strong grew stronger. Yin Zhaoge knew even more information than Feng Yunsheng did. For example, as far as Yin Zhaoge knew, Broad Creed Mountain's Qilin Spring baptism originally had 3 times remaining. After Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing had been baptized, there was currently only 1 left. There was at least an 80% chance that the Qilin Spring baptism would fall on Ing Longtu. The pitiful Lu Wen, who had always been thinking about the Qilin Spring baptism, and was similarly of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, was pitiful. His hopes were about to be completely dashed. Was this fair to Lu Wen? If he was stronger than Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxiang and Ing Longtu, it would definitely be unfair. However, if he really displayed greater potential and ability than the 3 of them, other than Feng Yunxing's unique situation, Lu Wen would most likely be able to squeeze out either Yan Zhaoge or Ing Longtu's chance. As Feng Zhuan's direct disciple, for such an important reward of the clan, even facing Yandi's only son, Yan Zhaoge, Lu Wen would also be able to compete for it. Sadly, even not taking into account Feng Yunxing's unique status as a maiden of extreme Yin, facing the 3 of them, Lu Wen also did not possess any advantage at all. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. Yan Zhaoge and Ing Longtu having popped up one after another, this consecutive blow to the others who were aiming for the Qilin Spring baptism was too fierce. However, to Lu Wen, even without Ing Longtu, he still had to face Xikong Qing's competition. After stepping into the martial scholar realm, Xikong Qing's rate of improvement had been too shocking, her limelight and potential also vaguely overshadowing Lu Wen's. If not for Ing Longtu's sudden appearance, in this final Qilin Spring baptism, Xikong Qing's chances might even be greater than Lu Wen's. It was just that Xikong Qing didn't seem to care much about this. Thinking about it sometimes, Yan Zhaoge also felt a little uncomfortable. While he had been defeated by Yan Zhaoge, it could not be said that Lu Wen had not worked hard in his cultivation, and his talent could not be said to not be outstanding. It was a pity that the new waves of the river surpassed the old, each more intense than the previous, causing Lu Wen to become a large tea table filled with Siu. Everyone was outstanding, far surpassing the average person. However, resources and opportunities were still limited at the end of the day. Therefore, they could only choose even more outstanding people from amongst the outstanding. For the clan's long-term plans, the environment for the grooming of the younger generation had to be fair and just, but it definitely could not be done evenly. Good steel was used on the blade's edge. No matter which clan it was, the principle was the same. Sailing against the current, not advancing or falling back. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, taking his leave of Feng Yunxiang, Ing Longtu and the others, heading to a higher level. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was already able to enter and leave the 3rd level of the martial repository as he pleased. Ever since the founding of Broad Creed Mountain, there had only been the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhang and Yan Zhaoge's father Yan Di, who had obtained this privilege in the martial scholar realm. This was the greatest affirmation of a junior disciple's martial talent and ability, representing the clan's trust and expectations. From a certain perspective, not mentioning anything else, just this privilege alone had already set Yan Zhaoge apart from the other core, direct disciples of the same generation. What was worth mentioning was that as compared to her indifference towards the Qilin Spring baptism, Xikong Qing was instead extremely envious of this reward that Yan Zhaoge had obtained. The girl, who had always been cold, showed a rare expression of envy. To Yan Zhaoge, he could slowly tour the 3rd level and beyond. What drew his attention now was the 4th level of the martial repository. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, ascending the stairs. From the 3rd to the 4th level, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel that he had passed through some sort of barrier. On the 4th level of the martial repository, there was an independent protective formation. And the one in charge of this formation was the old man before Yan Zhaoge, directly lying sideways on the floor, pretending to sleep. He was also the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's martial repository. He had already heard from Yuan Zhengfeng earlier that Yan Zhaoge had obtained special permission. If it were anyone else swaggering up the building like this, he would have long since beaten them out. After Yan Zhaoge's feet had both landed on the 4th level of the martial repository, the old man opened his eyes, looking calmly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, greeting him, senior apprentice granduncle. Perhaps other disciples of the younger generation might not know, but Yan Zhaoge was clear on how extraordinary the old man before him was. That year, it was precisely this old man who had competed with his grandmaster Yuan Zhengfeng for the position of clan chief of that generation. Chapter 207. Seeking monthly votes, seeking subscriptions. When Yin Zhaoge had inadvertently chatted with his father, Yen Di had once mentioned that with his current cultivation base, there was only one person in Broad Creed Mountain other than his master Yuan Zhengfeng, whom he did not have absolute confidence in being able to defeat. This person was the present first seat elder of the Martial Repository Tower, Xian Dongping, who had competed with Yuan Zhengfeng for the position of sect leader back then. Of all the martial grandmasters under the heavens, other than Yuan Zhengfeng, there was only Xian Dongping whom he currently had no confidence in. Ever since Xian Dongping had been defeated in the competition with Yuan Zhengfeng that year, he had always been cultivating in seclusion at Broad Creed Mountain, rarely appearing in public. As a result, there were already very few people of the current younger generation of the Eight Extremities world who knew of his existence. Even Broad Creed Mountain's own younger generation only knew that the first seat of the Martial Repository, Elder Xian, was a longtime elder of the clan, of the same generation as the old chief and the two grand elders. However, very few of them truly knew what kind of figure this Elder Xian was. However, Yin Zhaoge's background, as well as the degree to which he was currently valued within the clan, allowed him to come into contact with a lot of information that his peers of the same generation did not. For example, currently, there were a total of 4 people in Broad Creed Mountain who were proficient in all 8 of the 8 extreme arts, including his own father, Yen Di. Other than Yen Di, the other 3 were the number 1 expert of Broad Creed Mountain, the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng, Yin Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan, and Xian Dongping, who was currently before him. Of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme martial arts, Fang Zhuan cultivated in the limitless heavenly sword, Yen Di cultivated in the immeasurable heavenly saber, trying to create a martial art that was more suitable for him, while Yuan Zhengfeng cultivated in the heavenly broad creed palm and the immeasurable heavenly saber. And Xian Dongping was the only one other than Yuan Zhengfeng who was proficient in 2 of Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial arts. Cultivating in more martial arts didn't mean that one's combat prowess would be higher, but cultivating in all 3 of Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial arts wasn't easy. For Xian Dongping to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yuan Zhengfeng, it was enough to show how extraordinary he was. Although they wouldn't admit it verbally, the other sacred grounds, the Sacred Sun clan included, had all agreed to it. They all privately acknowledged that Broad Creed Mountain was the strongest of the 8 extremities world in terms of martial grandmasters. The younger generation didn't know of Xian Dongping, but the older generation wouldn't forget that Broad Creed Mountain still had such a figure. Although it was rumored that Xian Dongping lost in the competition against Yuan Zhengfeng. As a result, his spirit was damaged, leaving behind a barrier in his heart. Like Yuan Zhengfeng, it was difficult for him to break through to the martial sage realm. But at the martial grandmaster realm, Xian Dongping's strength still possessed deterrence that was not much weaker than Yuan Zhengfeng's. Xian Dongping was still lying sideways on the 4th floor of the martial repository, not getting up. However, his eyes were very seriously appraising Yin Zhaoge. After a long while, he nodded slowly and did not say much. He asked directly, "Are you going to choose one of the 3 great absolute techniques now or wait until you become a great grandmaster?" Imparting the second half of the clear chi profound art to Yin Zhaoge was already something that was already set in stone. It was also certain that Yin Zhaoge would be allowed to cultivate in the 3 supreme martial arts. The only problem was that it would be sooner or later. "I want to try it now," Yin Zhaoge smiled, answering, "I choose the heavenly broad creed palm." Xian Dongping didn't probe further, directly nodding his head, pointing upwards. The roof of the 4th floor of the Library of Martial Repository immediately lit up. In the light, 4 phantoms appeared. One was in the middle, while the other 3 were arranged in a triangular formation. Looking carefully, Yin Zhaoge saw that the phantoms in the middle was actually a scroll. That was the second half of Broad Creed Mountain's orthodox direct lineage clear chi profound art. Around the scroll hovered 3 things. They were respectively a saber, a sword and a seal plate. When Yin Zhaoge's gaze came into contact with that saber, before his eyes seemed to appear a domineering heroic man, mighty beyond compare. His aura majestic as the heavens. The exalted Hantian Zhandonga, Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. The number 1 expert in history since the founding of the mountain, and also the number 1 expert of the 8 extremities world after the Great Calamity. What caused countless people to feel pity was that such a Zhandonga actually still had immense room for growth. If he hadn't died early, no one knew what heights he would have been able to reach. It was precisely when Zhandonga had been the chief that Broad Creed Mountain had reached its golden age in history. Before Zhandonga, Broad Creed Mountain had actually only had the supreme martial art of their founder, the heavenly Broad Creed Palm. Afterwards, Zhandonga had created the immeasurable heavenly saber, adding another supreme martial art to Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Yin Zhaoge gazed to the side. As his gaze came into contact with that sword, the scene before him changed as the figure of another person appeared. This person's appearance was somewhat similar to Zhandonga's, but his aura was calm, as if the great earth could bear all things. Zhandonga's younger brother, the heaven diviner Zhanshilo, the chief of Broad Creed Mountain after Zhandonga. After experiencing their first great battle with the Flame Devil World, when Broad Creed Mountain had suffered a great blow to its vitality, falling from its peak to its lowest point, it had been this calm and serene-looking man who had led Broad Creed Mountain through its darkest years, ushering in the dawn of its rise once more. Afterwards, like his brother, Zhanshilo had perished in yet another great battle with the Flame Devils, dying a heroic death in battle. Other than his personality, Zhanshilo's martial arts were also different from his brother Zhandonga's, opening up a new path for Broad Creed Mountain. The limitless heavenly sword, along with the heavenly Broad Creed Palm and the immeasurable heavenly saber, were known as Broad Creed Mountain's three supreme martial arts. At the same time, along with the other three sword arts, they were known as the four-peak sword arts of the Eight Extremities world. The exalted Heaven Shaker and the Heaven Diviner, as the most legendary twin brothers of the Eight Extremities world of post-Great Calamity times, had left a deep and lasting impact on Broad Creed Mountain's history. Not only was this reflected in all that they had done while they were still alive, the light they left behind after their deaths was also not extinguished for a long time. Looking at the flare of the ancients, Yin Zhaoge also felt very emotional. However, Yin Zhaoge had long since had a plan in mind for choosing a supreme martial art today. Not choosing the immeasurable heavenly saber or the limitless heavenly sword, his target being Broad Creed Mountain's most ancient supreme martial art, the heavenly Broad Creed Palm. That's right, the most ancient supreme martial art. The foundation of Broad Creed Mountain's martial arts was the Clear Chi Profound Art, and the heavenly Broad Creed Palm, one internal and one external, complementing each other. The other martial arts, including the 8 extreme arts, had all been derived from this foundation. Being ancient was not the reason why Yin Zhaoge had chosen the heavenly Broad Creed Palm. What truly interested Yin Zhaoge was that the heavenly Broad Creed Palm had some hints of the Jade Clear lineage of before the Great Calamity. Meanwhile, the Clear Chi Profound Art was somewhat related to the Clear Chi lineage of before the Great Calamity. The founder of Broad Creed Mountain, the heaven-establishing Old Man Qiu Yuan, had excavated the legacies of the Great Calamity, analyzing and developing them on this foundation, finally forming the earliest martial legacies of Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that what left Yin Zhaoge rather speechless was that the heaven-establishing Old Man Qiu Yuan had actually combined a bit of the scattered legacies of the Clear Chi lineage and the Clear Jade lineage. However, this was currently not the main point. The main point was that while the legacies of the Clear Chi and Clear Jade lineages that Qiu Yuan had excavated were only scattered bits of them, Yin Zhaoge was 70 to 80% certain that they were of the direct lineage. This caused Yin Zhaoge to be extremely interested. This was because before the Great Calamity, such legacies had only existed in the Divine Palace. The peerless heavenly scripture that Yin Zhaoge cultivated in had originated from the Clear Jade lineage. Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on that scroll and that seal. While it was only a silhouette, he could still feel a bit of ancientness from it. During the Great Calamity that year, if I am not wrong, it actually did not affect the entire heavens and earth at the same time. Instead, it was the Divine Palace that bore the brunt of it. A dim light flickered within Yin Zhaoge's eyes. Chapter 208. Within Yin Zhaoge's mind, many thoughts surfaced, rising and falling one after another. He narrowed his eyes slightly and calmed his heart. His gaze was calm and tranquil, only revealing the yearning and longing for the supreme technique of the sect as a junior disciple. Yin Zhaoge looked at Xian Dongping, who nodded mildly. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge walked towards that illusory silhouette of radiance, entering it entirely. Streams of light instantly descended from that silhouetted scroll, enveloping Yin Zhaoge. A great amount of characters surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's mind. The contents of the second half of the Clear Qi Profound Art. While there were some hints of the Clear Qi lineage of pre-Great Calamity times, ever since the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan and having been analyzed and perfected by successive generations of Broad Creed Mountains experts, the Clear Qi Profound Art had already possessed its own unique profundities, being an outstanding martial scripture. Yin Zhaoge compared it with the Divine Palace's scripture vault that he had browsed before, gaining much from it. Still, these could all be slowly thought about later. What Yin Zhaoge paid most attention to at this moment was that as he came into contact with the Clear Qi Profound Art's secret martial art, his consciousness seemed to have traversed through space as scenes from many years ago appeared before his eyes. Boundless calamities and tribulations arose uncontrollably, and the heavens and earth were turned upside down. It was as if doomsday had arrived. A streak of light descended from the heavens, breaking through the layers of the heavens and tearing through the infinite space as it descended upon the Eight Extremities world, landing amidst a mountain range. On one of the mountain peaks, there was a mysterious and long mark. After an unknown number of years, one day, someone passed by this place and looked at the traces left behind. His heart was moved, and he realized the profoundness within. He then sat in front of the mountain peak for many days trying to comprehend the concept. Looking at that person's features, Yin Zhaoge recognized him as the founder of their clan, the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan. This was the scene of the divine light descending to the ground, leaving behind a relic. Qiu Yuan faced the wall to gain enlightenment of the Tao, gradually forming the process of creating the grand clear energy art. The divine light might have been caused by the power of one of the Divine Palace warriors. Perhaps after the Divine Palace was destroyed, the wreckage fell down. As Yin Zhaoge neared the silhouette of that square imprint once more, the world before his eyes instantly darkened, as though the very heavens and earth were collapsing. Through analyzing the faint marks left on the seal platform, he was able to see through them. Yin Zhaoge suddenly felt a chill in his heart. As the images within his mind changed, he seemed to vaguely see a fragment of something traversing through layers of space. He descended from the sky, falling into the Eight Extremities world. Having obtained this, Qiu Yuan used it as a foundation to create the heavenly broad creed palm. While the image was simple, Yin Zhaoge could feel his heart throbbing as he knew that the fragment of that thing was very important. Gazing over carefully, Yin Zhaoge saw that as the fragment fell, a figure could vaguely be seen rising upwards from the hole in the void. The fragments did not seem to have fallen by accident. Instead, it was intentionally thrown down by this person. It was just a pity that this simple remnant of will stopped when Qiu Yuan created the heavenly broad creed palm. Yin Zhaoge felt a little vexed. After calming his emotions, Yin Zhaoge pondered, I've never heard anyone mention this fragment before. Was it already lost long ago? Or was it because it was too important that only the clan's highest echelon members knew about it, perhaps even the chief passing it down to only one person? Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, calming his mind. The confusion has not been resolved. There are more and more questions, but there are also more clues and directions. Temporarily burying these questions that could not be resolved within his heart, Yin Zhaoge began carefully comprehending the profundities of the heavenly broad creed palm. Due to certain reasons, Yin Zhaoge had comprehended this supreme martial art. Compared to the Clear Qi Profound Art from before, he was even more proficient in it. When everything had ended, Yin Zhaoge slowly opened his eyes, bowing to Xian Dongping. I've troubled senior apprentice granduncle. Xian Dongping glanced deeply at Yin Zhaoge, shaking his head. No matter, go and cultivate diligently. Yin Zhaoge left the martial repository. Who was already waiting outside with Pan Pan. Seeing Yin Zhaoge emerge, he gave a simple and honest laugh. Young master, it's settled? It's just swallowing it in one gulp. Go back and slowly analyze and cultivate. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands. Now let's go back first. Pan Pan lunged over once more. This time Yin Zhaoge did not stop him, hugging this big furry ball. The current Pan Pan's size was roughly similar to that of the giant panda in Yin Zhaoge's memories. While he was still slightly larger, at the very least, he no longer had that aura of a charging elephant like before. Returning to his lodgings, Yin Zhaoge cultivated in peace. One day, as he walked out towards the morning sun, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. Silently calculating the days, he walked out. Following beside him, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, where are we going?" Yin Zhaoga sighed. "To look for eldest apprentice uncle. Today is the anniversary of senior apprentice brother Shi's death. I will also go and offer incense." Ahu blinked, realizing what was going on. Not speaking, he obediently followed behind Yin Zhaoga. Proceeding along the mountain, Yin Zhaoga ascended a small hill. Indeed, he saw two people standing there. One was a tall, mighty man. It was precisely his eldest apprentice uncle, Shi Tai. Behind him stood Xue Fei. Xue Fei's expression was solemn. Seeing Yin Zhaoga and Ahu arrive, he nodded lightly, completely unlike his usual relaxed, unrestrained smile. Shi Tai swiveled his head. "Zhaoga came? How thoughtful of you." Yin Zhaoga greeted Shi Tai. "Eldest apprentice uncle, my condolences." Shi Tai's expression was calm as usual. "I'm fine." Turning his head and advancing once more, his gaze fell on a tomb. While it was simple, its surroundings were exceptionally clean, with no weeds to be seen at all. Before the tomb stood a tombstone, on which the words "Tomb of Beloved Son Shi Songtao" were written. On the two sides of this tomb there were also two other tombstones. Yin Zhaoga and Ahu were both silent. Those two tombstones also had tablets erected before them, stating the identities of their owners, respectively belonging to Shi Tai's daughter-in-law and grandson. These three tombstones were actually all tombstones of his personal belongings. However, this made one feel even more stifled, because Shi Songtao's family of three had perished, not even their corpses and bones having been found. Yin Zhaoga and the others stood silently behind Shi Tai. For a white-haired person to send off a black-haired person had always been a great tragedy. Looking at Shi Songtao's name, the figure of a handsome youth surfaced in Yin Zhaoga's mind, his features 90% similar to Shi Tai's, the father and son virtually having been cast from the same mold. Yin Zhaoga himself had never personally interacted with this senior apprentice brother Shi before. His understanding of him all stemmed from the memories of his body's original owner. Shi Songtao was even older than Xue Fei. When his name had spread far and wide in the Eight Extremities world, hailed as the heaven's favored son of Broad Creed Mountain's new generation, Yin Zhaoga had still been a child, just starting to cultivate in the martial arts. As compared to the upright, serious Shi Tai, Shi Songtao was more gentle, but both father and son were similarly warm-hearted. In their youth, Xue Fei and Yin Zhaoga had received much guidance and care from this senior apprentice brother of theirs. At that time, Shi Songtao had also been a high-spirited young heaven's favored son, having even tied the knot with his lover, having given birth to a son early on, being blissful to the extreme. Even Shi Tai enjoyed the happiness of his family during those few years, and the smile on his face had increased by a lot. Sadly, all of this was now a thing of the past. Shi Tai stood there, his entire person resembling a statue, as if he had already been standing there for 1,000 years. To be continued. Chapter 209. Shi Songtao had treated others warmly in the past, his relations with them being rather good. Every year, on the anniversary of his death, many old friends would come to pay their respects, but everyone would tacitly avoid the mourning. Other than Shi Tai himself, there were only a few personal disciples who would come with him to Shi Songtao's tomb. Since Yin Zhaoga had the heart to come, Shi Tai naturally wouldn't refuse. After Yin Zhaoga and the others had offered incense to Shi Songtao's family, Shi Tai said, "You are considerate. Go back and rest." Yin Zhaoga and Su Fei exchanged glances, before bringing Ahu along and leaving. On the way, looking back, Yin Zhaoga saw that Shi Tai's figure was still silently standing there. Beside him, Su Fei sighed. Master is still blaming himself. Yin Zhaoga sighed along with him. As one of the few in the know, he knew what Su Fei meant. That year, when Shi Songtao's family of three had met with danger, Shi Tai had actually had the chance to save them. However, the situation had just been critical, with Broad Creed Mountain's interests also about to be severely damaged. Of those present, only Shi Tai had had the ability to stop it. In the end, faced with such a dilemma, Shi Tai had ultimately chosen to protect the clan as a whole. However, this way, he had been unable to save his descendants in time, finally having to send them off. This was the regret of Shi Tai's life. Having always felt no guilt towards the heavens and earth, he had only felt guilt towards his own kin. Even now, while a cenotaph had been erected, Shurtai had actually still not given up on his final hope. As long as there was a chance, he would head to that place to investigate, hoping that there was a chance that Shur Songtao's family could still be alive. After all, he had never seen their corpses. Sadly, after 5 years, he had still not found anything, his final hope also being extinguished bit by bit. Su Fei murmured, if he could do it all over again, would Master make a different choice? He was talking to himself. Not expecting an answer from Yin Zhaoge, Yin Zhaoge walked silently by the side. Su Fei sighed, continuing, although I feel grief, although I blame myself, although I feel guilty, perhaps I would still make the same choice. Master Yin Zhaoge asked softly, what if it was you, senior brother Su? Between you and your family, how would you choose? After a long silence, Shui Fei replied, I don't know. Perhaps I will only be able to give an answer when I truly face it. Yin Zhaoge nodded, the two no longer speaking as they advanced side by side. Arriving at a fork in the road, they cupped their fists towards each other, bidding each other farewell. They returned to their respective residences. Returning to his lodgings, Yin Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, closing his eyes as he calmed his heart and settled his thoughts. After a short while, Yin Zhaoge reopened his eyes and took out a golden talisman from his bosom. This golden talisman had been obtained by Yin Zhaoge after he had slain the fallen Xiezi in the devilish domain at Clear Concealed Lake. He looked at the mysterious and complicated patterns on the surface of the golden talisman. Yin Zhaoge pondered seriously, it seems to be a rather strange and rare type of text, something that only appeared after the Great Calamity. Yin Zhaoge laughed bitterly. It was the same as the relic of the glacial dragon Martial Saint back then. This sort of thing that had appeared after the Great Calamity, yet was comparatively ancient compared to the present, made him feel the most helpless. It just so happened to be the weakest link in his knowledge. However, Yin Zhaoge was also working hard to make up for his shortcomings in this area. Currently, looking at the golden talisman, it was not that he had no way of dealing with it at all. It seems a little like the text of the extreme northern regions, only circulating amongst a small number of people there. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge instructed his retainer, go fetch all the ancient texts circulating in the north of the gold region and give them to me. Take as many as you have, the older the better. Of the Thunder Domain's 6 regions, the northernmost region that was directly connected to the extreme northern ice sea was the gold region. Very quickly, a black-clothed martial practitioner delivered over what Yin Zhaoge wanted. After spending some time analyzing it, Yin Zhaoge gradually had an idea of what it was. He lightly tapped on that golden talisman, his fingertips tracing the patterns of the golden talisman, leaving behind numerous marks. Those marks remained on the surface of the golden talisman, not dissipating for a long time. Yin Zhaoge retracted his finger, scrutinizing the patterns on the golden talisman that were nearing completion, before finally striking it with his palm. The golden talisman suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, actually transforming into specks of light before vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, a satisfied smile instead appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. Then those specks of golden light floated about, condensing and not dissipating as they transformed into clumps of light mist, hovering in midair. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, resembling a whale sucking in water, as those clumps of light mist were instantly sucked in by him. For just that one moment, a feeling of smoke and fire burning arose within Yin Zhaoge's heart and lungs. With Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation base, the various internal organs within his body had already been tempered countless times by his aura qi. The feeling of discomfort only lasted for an instant before vanishing very quickly. Looking within his body, Yin Zhaoge saw specks of golden light drifting about unceasingly, evenly adhering to the surface of every single one of his blood vessels, as though adding a layer of golden radiance to the blood vessels within his body. Even the tiniest, most delicate blood vessels were no exception. Yin Zhaoge calmly inhaled and exhaled, circulating his qi and blood, his blood resembling boiling lava as it emitted a heavy roar. After circulating his aura qi 36 times, Yin Zhaoge retracted his cultivation, a faint golden light flickering on his skin. Standing up from the ground, Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Some things seem like they can also be brought forward. Thinking thus, Yin Zhaoge waved his hand, a few streaks of light flickering past, hovering within the air. They were all low-grade spirit artifacts. Lofty mountain armor, incinerating light sword, mistlock sword, radiant sunwheel, purple gold thunder sword, flying thunderblade. Other than the mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, and the jade dragon sword that Yin Zhaoge had always carried along with him, all of Yin Zhaoge's current low-grade spirit artifacts were basically all here. Speaking of which, all of them were the signature weapons of the other Holy Land's core heirs. The original owners of these spirit weapons were Lu Shangfeng, Zhao Hao Xiezi, Xiao Shan, Yen Shan, and Lin Zhou. Just this list and the spirit weapons were enough to make other martial practitioners of the same generation sigh in amazement. If Yin Zhaoge were to hold an exhibition of his spoils of war, there would probably be many people who would be angered to the point of vomiting blood. With Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation base, he could basically only wield a single low-grade spirit artifact at any one time. The remaining ones would either be swapped out or used as hidden weapons, relying on the explosive power of the moment their connection was broken to injure the enemy, or to restrict his opponent's spirit artifact. If one had too many spirit weapons, they could directly smash their opponents to death. This was not a joke. After Yin Zhaoge had stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, these spirit artifacts would be of use at the same time. However, Yin Zhaoge had other ideas. With his rate of improvement, the martial grandmaster realm was not far away. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge lightly tapped out with his finger, keeping the lofty mountain armor, the radiant sunwheel and the flying thunder saber, only leaving behind the incinerating light sword, the vapor-sealing sword and the purple gold thunder sword. Then, with a flip of his palm, a bamboo branch appeared within it. A dark green bamboo branch that vaguely flickered with a purple light. Opening the internal crystal furnace, Yin Zhaoge threw that bamboo branch and the 3 low-grade spirit artifacts within. Chapter 210. The internal crystal furnace rumbled, overflowing with light. The circulation within the furnace was actually very slow, enveloped by numerous clouds, unable to clearly see what was happening within. Yin Zhaoge, on the other hand, appeared exceptionally serious as he controlled the internal crystal furnace. At the same time, he was also exceptionally patient. He wanted to forge a treasure for himself, one that was completely based on his own will, fitting in with what he had learnt, a treasure that was purely created by himself. Yin Zhaoge had a plan in mind, pursuing a perfect result as much as possible. In his plans, this was not something that could be accomplished in a single stroke. Regarding this, Yin Zhaoge was not flustered or flustered. In the process of forging, he also unceasingly adjusted and perfected his original thoughts according to the actual situation. In the following days, Yin Zhaoge's life was extremely fulfilling, whether it was cultivating in the martial Tao to raise his strength, studying the principles of formations, or activating the internal crystal furnace to forge treasures. Time flew, and a few months had already passed. During this period of time, Yin Zhaoge had always remained in seclusion, only emerging from seclusion when the black nightmare storms of the Wind Domain's Great Western Desert were about to weaken. Ahu, help me contact our clan's people over at the Wind Domain, and prepare some things in advance. Yin Zhaoge stretched lazily. Ahu nodded in agreement, then left to handle the matter. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, raising his head to look at the forest, the mottled sunlight falling through the gaps between the branches and leaves. The 4th extreme bout should already have ended. I wonder what the final result was? Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, pondering. As he strode forward. In the 4th extreme bout, Broad Creed Mountain still sat on the sidelines, not participating. While Feng Yunqing's extreme physique had already recovered, she was still in secluded cultivation. Whether it was Yin Zhaoge, or Fu Enshu and the other higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain, while all of them were anxious, they all tacitly did not let Feng Yunqing participate in the 4th extreme bout. The reason was none other than that Feng Yunqing still needed time to make up for that gap of 2 years. His opponent was also improving. Furthermore, he also used his full strength to fly forward, instead of standing still and waiting for Feng Yunqing to catch up. As Yin Zhaoge pondered, he arrived at the small valley where Feng Yunqing was. Sure enough, he could see that Feng Yunqing was cultivating diligently as usual. The hand holding the saber remained stable, but there seemed to be a flame rising in the depths of his eyes. It was becoming more and more intense. It was often difficult for an outsider to understand what kind of energy would erupt from a person who had gained something and then lost it. After falling to the bottom of the valley, when there was a chance to regain something that was lost and then lost again in front of him, what kind of energy would erupt? Feng Yunqing's mentality and willpower were both top-notch. All the pressure was turned into motivation, allowing her to burn herself endlessly. Even if she was temporarily not sent by Broad Creed Mountain to participate in the extreme bout, she would also be able to understand. He just had to work harder to improve himself. Yin Zhaoge stood quietly where he was, watching Feng Yunsheng train. On the other side, there was another person who was training methodically. It was a child who was not even 12 years old. However, he had already refined his qi into heavenly energy and stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Ying Longtu had successfully broken the record of Yin Zhaoge's father Yan Di, becoming the youngest martial scholar in the Eight Extremities world's recorded history following the Great Calamity. The current Ying Longtu. He was fully focused, his gaze flickering with a spirituality that was usually not present as he trained meticulously, his level of concentration not inferior to Feng Yunsheng by the side in the slightest. It was only at this time that he did not seem as slow as he usually was. Accompanied by his punches, the qi and blood of his majestic fleshly body surged, far surpassing most martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he watched the two of them train. In the distance, the giant panda Panpan was currently sitting on the ground, bored to death as he stuffed food into his mouth. Now, seeing Yin Zhaoge appear, his eyes instantly lit up as he ran over. Following junior apprentice Sister Feng, you really have good food. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he hugged Panpan, stroking his big head. Feng Yunqing's little black dog Little Meaty had long since become familiar with Yin Zhaoge. While it didn't rush over like Panpan now, it also wagged its little tail happily. Ying Longtu, having completed a round of training, stopped. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, his eyes also lit up as he walked over. Smiling a little bashfully, "Senior apprentice brother Yin." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Were there any problems in your cultivation?" Ying Longtu scratched his head, trying hard to summarize his words. "Earlier, I heard a senior apprentice brother mention that it is hard to balance speed and strength at the same time, even using Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall as a comparison. However, I feel like there seems to be something wrong with what he said." Yin Zhaoge smiled. Han Long was straightforward enough. It was just that he didn't know if he had raised this question with that senior apprentice brother of his. "What he said is also right and also not right," Yin Zhaoge explained. "Just saying that it is hard to balance speed and strength at the same time is not accurate. Similarly, when you punch out with your fist, if your fist is fast, the power contained within it will also not be weak. It is often said that the attacks of the Heavenly Thunder Hall are as fast as lightning, as fierce as the rumbling of thunder. The first half is that they are fast, while the second half is also praising their ferocious strength." Yin Zhaoge raised his palm, extending it forward. "However, when we make a move, it involves the problem of exerting force. Only after accumulating and exerting force together can it be a true attack. However, in this process of accumulating and exerting force, it involves the choice between speed and strength. Under most circumstances, the more sufficient the accumulation of force, the more ferocious the force exerted, but the longer the time required to do so." Yin Zhaoge looked at Ying Longtu. "It is often said that the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain both walk extreme paths, one fast, one slow. Actually, this is where their divergence lies." Ying Longtu nodded rather dazedly. "It refers to the choice of speed and strength in the entire process of exerting force, and not just the speed at which they have already exerted force." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "That's right. Rather than saying that there is a difference in the speed at which the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain have it, it would be better to say that there is a difference in the speed at which they change their moves. In terms of strength and style, the two both walk the path of ferocity. The Heavenly Thunder Hall is more violent, while Infinite Boundless Mountain is more vigorous." As the two spoke, Ahu arrived within the valley, walking towards Yin Zhaoge, a smile blossoming on his face. "Young master, I have already contacted the Wind Domain according to your instructions." After first completing the normal report, Ahu said smilingly, "Also, the results of the 4th Extreme bout are out. The Sacred Sun Clan's Mengwan failed. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Tell me what exactly happened. Hu smiled happily. Something seemed to have happened to Mengwan herself, resulting in her defeat in the final round of the bout. Yin Zhaoge knit his brows slightly. Did the clan's spectating seniors bring back the images of the battle? Hu nodded yes. Seeing the actual scene of the battle, not only did Yin Zhaoge not feel happy, his expression instead turning solemn. What I feared has come. The worst situation has appeared. Chapter 211. Looking at the engraved traces of light, Yin Zhaoge's expression turned a little gloomy for once. In the fourth extreme Yin bout, Yin Zhaoge and the higher echelons of Broad Creed Mountain had not allowed Feng Yunsheng to participate. The previous 2 years had caused Feng Yunsheng to lag behind the other maidens of extreme Yin. She needed time to catch up, especially when he had to make up for the gap between him and the Sacred Sun Clan's Mengwan. While Yin Zhaoge's various methods had allowed her to advance by leaps and bounds, the Sacred Sun Clan's Mengwan was not someone to be trifled with in the first place, also having held the Extreme Yin crown for at least 2 years. The crown of Extreme Yin had an immense effect on the cultivation of maidens of Extreme Yin that could not be neglected. In order to take first place in the Extreme Yin bout, Feng Yunsheng still needed patience, needed effort, and even more needed time. Participating in the Extreme Yin bout was for the sake of winning the Extreme Yin crown, and not for the sake of accompanying others. If it was number 1, it meant that it was a holy weapon. If it wasn't number 1, it meant nothing. While it was very cruel, this was the truth of the Extreme Yin bout. The result of the discussion between Yin Zhaoge, Fu Enshu and the others was to wait until the next Extreme Yin bout before letting Feng Yunsheng participate. Before this, he could only calm his heart and endure. Actually, according to Yin Zhaoge's predictions, in the next Extreme Yin bout, which would also be the 5th Extreme Yin bout, Feng Yunsheng's chances were still not high. It was more for her to accumulate further experience in clashing with the other maidens of Extreme Yin. Fortunately, they did not have to wait for too long. Broad Creed Mountain could still afford to wait. It was just that the pressure was still not small, with the current situation rapidly changing. What Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain were especially concerned about. The Sacred Sun Clan's east-coming Marshal Saint Huang Guanglia could emerge from seclusion at any time. If Huang Guanglia emerged from seclusion and successfully advanced a step further, the pressure on Broad Creed Mountain would be. That was huge. Moreover, the ending of the incident at Clear Concealed Lake did not mean that the decimating abyss and the 9 underworlds would cease to exist just like that. Therefore, time was still limited. However, according to Yin Zhaoge's estimations, barring any major unforeseen events, the 6th Extreme Yin bout would be the time for Feng Yunsheng to exert her strength. However, a great change happened. The changes did not lie with Feng Yunsheng and Broad Creed Mountain, but with others. When clashing with Lin Zhou back then, Lin Zhou had revealed that he knew about Feng Yunsheng's background, also knowing that Yin Zhaoge had used Cloud Portent Mountain's Yin-Yang Cloud Spring to help Feng Yunsheng recover her extreme Yin physique. Yin Zhaoge had a general understanding of Lin Zhou's background. He had always been curious as to how Lin Zhou knew about Feng Yunsheng. According to Yin Zhaoge's calculations, if not for his interference, Feng Yunsheng would most likely not have entered Broad Creed Mountain. If she had been able to escape the pursuit of the Sacred Sun Clan, she would most likely have entered Jade Sea City. She had previously been born in the Sacred Sun Clan, and was also a maiden of Extreme Yin. However, it was still understandable that her Extreme Yin physique had been neglected by the outside world. However, how did Lin Zhou know that Yin Zhaoge had used a yin-yang coexisting technique to help Feng Yunsheng recover her Extreme Yin physique? Jade Sea City had a similar technique? Or could it be that Lin Zhou figured out such a method himself? If it was the latter, Yin Zhaoge was actually not worried. What he was worried about was that someone else having researched out this method, Lin Zhou coming to know of it afterwards. It was fine if Lin Zhou knew about it. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's maiden of Extreme Yin did not have much competition. The crux was who the original owner of this method had been in that era. Jade Sea City aside, the worrisome thing was that the one who was most likely to have researched out this method. Actually, it was the Sacred Sun Clan. Firstly, they had originally cultivated in the pure yang qi of the sun. Having researched it deeply, things would always move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. This was a common principle. Secondly, they were the sacred ground that had been in contact with the extreme Yin crown for the longest time. Even if they did not have sufficient information left behind from before the Great Calamity, the Sacred Sun Clan's experts, having researched it for many years and months, would also very likely have some results. This was something that had always been on Yin Zhaoge's mind. Now his worst predictions had come true. Carefully watching the process of Meng Wan's competition with others, Yin Zhaoge knew that something had indeed happened to her, but it was not like she had been injured during the second extreme Yin bout. Instead, it was that she had been trying out a yin-yang coexisting cultivation technique, still in its initial stages, still not mature enough, thus affecting her performance. Even though the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall were allies, it was also impossible for Lin Zhou to tell them about this technique. Moreover, while the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Maiden of Extreme Yin indeed had the same symptoms, it was still inferior to Meng Wan's. This meant that Lin Zhou actually only knew of the existence of yin-yang coexisting technique, but did not understand the specifics of it. The Heavenly Thunder Hall had also only recently obtained this train of thought, beginning to explore it from the very beginning. Over on the Sacred Sun Clan's side, while it was not as good as Yin Zhaoge's, it was already on the right track. Different from the previous accident, Meng Wan's loss of the Extreme Yin crown this time was an acceptable loss for the Sacred Sun Clan. Temporarily lying dormant was for the sake of absolute dominance and dominance in the future. It could be predicted that having lost the Extreme Yin crown once more, with Huang Guanglia still in seclusion, the Sacred Sun Clan would at least have to retreat conservatively for the next year. However, when they raised their heads again the next time, they would also erupt with even more terrifying power. Moreover, the one who had won the fourth Extreme Yin bout was a strictly neutral disciple of Turbid Wave Pavilion. The Sacred Sun Clan would have it even easier. Speaking of this was also the first time a disciple of Turbid Wave Pavilion had participated in an Extreme Yin bout this time. In the end, she had won the championship. While there was also a problem with Meng Wan herself, being able to suppress the Maidens of Extreme Yin of Jade Sea City, Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, it looked like she had also been preparing for many years. While Turbid Wave Pavilion was strictly neutral like Jade Sea City, facing the threat of the Flame Devils of the East Sea head-on, being able to obtain the Extreme Yin crown would be of great help to them. However, barring any major accidents, it would also only be this once. Next year, Meng Wan, having made all her preparations, would most likely return as a king once more. Yin Zhaoge gradually knit his brows. This time it's really bad. As he pondered, Feng Yunsheng kept her saber. Seeing Yin Zhaoge arrive, she smiled and greeted, "Senior apprentice brother Yin." Yin Zhaoge's brows instantly relaxed as he praised, "Good saber art." Feng Yunsheng glanced at Yin Zhaoge, "Senior apprentice brother Yin, have the results of the fourth Extreme Yin bout already come out? Or was it little Wan who won the championship?" Yin Zhaoge shook his head no. Feng Yunsheng was a little taken aback. Yin Zhaoge's side, however, the results were even worse than Meng Wan's. After explaining the matter clearly, Feng Yunsheng's expression turned heavy, but her emotions were calm. She grasped the hilt of her saber. "I will work harder, definitely." While her heart was firm, Feng Yunsheng also didn't feel optimistic, only doing her best. Having always been strong and independent, not willing to rely on others, for the first time, a look of anticipation appeared on her face as she looked at Yin Zhaoge. "Senior apprentice brother Yin, do you have any other methods?" Yin Zhaoge lowered his eyelids. "No." Feng Yunsheng looked calmly at Yin Zhaoge. Not speaking, the two facing each other silently. After a long time, Feng Yunsheng said softly, "Senior apprentice brother Yin, I admit that I have unwillingness within my heart, extravagant hopes, fantasies. However, having come this far, winning the Extreme Yin bout has long since not been for myself alone. For the clan that took me in, for my master to teach me, for you senior apprentice brother Yin, who stood up for me back then, I must win." Feng Yunsheng looked straight at Yin Zhaoge. "No matter what method it is, I am willing to try it. No matter how difficult and arduous it is, I am willing to bear it." "No, I must definitely be able to bear it,"